Hello. Welcome to the Fanfic Majesty. If you want more content, you can follow me on Patreon. I will be uploading more content on there that will be exclusive. The link is in the description. Please support me. 6 MTFI. Chapter 251. Will Kaido sneak attack? Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. Previously, Papa Whitebeard often talked to himself about Kazuki Oden, the former captain of the 2nd Division of the Whitebeard Pirates. It was planted in Kaido's hands. So he has little sympathy for Kaido's people, except for Yamato, of course. Ace, fight if you have the ability. One day, I will make you pay back 100 times. Jack couldn't help the anger in his heart, and said with hatred. Unexpectedly, there are such tough people under Kaido. Since you asked for it, don't blame me. Ace's tone also became indifferent. Although he doesn't like to do things that take advantage of others. So, since I caught him last night, I didn't do anything to him, I just hoped that he would take the initiative to explain. I didn't expect him to let it go if he didn't explain, and even made rude remarks. At this moment, Ace felt that it was necessary to give him some color. Immediately afterwards, a burly crew member beside him picked up the whip and whipped it directly on Jack. Ace, remember for me. Resisting the lash of the whip, Jack responded coldly. Ace didn't respond to Jack, he just looked at the executioner and said, hit me until he says so. After saying that, Ace left in a hurry with his people. In the prison of the prison city, only the sound of whipping is left. The reason why Ace left in such a hurry. All because of Jack's words. Although it is impossible to determine whether it is true or not, once Kaido really sends someone or comes over in person. Advertisement. So, this time Derice Rosa is bound to have a tough fight. As Derice Rosa's actual leader now, the first priority is to deal with the possible arrival of Kaido. For Jack's sneak attack, Yi Fei, who was in naval headquarters, was also a little surprised. And, still with Virgo. What the hell are they going to do? Yi Fei, who was lying on the bed, couldn't help thinking. At the same time, there are some doubts. Virgo is actually with Kaido's people. In the original book, Virgo has almost no intersection with Kaido. But Doflamingo and Kaido have a cooperative relationship. Doflamingo. Yi Fei suddenly remembered. Virgo is Dover's subordinate. I personally gave him to the world government. As Doflamingo's confidant, he is bound to hate himself, and at the same time, he will try his best to rescue Doflamingo. And only Kaido can do this. And Virgo must know this, and they have already formed a relationship of interest. You know, destroying the Don Quixote family and occupying Derice Rosa by yourself has shaken Kaido's interests. Perhaps, this time is why Kaido sent them here. Yi Fei has already begun to figure it out. It is estimated that Kaido's artificial devil fruit plan has been hindered. That's why they were sent to Derice Rosa. Thinking of this, Yi Fei smiled slightly. Advertisement. SAD's technology is in the hands of Guy Saw Current, and Guy Saw Current is in his own hands. Yi Fei is not worried about this. At the same time, he was worried about Ace and the others. Once Kaido learns that Jack has been captured, will he take this opportunity to sneak attack Derice Rosa? This matter is very possible. However, based on my own understanding of Kaido, although he sometimes acts recklessly, he is also a cautious person. To attack Derice Rosa, he must consider the consequences, but Wano Kuni has many resistance forces. Therefore, Yi Fei concluded that there is a high probability that Kaido will not come in person, at most he will send some subordinates. In Beast's Pirates, except for Kaido. Although Jin and Quinn's strength is good, it is not easy to defeat Ace easily. Moreover, today's Ace, the fruit ability has been awakened. Unlike winning the game with all his strength, Yi Fei almost defeated the enemy with one move. Being able to catch Jack has already proved his strength. Well, he has a 1 in 4 chance. Stepped forward. Thinking of this, D. Carl Cannon couldn't fall asleep even more. After all, he is currently the highest bounty criminal in Pirate World. What, you haven't slept yet? From the 8, select 2 Marine Admirals. Next, here. Meanwhile, D. Carl Cannon couldn't sleep at all. The purpose of coming this time, Yi Fei also wants to meet some powerful opponents. If there is a chance, then maybe some subordinates can be recruited. Advertisement. Intuition told him that Yi Fei was much stronger than him. But those masters, until now, have not shown their true strength. Frankly speaking, it is difficult, but Yi Fei still wants to try. Then, in that way, there is a 3/8 probability that the uncle will become Marine Admiral. Elder sister. Immediately got up and went to find my sister. Tomorrow is the final. D. Carl Lily recovered. Then jump on the roof. Yi Fei could see the strength of those ordinary players very clearly. If that's the case, isn't my sister? This move made D. Carl Cannon feel a little strange. If you lose to others, wouldn't you be sorry for your reward? Then stop thinking about things over there. Thinking of this, Yi Fei finally felt relieved. Although Yi Fei didn't want to become a Marine Admiral, but losing the game is really embarrassing. After searching for a long time, I finally saw her on the rooftop of Naval Headquarters. He had never seen his sister like this. Today, he watched Yi Fei's game. He didn't expect that the sword fighter uncle named Yi Shi would be able to enter the finals. D. Carl Lily stared at the starry sky. D. Carl Cannon called out. Knock those people down first. Chapter 252 Contradictory Akainu. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. Yes, see, that guy will most likely become a Marine Admiral. Sister, what should you do if he succeeds? D. Carl Cannon asked. D. Carl Lily looked puzzled. That's right, aren't you worried, sister? D. Carl Cannon was a little confused. My sister didn't seem to care about it at all. Worry about what? I have no feelings for him at all. D. Carl Lily replied directly. I'm not asking if you have feelings for him. I'm asking you what to do next. D. Carl Cannon was beyond embarrassing. Of course, he knew that his sister couldn't possibly like that middle-aged uncle. I didn't plan to do anything. D. Carl Lily couldn't care less. Then you still promise him. Is this something you don't feel? It's a question of honesty. As long as he promised others, he never regretted it. HMPH, it was just a joke. Even if he becomes Marine Admiral, so what? D. Carl Lily snorted coldly, but didn't pay too much attention to it. On this point, she and her younger brother have completely different ideas. But you promised him back then. Advertisement. If I promise others, I will definitely do it. D. Carl Cannon complained. If someone else did this, he would definitely be very angry. But this person is his sister, and now I only regret it, regretting that I didn't stop. You are still too young. Promises may not always be reliable. In this world, sometimes, there is no need to reason. D. Carl Lily replied casually. She didn't pay too much attention to this matter. Quote. Her answer left D. Carl Cannon speechless. It seems that she wants to renege on it. However, he was always worried that once Yi Fei won the game. So, is my sister really going to break her promise? Okay, don't worry. As long as he fights me, I will knock him down in the first round. That way, there's nothing to worry about. Seeing that his brother was worried, D. Carl Lily comforted him. Although Yi Fei is strong, she is confident. What if you didn't confront him? D. Carl Cannon asked immediately. As soon as he finished speaking, he was criticized by his sister. Is that what you hope for? D. Carl Lily was a little annoyed. No. Advertisement. D. Carl Cannon waved his hand immediately. He is very clear about his sister's temper. I didn't dare to ask any more questions. Okay, it's okay. Go back to sleep early, there is a game tomorrow. D. Carl Lily turned to leave. Sister, what were you doing here alone just now? D. Carl Cannon asked curiously. He wanted to ask just now. It's nothing, just remembering something from the past. After D. Carl Lily finished speaking, she stepped onto the roof and jumped down. Quote. D. Carl Cannon was speechless again. He didn't know what his sister was talking about. But right now, what he hopes is that in tomorrow's duel, his sister can meet Yi Fei and defeat him. The next day, when the sun shines on Marineford again. This world conscription will usher in the most important day in the history of Naval Headquarters, the selection of 2 Marine Admirals. The stadium was full of spectators. With great excitement, everyone wanted to witness this moment with their own eyes. The 8 contestants have already arrived. They are Yi Fei, Carl Lily D, Carl Cannon D, Wu Ming, Yi Xiao, Yuhiro Takahata, Marine Vice Admiral Tifish, Marine Vice Admiral Momosugi. Given that today is the 5th round and the last day of competition. According to the rules of the game, the previous respective numbers will be invalidated. The contest prepared 8 numbered balls, numbers from 1 to 8. 8 contestants will go on stage one by one and draw their respective numbers. At the same time, 8 numbers will enter the carousel. Advertisement. The loser is directly out of the game, and the winner will enter the final game until the last 2 people are selected. So, today's game, there are only 6 games. The first 4 are semifinals, the last 2 are finals. Gardaz announced the rules of the game. In other words, as long as you fail once, you will be eliminated directly. After the rules were announced, the 8 contestants stepped onto the stage first and began to draw their own numbers. When the white ball was taken out, Yi Fei saw the number 2. Afterwards, everyone returned to their positions, waiting for their opponents to be shaken out. Shake with the turntable. The result of the first game came out. Number 3 versus. No. 8. Number 3 is an anonymous number. Number 8 is the Dolphin. South Blue's top player, against Marine Admiral's alternate, naturally attracted the attention of many people. As an alternate to Marine Admiral, the Dolphin has a high prestige in Marine. The audience present were all Marine soldiers. Naturally, they hoped that the Dolphin would win the game. It's finally time to play, he's a troublesome guy. Akainu looked a little serious. Akainu has been paying attention to the unnamed games in the past 2 days. Wu Ming can always easily solve the opponent. His strength has not yet been shown. At this moment, Akainu's heart is very conflicted. First, he doesn't want the Dolphin to lose the game. Once he loses, it means that he has no way to become Marine Admiral. At the same time, Naval Headquarters is very shameless. In comparison, the Dolphin was originally an Admiral candidate. Second, he hopes to obtain Admiral-level super combat power, which can enhance Marine's strength. So, he is conflicted. Chapter 253 Dolphin vs Nameless. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. It's up to fate. Akainu sighed. If he really chooses, then he hopes to keep strong people. After sorting out the emotions, Akainu stood up from the marshal's seat. He has to announce the start of the game himself. After gazing at the two people on the field for a while, Akainu slowly opened his mouth and shouted, "Start." Immediately, enthusiastic shouts broke out on the field. Woohoo. Then, let me quickly end the battle. Nameless's mouth was filled with a smug smile. He likes to hear the shouts of the crowd. This time he came to naval headquarters, and his purpose was Marine Admiral. The voice just fell. Wooming stepped on the stone slab, and before everyone could react, they had already arrived in front of the Dolphin in an instant. Accompanied by a strong impact. So fast. Under the stage, Yifei was secretly amazed. Such a burly figure can actually have such a fast speed. Sure enough, it's not easy. In the past 2 days, I haven't seen him use it. This is not only Yifei's idea, most of the people present did not react at all. Just when Yifei sighed. The Nameless gang iron rod has been raised high, and it fell down quickly. The Dolphin didn't react at all, it just stared at the iron rod with its eyes. Advertisement. Bump. The mixed iron rod hit the Dolphin directly on the left shoulder. Quote. Nameless was stunned. Intuition told him that his move did not hit the Dolphin. Sure enough, things went as he expected. The Dolphin on the opposite side directly turned into white mud. The mixed iron rod in his hand sank directly into the mud. He wanted to pull it out, but found it very difficult. This white soil is very sticky. Clay. Nameless murmured secretly. Just when he was wondering, a tea-gray clay figurine stepped out from the stone slab behind him. Soon, the clay figurine turned into the Dolphin himself. Ah, I was almost killed just now. The Dolphin narrowed his eyes, looking serious. I see. I said, why doesn't it seem to have hit? Are you a Logia fruit-capable user? Nameless turned his head and asked. Seen out. The Dolphin narrowed his eyes and nodded. In previous battles, he had never used the fruit's ability. If it wasn't for being forced too hastily just now. He also doesn't make clay doubles. Using this trick means that you are running away. Advertisement. It is indeed embarrassing to go underground in front of everyone in Marine. Ha ha ha, you react quickly. Wooming laughed loudly, and then exerted force with his arm, directly pulling the mixed iron rod out of the clay. Turn around again, facing the Dolphin. Clay clone. Outside the arena, Yifei muttered to himself. Ding. In my mind, the sound of the system sounded again. Clay clone. Logia soil fruit ability defense skill defense, A+. Just now, the Dolphin blocked Wooming's attack with clay, while he took the opportunity to hide in the stone slab. Logia's soil fruit ability is really good, and he can use clay to defend. Although it is only an A+ skill, clay can entangle the opponent's weapon. This trick is indeed very good. Speaking of clay, let Yifei sound the waxy fruit of Katakuri. Both have the same purpose. There is an opportunity to redeem it from the system store. On the field, the two looked at each other for a moment. After Wooming shook off the residual clay on the iron rod. Like last time, the charge was launched again. It's different from last time. This time, the speed is even faster. But this time, the Dolphins are ready. Whoosh. The Dolphin disappeared in front of Wooming out of thin air. 6 style skill. Shaving, skill level. Quasi-S, skill attack, Quasi-S. Shaved. Marine 6 style skill. Advertisement. Being able to cultivate the 6 style skills to the Quasi-S level shows how powerful it is. Yifei looked up at the sky, and saw the Dolphins flashing frequently in the sky at an extremely fast speed. If it is an ordinary person, there is no way to see clearly. Even Yifei could barely see clearly. At the same time. On the field, cheers from the soldiers came again. Why can't I see Vice Admiral? But I can feel him here when I want to. This should be the shaving of Marine 6 styles. How long do we have to practice before we can reach the level of the Dolphin Vice Admiral? It is estimated that this life is impossible. If this hits the opponent, it's okay. I guess even if it's nameless, it's hard to avoid it. The Marine soldiers talked one after another. Attacking others at this speed, ordinary opponents will lose their ability to resist in an instant. Among the Marines, apart from Garp, the Tifish's 6 moves should be his strongest. Sengoku said to himself. Like Yifei, Wooming was standing on the ground, looking up at the sky. However, there was not much shock on his face, on the contrary, he was very calm. Whoosh. The Dolphin suddenly appeared in front of Wooming. At the same time, he had already stretched out his foot and kicked at the opponent. A light blue slash directly hit Wooming. Tempest Kick White Thunder. 6 style skills. Tempest Kick by Lei, skill level, Quasi-S, skill attack, Quasi-S. At such a short distance, to use Tempest Kick slash. It seems that the Dolphin wants to use this trick to directly make Wooming have no strength to resist. That's why he used the shaving to disturb the Nameless sight in the air. Chapter 254 Double Mode, Trapped Nameless. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. At such a close distance. It is impossible to avoid it. Just when Yifei was still worried about Wooming. Wu Ming has already raised the mixed iron rod in his hand, and directly resisted it abruptly. Boom. Tempest kicks directly hit the mixed iron rod. The huge air waves dispersed, making the audience unconsciously cover their eyes. At the same time, Wu Ming, who was resisting the Tempest kicks was also knocked back, and the whole thing went straight to the arena. Even though he was repelled, his body remained motionless. After a while, it was directly nailed to the stone slab. Waiting for everyone to come back to their senses again. I saw that Wu Ming's feet had drawn 2 long ravines on the ground, and he was still standing intact in front of everyone. How is it possible that his master Tifish's Tempest kick, unexpectedly blocked by Wu Ming? I thought this kick could kick him out of the game. It seems that this person's strength is beyond our imagination. There was a lot of discussion. Even Yi Fei felt a little unbelievable. The Marine Admiral Green Bull in this original book. It can be compared to Kaido's physique. Ha 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 ha, this move is not bad, it almost kicked me out of the court. Nameless laughed out loud. At this moment, there is only a distance of 5 or 6 meters from the outside of the court. Fortunately, I settled in time. Otherwise, you're really going to be out. Opposite him, the Dolphin also looked surprised. Originally, his idea was to defeat Wu Ming. Advertisement. Unexpectedly, Wu Ming just took a few steps back and couldn't even see the wound. You know, Tempest kick is his favorite move. The other party took this trick, but there was no reaction. Immediately, the Dolphin realized that this opponent was not easy. Just for a moment when he hesitated, Wu Ming came to kill again with the iron rod. With the previous lessons, the Dolphin has learned to be smart this time. Before Wu Ming attacked him, he had already used shaving dodge to avoid it. Whoosh! The Dolphin jumped into the air again. His actions have been seen by Wu Ming. Then he smiled triumphantly. Then, he jumped up. And the Dolphin who has experienced the unknown speed is naturally prepared. Not only is he Grandmaster Marine 6 styles, but most importantly, he also has the Devil Fruit ability. Just as Wu Ming soared into the sky, the ground suddenly split open. The whole arena was shaking. Immediately afterwards, 2 soil pillars rose from the ground. Immediately, the 2 earth pillars immediately turned into 2 gray earth dragons. The 2 circling earth dragons directly chased Wu Ming in the air. The moment Wu Ming used the iron rod, one of them bit the unknown weapon directly. And another earth dragon, he directly bit Wu Ming's right leg. Then, 2 earth dragons directly pulled Wu Ming down from the air. Boom. Advertisement. Wu Ming followed the 2 earth dragons and fell heavily to the ground. Accompanied by loud rumbling noises, the entire arena was shrouded in dust. Spectators outside the arena can't see the situation on the court clearly. However, the biting sound made by the earth dragon made people shudder when they heard it. The Dolphin is stepping on the moonwalk, circling in the air non-stop. At this moment, even he seemed extremely cautious. Yi Fei saw the behavior of the Dolphin, and he was constantly thinking about it in his mind. Not only can he use the 6 forms to stay in the air, but he can also initiate fruit abilities from the ground. If it weren't for the awakening of the fruit ability, it would be very difficult to do it. It seems that Wu Ming has followed his path this time. The dust gradually dissipated, and 2 earth dragons had wrapped around Wu Ming's waist and legs respectively. This person seemed to be bound by a huge rope. And on Wu Ming's body, there are already bloodlines in several places. It was left over from the bite of 2 earth dragons just now. Seeing this, the Dolphin jumped back to the arena. Golden cage. The Dolphin stretched out its right hand and held it tightly. Around Wu Ming, golden walls rose one after another. Then, strengthened the rapid fusion. In an instant, a golden cage directly trapped Wu Ming in the cage. Yi Fei smiled slightly. The Dolphin not only has rich combat experience, but also has a meticulous mind. He knows that a skill cannot trap Wu Ming, so he added a skill specially. Seeing Wu Ming couldn't move, and those 2 earth dragons directly wrapped Wu Ming's entire body. Then let out bursts of roars. On the field, everyone shouted for the Dolphin again. Advertisement. I thought Vice Admiral would lose the game, but it seems I was thinking too much. Hee. With 2 protections, even a body made of iron will not be able to escape. No name, I just want to see how powerful you are, and you can escape the encirclement of our extra plan, Vice Admiral. The golden cage is a plus for Vice Admiral's housekeeping skills. Today, it's the first time I've seen it. Plus Vice Admiral is the winner. Hey, Wu Ming, you should surrender, otherwise, you will be swallowed by those 2 dragons. On the arena, countless people cheered for the Dolphins. It's really just like that. Yi Fei didn't believe it. Observation Hockey clearly felt that the aura of namelessness was still there. This is exactly the view of the Dolphin. Compared with just now, although Wu Ming was trapped. But his momentum has not weakened in the slightest compared to just now. This is enough to show that he is only temporarily not trapped. The Dolphin narrowed its eyes again, looking ahead vigilantly. At this moment, he didn't dare to be careless. Then he turned on the armed form, as if he was ready for the opponent to escape. It's really embarrassing that I would be stuck here. A voice came from the cage. In the auditorium, everyone was stunned. It was clearly an anonymous voice. Could it be that he hasn't lost yet? Just when everyone was confused, The two Earth Dragons roared again, but it was different from before. The cry this time seemed to be in pain. Immediately afterwards, the two Earth Dragons seemed to be torn apart, after two long screams. Chapter 255 S-Class, Hockey-Covered Earth Cube. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. The two Earth Dragons were instantly turned into mud and fell to the ground. Everyone was stunned when they saw Wuming. I saw him covered in armament hockey all over his body. With dark purple skin, the most direct feeling is that it is extremely powerful. Everyone looked a little stunned. Even the Dolphin couldn't help being a little surprised. This guy's armament hockey has also reached its peak, forcing me to use armed colors. It's really embarrassing. Nameless let out a long sigh. He had tried it just now, and there was no way to break free from the Earth Dragon's entanglement without using the armed color form. As a last resort, he used armament hockey. Earth Dragon has been broken free. Next is the golden cage. The iron rod hit the cage, making a metal-like sound. The cage made of mud is actually harder than metal. Your strength, Dolphin, is really extraordinary. After Wuming finished speaking, he suddenly shouted wildly. However, your opponent is me. Falling with the sound. The mixed iron rod has already turned into an armed form. Bump. The mixed iron rod in armed form hit the cage directly. After the loud noise, everyone seemed to hear the sound of something cracking. Immediately afterwards, it shattered directly. What? Plus Vice Admiral's cage was broken. Everyone has not reacted yet. Wuming, who was fully armed, rushed towards the Dolphin. However, this time, the Dolphin was already prepared. Advertisement. Earth Cube. Wuming, who was rushing over, suddenly felt something strange in the sky. Then instinctively raised his head to look around. A huge cube fell from the sky at an extremely fast speed. It was about to hit him directly. In this urgent situation, he didn't have time to deal with the Dolphin at all. Then jump away immediately. Whoosh. Boom. The huge cube hit the ground directly, making a loud rumble. The entire arena also shook. Appeared, plus Vice Admiral's super skill, Dirt Cube. This is Vice Admiral Sama's hidden skill. On the field, everyone was in high spirits. And Fei also received a prompt from the system. Earth Cube. Skill level. Quasi-S. Skill attack. Quasi-S. Another Quasi-S skill. Fei was very surprised. Previously, through the eyes of the stars, Fei didn't see this skill of the Dolphin. It seems that he does have something to hide. However, in places where there is no soil, such a large cube can be created out of thin air. It is very likely that the Dolphin has its own different space. Moreover, this cube looks like a full 8 meters. In terms of weight, just one such cube weighs at least dozens of tons. To Fei's surprise, such a heavy cube fell from the sky without any damage. You can see its hardness. Advertisement. As expected of an admiral candidate. On the field, Wuming has not had time to react. In the sky, there is a cube falling rapidly towards him. From Fei's point of view, Wuming will definitely avoid it this time as he did just now. If it were me, I would definitely avoid it. Fei thought to himself. However, Wuming did not jump away. Instead, he stuck the mixed iron rod on the ground and raised his hands above his head. He wants to carry this kind of thing hard. Everyone was dumbfounded again. A cube weighs at least dozens of tons. Moreover, the acceleration when falling is not included. Even if it hits a stone, it will be smashed to pieces. He actually wanted to catch it with just his hands. Everyone couldn't understand, including Fei. He could have avoided it directly. Just when everyone was wondering, the Earth cube in the sky was directly smashed down. Moreover, Wuming caught it with both hands. Creak. The moment when both hands catch the Earth cube, the ground beneath Wuming's feet cracked open. The whole body sank with the weight of the Earth cube, and the legs were already buried in the stone slab. It's really a monster, actually caught it. Aside, Sengoku couldn't help feeling a little bit emotional. The strength of this person can be said to be beyond imagination. Seeing the opponent catch his tricks, the Dolphin was not surprised, but a smug smile suddenly appeared on the corner of his mouth. Advertisement. This was the moment he had been waiting for. If there is no name just now, jump away in time. He might not be able to hit him. Unexpectedly, he actually wanted to catch it with both hands. Well then, just another piece. Then he pointed to the sky. An Earth cube appeared in the sky again. He came directly to the Nameless. Boom. The second Earth cube was dropped directly on top of the first one. After the loud noise, half of Wuming's body was already buried in the stone slab. However, he still did not give up, staring at the two Earth cubes. Next is the third block. Boom. At this time, Wuming has been completely suppressed under the Earth cube, and no figure can be seen. Everyone in the arena was stunned again. You know, this is 3 consecutive Earth cubes. If calculated by weight, there are at least several hundred tons. A corner of the entire arena has been sunk. However, the Dolphin still did not give up. Additional cube. A fourth cube appears in the air. Different from the previous ones. This time it's a black cube. Add cube. Skill level. S level. Skill attack. S level. S-level skills. Through the eyes of the stars. Yi Fei saw the black cube clearly. Different from the ones just now, this one covers armament hockey. Chapter 256 Nameless, second form. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. It can quickly cover the huge cube with the armed color. The armed color of the T-Dolphin may have achieved ultimate. After seeing the appearance of this skill, Yi Fei fully believed that the T-Dolphin already had the Admiral qualification. The black cube hit the first three pieces again. Follow the ground that was hit and start to descend. However, the T-Dolphin's attack was still not over at this time. Then, the fifth block, the sixth block. Throw black cubes in a row, plus the previous 3. 13 cubes were pressed directly on Wu Ming's body. Continuous heavy pressure caused the entire field to shift. Plus Vice Admiral, do you really want to kill him? All the people present were dumbfounded. With that weight on it, would anyone survive? Come on, this guy, is he messing around? If this continues, I guess naval headquarters will sink to the bottom of the sea. Sengoku looked serious. You know, if he keeps doing it. Maybe, it will actually penetrate the ground of naval headquarters. Gaji did the right thing. On the marshal's seat, Akainu replied in affirmative tone. In his opinion, only the strong deserve to stay. And the weak will be eliminated no matter what. Maybe he really wants to win the game. Sengoku muttered to himself. Attacking an opponent with this kind of trick is a bit out of character. Then let's take a look. Akainu was expressionless. Advertisement. He didn't care about that. After the 10th black cube came down, the T-Dolphin did not continue. At this moment, he was dripping with sweat. The different space ability he used just now has already caused him to lose a lot of strength. It's a good time to take a break. On the arena, there was a sudden silence. No one knows, should we cheer or sigh? On the side, Galdaz, the host of this competition, didn't know what to do. Nameless dead. Now declare the T-Dolphin the winner. Is it a little too cruel? Gardaz held the microphone and didn't know what to say for a long time. Such a scene was the first time for him. Immediately, he looked at Akainu on the field marshal's seat. Originally, he wanted to wait for Akainu's signal. As a result, Akainu didn't look at him. Instead, he looked straight at the field. Gardaz was stunned for a long time before pointing the microphone to his mouth again. It seems that this game has already. Galdaz's voice has not yet fallen. The ground of the arena suddenly trembled. The entire arena began to crack. Under the ground, there seems to be an extremely powerful force. What's the situation? People still don't understand what happened. I saw that the dozens of cubes were shaking non-stop. Immediately afterwards, he fell directly. In order to avoid hitting the marine soldiers in the audience. At the moment the cube falls. Advertisement. The T-Dolphin reached out and retracted the cube. And Wu Ming's original place was pressed out a deep pit. In the stone pit, there was a violent sound. The T-Dolphin walked up to the stone pit and looked inside. The sound came from tens of meters below. Suddenly, a group of black objects jumped out of the stone pit. When everyone saw it clearly, they were stunned again. A huge black bull appeared on the field. What exactly is this? It's really embarrassing. The big black cow suddenly spoke. Only then did everyone realize that the black bull was Wu Ming. Compared with his previous height, Niu was more than 6 meters tall. That was his animal form. The animal form is finally forced out. This is his second form. Yi Fei smiled lightly. If he was in human form just now, he might not be able to come out. Therefore, the animal form will be used. Is this what it used to be? Asked the T-Dolphin. This look is really ugly, it's embarrassing enough. Black Bull replied. Originally, he didn't want to. This form is what he hates the most. But the weight of thousands of tons made him helpless. Quote. The T-Dolphin was speechless. If he hadn't recovered the cube by himself just now, it is estimated that the entire naval headquarters will be split. Advertisement. The strength of this person made him feel extremely terrifying. The trick just now was very good. Can make me look like this. However, what are you going to do next? After Niu finished speaking, he suddenly kicked that powerful forward kick. The rattling sound kept going. Every time there is a sound, there is a crack in the ground. The two huge horns on the top of the black bull's head have already turned into an armed form, as if they are ready to attack. If it is pushed by the horns, the consequences will be unimaginable. The sweat on the T-Dolphin's forehead couldn't stop breaking out. It was the first time he met such an opponent. At this moment, he didn't dare to be careless at all. Whoosh! The huge black bull rushed over suddenly. Accompanied by an extremely powerful momentum. So fast. The T-Dolphin couldn't help sighing. Immediately launched the razor, and flashed into the midair. Just stopped in midair, a figure suddenly appeared behind. The T-Dolphin was startled. What? Such a large figure can actually flash into the air at such a speed. How can that be? But he had no time to think so much. Had to use the shave to jump back to the arena. At the same time, the black bull has also appeared on the field. Everyone was dumbfounded. You know, the size of that Wagyu cow is 3 times larger than that of a T-Dolphin. Chapter 257 Absolute Defense. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. With such a big body, If you want to achieve the same speed as the T-Dolphin, what does that mean? How is it possible? The speed of this cow is as fast as that of Vice Admiral. Even if many people don't want to believe it, it's the truth. The outcome is decided. Around the arena, Carl Lily said lightly. Originally, Yi Fei, who was excited to see, suddenly turned to her. Indeed, she was right. T-Dolphins are now at a disadvantage. His moves, without exception, were cracked by Wuming. If this goes on, you will only lose the game. T-Dolphins are also aware of this problem. Then spread out his hands. The entire arena suddenly shook, and there were walls of earth. Soil flow wall, skill level, quasi-S, skill defense, quasi-S. Then, a golden spear appeared in his hand. Under the blessing of the armed color, the spear in his hand immediately turned into an armed form. Plus Vice Admiral is mad. On the field, someone suddenly said. As those ordinary sailors, they have never seen T-Dolphins use weapons. This is the first time. Boom. The Black Bull charged again. For the running Black Bull, the earthen wall above the arena is like entering a no-man's land. The violent sound again and again, accompanied by the fall of the earth wall, stirred up countless dust. Advertisement. This is the purpose of T-Dolphins. Use the earth wall to resist the attack speed of the Black Bull, and at the same time achieve the purpose of consuming the opponent. This trick still works. The Black Bull only cared about hitting the wall. The T-Dolphin is still standing on the earthen wall, holding a spear. He watched Heineu's every move calmly and calmly. He was looking for Heineu's weakness. Suddenly, the T-Dolphin jumped into the air. The gate of life is there. The T-Dolphin gave a loud shout. Use shaving to quickly fall. At the same time, the spear in his hand was aimed at the back of the Black Bull. In his opinion, the back of the neck is the biggest weakness of Heineu. As long as he hits it, in this game, he may win. The spear fell, hit the Black Bull directly on the back of the neck. However, surprisingly, the spear did not pierce the back of the neck. Instead, it was firmly held back by the back of the neck. What the hell is this monster? The T-Dolphin was startled. The long spear under his armed form can't penetrate the opponent. How strong his body is. At this moment, Heineu had already stopped. He raised his head and looked at the T-Dolphin hanging in the air, holding his spear against the back of his neck. You are very smart, where is indeed my weakness? Advertisement. However, you are still a little bit worse. Heineu raised his head and said. Just try it. The T-Dolphin's face was livid, and he had already exerted his body's strength to the limit. Just when the spear was about to pierce, the Black Bull suddenly roared and turned sideways. The huge inertia caused the T-Dolphin and spear to pierce directly into the ground. Then, the whole ground collapsed. The T-Dolphin raised his head, and the Black Bull was already facing him. Strength is enough, but skill is not enough. Facing the ridicule of the Black Bull, the T-Dolphin jumped up again. Jumping away to the edge of the arena, the purpose is to keep the distance from the Black Bull. Almost beat him just now. The T-Dolphin secretly regretted it. You know, this is an opportunity he found with great difficulty. If this opportunity is lost, then the opponent will definitely be prepared next time. Several big moves appeared in a row, but Wuming still couldn't be defeated. At this moment, he has expended a lot of energy. The Black Bull charged again. After knocking down several earthen walls several times in a row. Straight towards the T-Dolphin. In front of the two of them, everything was already visible. At this moment, the T-Dolphin finally understood that those earthen walls might be more than enough to deal with ordinary opponents. But dealing with the Black Bull in front of him had no effect at all. Advertisement. Going on like this is just futile. Adding flow wall. Facing the Black Bull that was rushing straight over, the T-Dolphin roared with all its strength. In front of him, an earthen wall with a thickness of more than 5 meters, a length of more than 10 meters, and a height of more than 10 meters suddenly rose up, directly blocking his face, and then instantly turned into a weapon. Has it finally appeared, the strengthened absolute defense? Akainu murmured. In all his years at Marine, he has only seen a dolphin used it once. Unexpectedly, the second time it was actually used on the field. At the same time, Yi Fei also got a prompt from the system. Add flow wall, skill level, S level, skill defense, S level, absolute defense. Super large armed color defense. Yi Fei has never seen it before, so this time he has learned a lot. Marine really has a lot of talents. Just when Yi Fei sighed. The horns on the Black Bull's head were already on top of the black wall. Touch, the confrontation of two armament hockey. For a time, the two sides were evenly matched. There are only waves of air waves coming. The black wall is resisting the horns of the horns. For a while, the Black Bull's attack had no way to break through. Everyone on the field breathed a sigh of relief. Strengthen the defense of Vice Admiral, it has an effect. That's right, Wuming has no way to break through. Everyone secretly rejoiced. Chapter 258. The T-Dolphin lost the game. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. To know if the T-Dolphin loses the game. Then, as sailors, they naturally feel dull. So, until now, they still hope that the T-Dolphin will win the game. Soon, their joy was quickly shattered. Thought this thing could trap me. Heineu let out a loud shout. At that moment, a strong aura burst out from his body. Like a giant bomb exploding, it scattered in all directions. Conquerors. Yi Fei was slightly taken aback. Didn't realize this guy had conquerors too. It was beyond my expectation. Immediately afterwards, the sailors who had been sitting in the arena watching the game collapsed on their seats in an instant. And Galdaz, who was holding a microphone to explain, collapsed to the ground the moment he faced Haki. Very strong conquerors. A group of marine cadres struggled to stay awake. The huge shock wave made them feel extremely painful. These young sailors simply cannot bear such Haki. Garp, who hadn't spoken for a long time, suddenly spoke. I saw him looking at the front with a strange expression. In front of a battle of this level, those young sailors should not be used as spectators. Conquerors, wave after wave. On the field, those marine cadres with weak willpower gradually couldn't hold on and began to collapse. Advertisement. Hey, if this is the case, then there will be no one watching the game on the field. Akainu said. He was about to step forward to stop it. But suddenly I remembered that it was now a live broadcast to the whole world. Immediately gave up the plan. On the field, the confrontation between the two sides remains. For a time, it was difficult to tell the winner. As expected of absolute defense. It is really not easy for the T-Dolphin to create such a powerful armed confrontation out of thin air. But soon, Yi Fei noticed his face. The T-Dolphin looked tired. Facing the collision of the Black Bull, the T-Dolphin cannot be disarmed. Once it is disarmed, its own defense will be completely broken. Now, it's up to who falls first. Just when the two sides are at a stalemate. Creak. A crisp sound sounded. A clear crack appeared on the wall under the armed form. Immediately afterwards, in a very short period of time, the huge wall instantly collapsed. When the black cow appeared in front of the T-Dolphin who used to squint his eyes had to open his eyes wide at this moment. No matter what, he never expected that his absolute defense would be broken by the opponent. At this moment, his mind was blank, and he instinctively stretched out his hand, trying to resist the charging black bull. But it's too late. Hei Niu directly pushed him into the air. Whoosh. The T-Dolphin, who had no time to react, flew back directly. Everyone turned their heads again, and the T-Dolphin had already hit the wall hundreds of meters away. Advertisement. Loud noise. The wall was smashed into a deep hole. Flying off the field, the T-Dolphin directly lost the game. Absolute defense, unexpectedly unable to defend the opponent. Akainu replied coldly. In the battle between the two just now, he already had a premonition that the T-Dolphin would lose. And indeed it is. Although Akainu felt a little lost in his heart, he also had to lament the power of the Nameless. The T-Dolphin was out and lost the game. The result was originally to be announced by Galdaz. But the conquerors just now made him faint, and he hasn't woken up until now. Well, the result of this game, only Akainu announced it himself. No name wins. Akainu stepped onto the stage and announced loudly. However, most of the audience present at this time, like Galdaz, could not hear at all. But that doesn't matter anymore. Knowing that he won, Wuming finally returned to human form. Then facing naval headquarters, he raised his right hand and clenched his fist, which seemed to show his victory. The Nameless move was soon directly watched by people all over the world through the video phone bug. Zone's demon fruit power. How terrifying is this person? I thought he was going to lose. The match just now was really amazing. Conquerors are still rare in Marines. I bet this guy could be a Marine Admiral. It seems that Marine is going to join another Admiral level person. What should we do? The Nameless competition ignited the passion of audiences all over the world. Many people believe that Wuming is very likely to become Marine Admiral. Advertisement. At the same time, many pirates are worried about this. Marine joins such a powerful force, and how will they deal with them next? Wuming, under the watchful eyes of audiences all over the world, walked off the arena. At the same time, the T-Dolphin who lost the game walked out of the fence. At this moment, he looked depressed. Originally, he thought that with his own strength, he could become Marine Admiral. But he lost the first game. This shows that he is not eligible to participate in this final. In other words, he is now out of the Marine Admiral. Afterwards, the T-Dolphin walked out of the game. Plus, a voice came. It was Akainu with a serious face. Marshal Sakazuki, I have let you down. The T-Dolphin responded with a dejected look. Hearing this, Akainu nodded. Those are not important anymore, you should hurry up and resume the game. After the battle just now, the entire arena has been destroyed to pieces. The T-Dolphin is a person with the ability of soil fruit. He can change the structure of the ground at will. Although he can't restore the arena to its original state, he can still restore the arena to order. I see. The T-Dolphin responded. Lost the game, did not get any consolation, and was arranged to resume the game. It's really embarrassing, but who let himself lose? He refused without any reason or excuse. Under Akainu's order, the T-Dolphin walked onto the field helplessly. Stretch out your hands, turn your hands into soil, and connect them to the ground of the arena. After he injected a lot of soil. Chapter 259 D. Carl Cannon vs. Blind Swordsman. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. The entire arena shook. The originally uneven ground gradually became smooth under his fruit ability. After the task was completed, the Dolphin immediately withdrew from the arena. Originally, he wanted to confess his love to Momoshiki again after becoming Admiral. But now, he has no interest at all. The first game is over. Next, is the second game. Akainu is about to turn on. But at this time, Garp suddenly came over. Sakazuki, can you let the sailors on the field go back to your residence? Akainu was stunned for a moment, then asked, what? Garp immediately explained. Today's game is all strong. As you saw just now, most of the sailors on the field couldn't bear the conquerors and passed out. If the next game, someone uses conquerors again, then, the sailors will definitely be destroyed again. Facing Garp's explanation, only then did Akainu remember the fainted marine soldiers in front of him. And Garp's proposal, he originally planned to refuse. In his opinion, the sailors who can't stand conquerors need more experience. But considering Garp's prestige in Marine, Akainu nodded and agreed to let the ordinary Marines leave. At this moment, many sailors are gradually waking up. They were taken away from the auditorium under unclear circumstances. The second official start. The result of the roulette wheel was soon revealed. Blind Swordsman Yishao vs. D. Carl Cannon. That blind swordsman is not easy, you have to be careful. Advertisement. As D. Carl Cannon was about to play, D. Carl Lily reminded. Well, sister, I see. After D. Carl Cannon nodded heavily, he walked onto the field without hesitation. It was his most important game at Naval Headquarters. On the field, the blind swordsman smiled and walked slowly onto the stage. Previously, he had won several games in a row. If he wins this game, he can enter the final. Hearing your footsteps, you should be young. Just standing on his feet, he asked immediately with a smile. 18. Uncle, I will not show mercy to you. D. Carl Cannon was unusually alert. That's good, you are still young and have many opportunities. The blind swordsman smiled lightly. Then, holding the knife with both hands, placed it in front of the chest, and slowly pulled it out, already in a fighting posture. In the auditorium outside the arena, Yi Fei was also staring closely at the two on the arena. At the same time, the system automatically opens the Eye of the Stars. Name. Smile. Fruit ability. Heavy fruit paramecia. Weapon. Meteorite knife. Skills. Gravity knife tiger S level, Hell Brigade S level, Destructive Wind S level, Starfall S level. Combat level. Predicted S level. Name. D. Carl Cannon. Fruit ability. None. Weapon. Xingyu. Advertisement. Skills. Unknown. Combat rating. Predicted A+. The fighting level of the two is clear at a glance. The system directly gave Yishao an S-level combat strength. And D. Carl Cannon's combat rating is only A+. The strength of the two is almost different, 2 levels. In other words, at least it is the difference between Admiral and Vice Admiral. It seems that there is no suspense in this battle, it will only be a unilateral crush. At the same time, on the field, D. Carl Cannon took the lead in launching a surprise attack. A figure flashed past quickly. D. Carl Cannon came to Fujitora in a blink of an eye. The sword in his hand has been raised high along with the movement of his body. About to fall. At this moment, D. Carl Cannon's body suddenly fell uncontrollably from midair. It fell directly to the ground heavily. Good weight. D. Carl Cannon struggled to stand up. But above the body, there seemed to be an invisible pressure, which made it difficult for him to move. At this moment, he began to understand. Why did the fighter who fought with Yishao before get close to him, but was pressed to the ground by him and lost the game? D. Carl Cannon raised his head with difficulty. He saw that the blind swordsman barely moved, just closing his sword lightly. With the sword slowly closed, D. Carl Cannon once again felt a stronger pressure. The whole person seems to be squeezed above the ground. Advertisement. As the gravity continued to increase, he soon felt the sound of the ground cracking. But at this moment, he has been pushed to the ground by that invisible force. Boom. After a loud noise, D. Carl Cannon, along with the ground, sank. A huge circular pothole appeared in front of everyone. Energy. Seeing his younger brother being defeated, D. Carl Lily outside the arena couldn't help feeling a little nervous. Don't worry, I think he should be fine. Seeing that she was worried, Yi Fei who was beside her immediately comforted her. From what I know about Yishao, he is definitely not a person who likes to kill. Moreover, he just used the move of Hell Brigade, and he didn't use his full strength, at most he only had quasi-S level strength. Based on this, Yi Fei judged that D. Carl Cannon should be fine. However, D. Carl Lily didn't think so, she ignored Yi Fei, and just got angry to herself. How dare that blind man do that? Quote. Yi Fei looked embarrassed. Now, it's a competition, isn't it normal to do this? But in the final analysis, it is only natural for a sister to care about her brother. As Yi Fei expected, he quickly put away his sword with a smile. The gravity around him is also cancelled. The moment gravity is lifted, D. Carl Cannon, who was originally pressed in the hole, suddenly jumped up. Swinging the long sword, a light blue sword energy fell rapidly. He was about to crack a smile. I saw him unhurriedly raising the sword in his hand, directly blocking the sword energy. Chapter 260 I will not let him go. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. The huge impact of sword energy only made him take 2 steps back and then stopped. Carl Cannon's complexion changed suddenly, and he finally made this move. There is only such a little effect. Suddenly, he had a premonition that the two were not at the same level at all. Losing this game will only be a matter of time. But as a swordsman, you can't give up fighting until you fall down. Immediately after that, he jumped behind Yishao, ready to launch another surprise attack. Just when he was about to swing his next sword, Yishao had already faced him, and at the same time, the knife in his hand had already been pulled out. Carl Cannon broke out in a cold sweat. Is this uncle really blind? At this moment, he definitely has reason to doubt that Yishao might not be blind. At the same moment, the two swung their weapons. However, Carl Cannon's weapon didn't have any effect. Instead, he was directly sent flying by a burst of horizontal gravity. The whole person is like a fallen leaf blown by the wind. Gravity Knife Tiger, skill level, A+, skill attack, A+. See the strength he exerted. Yi Fei realized right away that Fujitora was clearly trying to put water on his opponent. With S-level skills, only A+ combat power can be achieved. Then the problem has been explained. Yishao didn't want to kill him. At this moment, Yi Fei had guessed. Yishao also felt that the opponent was weaker than him, so he didn't do that. Sure enough, my heart is too soft. Yi Fei laughed secretly. Advertisement. In the original novel, Fujitora's smiling character is always kind. Unexpectedly, on the field, it is still the same. However, after all, this old man is quite interesting. Immediately, Yi Fei didn't think much about it. On top of the plug, the tiger with horizontal gravity directly rushed Carl Cannon to the edge of the field. Seeing that he was about to fall off the arena, but fortunately Carl Jaw was able to insert the longsword into the ground of the arena in time, so he was not blown out of the arena. However, due to the relationship of lateral gravity, Carl Cannon's body is parallel to the field. In this way, there is no foothold at all. As long as the sword on the ground loosens, he will be blown out of the arena immediately. Hateful. Carl Cannon clenched the long sword in his hand tightly. In order to avoid being blown away, at the same time, he was desperately trying to drop his body to the ground, so that he could use his body to resist the lateral gravity. Under his insistence, soon, his feet finally landed on the ground. Carl Cannon endured the huge horizontal gravity and leapt vigorously. Finally, he jumped out of the gravity range. However, when he just jumped out of the gravity range, a gust of wind was howling. With a smile, he slashed. Destructive Wind, skill level, Quasi-S, skill attack, Quasi-S. S-level skills only play Quasi-S effects. Yi Fei could see it clearly, and he was showing mercy with a smile, but even a Quasi-S skill was extremely powerful. In the gust of wind, there were countless small slashes. Carl Cannon in the air cannot be avoided. You can only raise your weapon to deal with it. Advertisement. With his strength, he can barely deal with the strong wind. However, he had no way to avoid Feng Zong's slash, he could only rely on his body to resist the slash. However, Carl Cannon still underestimated those tiny slashes. Where the slash passed, the clothes on his body were torn apart by the slash. Then, the arms, chest, and legs were cut open one after another. Fortunately, he blocked his face with his arm-colored left hand. Otherwise, there would be countless scratches on his face. Although he protected his face, there was no other way to resist it. All of a sudden, there were wounds all over his body. Finally, he couldn't bear the pain, yelled, and fell directly under the arena. Energy. Carl Lily yelled nervously. When Yi Fei turned his head again. At this time, Carl Lily had already arrived outside the arena. So fast. Yi Fei was secretly startled. Some of them didn't respond. Just in an instant, it was there. Carl Lily's move was seen by everyone in the marshal's seat. This woman is a very troublesome fellow. Everyone felt a little unbelievable. However, for everyone's strange eyes, Carl Lily didn't care at all. Instead, he lifted Carl Cannon who was on the ground. Advertisement. Are you okay? Carl Lily asked immediately. At this moment, Carl Cannon has wounds all over his body. Moreover, the clothes all over his body have been torn, and he looks like a beggar on the street. Carl Lily saw it, her face was full of pity. Although his body was covered with wounds and his clothes were tattered, he hadn't caused too much damage yet. Sister, I'm fine. Mr. Yishao is so strong, I can't even get close to him. Carl Cannon laughed. Compared with the embarrassment of losing the game, he admired the strength of the blind swordsman more. What time is it? You still think about others. These wounds will leave scars. Carl Lily looked at the scratched wound. Her heart seemed to be bleeding. Compared with the blind swordsman, he cares more about his younger brother. Hey, it's okay. Men, there are not many scars, are you still called a man? However, fortunately, I just blocked my face, otherwise I would be disfigured. Carl Cannon chuckled. He didn't care much about the wounds on his body. Hearing this, Carl Lily looked displeased. Just you still can't meet the standard of a man. D. Carl Cannon looked embarrassed. That Mr. Smile, I feel that he hasn't used his real strength yet. For this, D. Carl Lily looked disdainful. I don't know if he used all his strength, but he hurt you, I will not let him go. Chapter 261 The Nemesis of Bubble Fruit. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. After saying that, D. Carl Lily turned to the blind swordsman on the field with hostility on his face. All along, her younger brother followed her, and she never let him get hurt. But today's situation made her unable to forget. Better not let me meet him. D. Carl Lily said softly. Quote, it's a game. D. Carl Cannon looked dazed. He didn't know what his sister meant. Could it be that he wants to attack the blind swordsman uncle? He couldn't imagine that his sister would be so irritable. I know. The wound on your body, I will find a way to recover, don't worry too much. D. Carl Lily gave a gentle smile. She doesn't intend to do that now. Then, he helped his younger brother up and went back outside the arena. At the same time, the blind swordsman on the field also felt D. Carl Lily's hostility. Intuition told him that this woman would be a big trouble. However, he didn't have time to think about it. Because, the cheers have come. Marine Marshal Akainu himself declared his victory. Advertisement. At the same time, the Naval Headquarters staff group also spoke highly of him. This uncle, it's really not easy. I can see that not only did he not use his full strength, but he was also merciful everywhere. The difference in strength is still too much. That's right, if he had used all his strength just now, I believe that young man would be seriously injured if he didn't die. A character like a Smile should be very popular among sailors. When the staff group gives an evaluation, Sengoku also nodded silently, giving quiet affirmation. With the strength of a blind swordsman, he has reached the Marine Admiral level. Under the cheers of the crowd, he walked off the field with a smile. He has already qualified for the finals. The second battle is over. Next, is the third game. Currently, there are still 4 numbered balls left on the turntable. They are Yi Fei, D. Carl Lily, Yuhiro Takaba and Marine Vice Admiral Momosugi. Do you think we will be rivals? Yi Fei looked at D. Carl Lily who had just returned to her side. Walk and watch. D. Carl Lily didn't take too seriously. At this moment, she is still thinking about what happened just now. The roulette starts. The moment the wheel stops. The ending of the third game and the fourth game has been determined. As long as the result of the third game comes out, then there will only be 2 people left in the fourth game. Match 3. Yi Fei vs. Yuhiro Takaba. It turned out to be the person with the bubble fruit ability. Yi Fei murmured to himself. Advertisement. Originally, he also hoped to have a contest with Vice Admiral Momosugi in the draw. Because he really wanted to try how strong the female opponent in Ninetales form was. However, now it seems impossible. D. Carl Lily, who was waiting for the result, suddenly raised her head. That opponent doesn't look very strong. This time, you're lucky. Quote. Yi Fei smiled awkwardly. Who are you looking down on? Meaning I can only fight normal opponents. For this bubble fruit ability user, Yi Fei didn't take it seriously. After all, that's just a Vice Admiral level player. The two walked onto the field and gave orders following the game. The two sides began to enter a state of confrontation. Takahata Yuhiro held the piccolo in his hand, and he was already aiming at Yi Fei, ready to attack. At this moment, the originally clear sky was suddenly covered with dark clouds. Depending on the situation, a heavy rain is coming. And Yuhiro Takaba, who was about to do something, raised his head to look at the sky, his expression suddenly changed. Immediately, he panically took the piccolo in his hand. In a very short time, red bubbles are continuously blown out. Seeing countless bubbles attacking him, Yi Fei smiled slightly. Immediately jump into the air. With the results of watching the last match, Yi Fei already understood. As long as those bubbles come close, they will explode. Therefore, he avoided it in advance. Advertisement. And those red bubbles that were originally intended to attack directly filled the audience. Just when everyone thought that all the bubbles were about to explode, a drop of rainwater quickly fell on the air bubbles. Boo! The red bubbles exploded gently, carrying fine water mist. What's the situation? Everyone has not reacted yet. Countless raindrops fell from the sky again. The falling raindrops hit the air bubbles directly. The sound of bursting bubbles resounded above the arena. Exactly the same as before, the bubbles burst instead of exploding. As the rain intensified, all the bubbles on the field disappeared without a trace in an instant. In this situation, everyone suddenly realized. It turns out that once the bubbles encounter rain, they will misfire. So that's what happened. Garp nodded silently. On the side, Sengoku looked suspicious. Rain should be the nemesis of this fruit. In One Piece world, many devil fruits are born and restrained by each other. For example, Luffy's rubber fruit is the nemesis of Enel Thunder fruit. It rained more and more. Takaba Yuhiro was completely panicked. The restraint of rainwater on air bubbles. He is very clear. But today it happened to encounter this kind of weather. Could it be that God is going to let me lose here? Chapter 262 D. Carl Lily vs. Momosugi. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. Takaba Yuhiro didn't want to admit defeat. Immediately, he continuously blew out bubbles of various colors. But just like before, those bubbles that were just created were pierced by the rain after only flying a few meters. Seeing this scene, Yi Fei in the air smiled lightly. Immediately jumped off and went straight to Yujiro Takahata. At this moment, Yujiro Takaba was already panicking. In the blink of an eye, Yi Fei had already arrived in front of him, and at the same time, clenched his armed fists. Bump. The fist was unbiased and hit him directly in the chest. Takaba Yujiro let out a scream and flew out of the field. Take out the opponent with just one punch. Which sword fighter is really so strong? This game is too fast, it seems to have just begun. That Takaba Yujiro, how did he get to the semifinals? Maybe it's the weather, the rain has too much influence on his ability. A group of marine cadres began to discuss. Some question Yi Fei's strength, while others doubt Takahata Yujiro. This battle, less than a moment after it started, ended immediately. This is something that no one would have thought of. You know, how can someone who can reach the semifinals lose so easily? Of course, many people also began to explain the reason for Takahata Yujiro. But, none of that matters anymore. Importantly, he lost the game. In the third match, Yujiro Takaba was eliminated, while Yi Fei, whose pseudonym was Yi Shi, qualified for the final. Advertisement. After Akainu finished announcing the results, Yi Fei did not leave the arena in a hurry. Instead, he walked to the edge of the arena and looked at Yujiro Gaoyu who was falling in the mud pit. Hey bro, are you okay? After saying that, Yi Fei jumped to his side. Reach out, ready to pull him up. For this move just now, Yi Fei only used 30% of his strength. The reason why Yujiro Gaoyu didn't hit hard was because he didn't want to attract other people's attention. Yi Fei's attitude surprised Gaoyu Yujiro, but he still answered quickly. Fine, if it wasn't for this rain, I believe I wouldn't have lost so quickly. Takaba Yujiro replied awkwardly covered in mud. In his opinion, his loss was mainly due to luck. Because his own true strength has not yet been revealed. However, what he didn't know was that this rain was made by Yi Fei. In the lottery session before the competition, Yi Fei had already made preparations in advance. As long as the opponent is Takaba Yujiro, then he will use the ability of Yu Fruit. Because, through previous games, Yi Fei has already seen his flaws. The rain in the sky was made by him. However, Yi Fei just smiled at Yujiro Takahata's answer. In this regard, Yi Fei did not want to explain. Immediately, he was pulled up from the ground. The two returned to the auditorium together. On the stage, Sengoku looked up at the sky, the rain was much lighter now. This rain seems to be a bit evil. Sengoku muttered to himself. Advertisement. Although the weather here is changeable, it did come too suddenly this time. The range of clouds only covers the sky over Marineford, but the seaside on both sides does not. This is exactly why Sengoku feels weird. However, he didn't think much about it. Soon, the battle came directly to the fourth round. The first 3 games of the semifinals are over. In the end, there were only 2 people left. D. Carl Lilly versus Vice Admiral Momosugi. 2 beautiful contestants. After Akainu announced it was done, D. Carl Lilly took the lead on the field. Gion, you must win. The T. Dolphin was embarrassed. I really lost the game and lost to Marine. So Momosugi must not lose. I know. For the T. Dolphin's concern, Momosugi didn't answer him. It's not that he doesn't want to talk to him, but once he talks to him, he will start to be affectionate again. And Momosugi is extremely disgusted by this. At the same time, Akainu sees it the same way as the T. Dolphins. You know, Marine has very high hopes for the 2 Admiral candidates. Now, T. Dolphins have been disqualified. If Momosugi loses again, Naval Headquarters loses face. After all, both of them are Admiral qualified candidates recognized by Naval Headquarters. However, since the T-Fish lost the game, Akainu had a vague premonition. Advertisement. On the field, 2 female players stood on the stage at the same time. Through the video phone bug, people all over the world can see them. Wow, both of them are beauties. In terms of appearance alone, my D. Carl Lilly is better, younger and more beautiful. Oh, you're still too young. Now this is the last match of the semifinals. Between the 2, one must be eliminated. That's right, if Momosugi loses, Marine will be ashamed, those are the 2 people they specially arranged. In the sky, the dark clouds gradually dispersed, the rain also stopped, and the sun shone through the dark clouds on the field. The originally peaceful arena suddenly became tense in an instant. Momosugi tightly pressed the sword in his hand so that he could draw it out at any time. Intuition told her that the woman opposite was very unusual. For this reason, she had to prepare in advance. What are you waiting for? Momosugi, since you don't make a move, then it's up to me. After D. Carl Lilly finished speaking, there was already a movement in her hand. The long knife was slowly pulled out of the scabbard, accompanied by the red armament hockey. At the same time, her whole aura rose to another level. Even the gravel on the ground floated up. A drop of sweat slid down Momosugi's forehead, and quickly drew out the sword to activate the armed state. Afterwards, the 2 contestants rushed towards each other with their weapons in hand. Avoid. De Siam. The 2 each used their own tricks. The weapons of the two sides did not collide, but formed a vacuum barrier, overflowing with powerful haki. Chapter 263 Disadvantage. Momosegi's Nine Tails Fox Form. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. God Avoidance. Skill level. S level. Skill attack. S level. Tien Siam. Skill level. S level. Skill attack. S level. Under the reminder of the purpose of the stars, Yifei could see clearly that the skills of both of them were S level. For a while, they couldn't stand each other. It's not easy for Momosegi to resist Roger's way. Yifei muttered to himself. If one side stops now, they will be bounced off the field immediately. So, at this time, how about the endurance of the two sides? In Yifei's view, facing such a scene, the two sides may have to continue to stalemate for a while. However, he was wrong. The confrontation time between the two was not long. The expression on Momosegi's face looked a bit strained. On the other hand, D. Carl Lily seemed very plain. You can withstand my move, and you have some skills. But what's next? D. Carl Lily had just finished speaking. With the knife in his hand, he took advantage of the momentum. Huge force. Just pop Momosegi away. Fortunately, Momosegi had already prepared beforehand and adjusted the angle in advance. After being bounced off, she didn't fly out of the field, but flew directly into the air. Advertisement. Seeing this, D. Carl Lily jumped into the air. Then, in the sky, one after another cut through the sky. After dozens of rounds, the two sides fell on the field. D. Carl Lily is agile in stature, and he is able to do a job with ease during the duel. In contrast, Momosegi is struggling. In Marine, Momosegi's swordsmanship can also be counted as one of the best. But this time, it seemed that he had more energy than he wanted, and was forced to retreat again and again under the opponent's continuous attack. D. Carl Lily jumped into the air and slashed. God dies. Two red slashes fell quickly. Momosegi responded with a sword raised. When the slash fell, two long gullies were cut out of the arena in an instant. And where Momosegi was, the whole ground collapsed. For a time, the whole person was buried in the ruins. God Destroyer. Skill level. S level. Skill attack. S level. Garp, did you see that? Sengoku's face was livid. Ah, I see it. Likewise, Garp was shocked. 38 years ago, Roger used this trick to repel the rocks and nearly kill Akoku, the captain of the Wufeng pirates. The two of them understood that this was the horror of this move. Advertisement. After more than 30 years, they saw the same trick again and couldn't help but marvel at it. She actually uses such a move here, doesn't she know that this is naval headquarters? I think she's trying to destroy Marineford. In Sengoku's view, D. Carl Lily's trick is even worse than Roger's. The degree of destruction of the temple is not just the arena. Even the auditorium, and the naval headquarters building, were cracked. From the perspective of damage, this trick is no less than Whitebeard's earthquake ability. If this continues, naval headquarters will not be able to withstand a few more such devastations. How strong is this woman? Garp, who has always been calm, can't be calm now. At this moment, he already understood very well that there must be a huge connection between this woman and Roger. Gion is in trouble this time. Sengoku looked worried. Judging from the brief confrontation just now, Sengoku already knew that D. Carl Lily was stronger than Momosegi. However, if he wanted to kill her with this trick, he couldn't do it right now. Sure enough, there was something about to move under the ruins. Among the ruins, 9 red tails suddenly appeared and pushed the boulder away. A Momosegi in human form with 9 tails appears on the field. Is this the form of Momosegi Vice Admiral? It seems that she is serious. Everyone present widened their eyes. Advertisement. They had never seen Momosegi in this form before. Even for Sengoku, it was the first time. For so many years, all the opponents Momosegi has met have been directly defeated by her. Unexpectedly, this time, in such a short period of time, 9 tails were forced out. This is your true face. D. Carl Lily clearly felt that the opponent's momentum was different from just now. But so what? Momosegi didn't answer, but instead looked at the sword in his hand. Now, only the hilt remains. If this form is not opened in time. Presumably, he had already lost the battle just now, and maybe he would kill him on the spot. Looking at the broken sword in his hand, there is no way to fight with the sword now. Immediately, she threw away the hilt in her hand. With his hands prostrate on the ground, he turned into a fiery red fox. Compared with the original human form, Momosegi's body in the 9 tails fox form is more than 5 meters long, and the length of each tail has reached 10 meters. The eyes have already turned into foxes. The 9 tails sway back and forth, making it even more hockey. The shape is really similar to Naruto. I don't know if there is a tailed beast bomb. Yifei thought to himself. At the same time, Momosegi in 9 tails form suddenly ran towards the opponent. Huge stature, with every run, the entire arena trembled. Chapter 264 Elementalization. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. Seeing that it is about to come to D. Carl Lily. She still didn't do anything. Until Momosegi approaches. I'll just play with you. D. Carl Lily was ready to swing the knife again. However, her sword has not fallen yet. A tail rushed directly, taking her attack ahead of time. Quote question mark question mark question mark quote. D. Carl Lilly was a little surprised. The knife in his hand has fallen. The blade cut directly into the tail, like cutting on a sponge. Could it be that his tail is not an entity? Just when she was secretly surprised, I saw Momosegi's tail suddenly wrap the knife and pinched it directly in the middle. It became an entity again. D. Carl Lilly didn't react. I wanted to pull out the knife again, but Zonlong seemed to be sucked in. No matter how hard she tried, the knife remained motionless. I didn't expect you to have such strength. Advertisement. D. Carl Lilly hadn't finished speaking. The four tails attacked again, directly entangled her hands and feet, and then D. Carl Lilly was directly pressed to the ground, unable to move. You think you can trap me with this? After D. Carl Lilly said, she wanted to break free, but found it extremely difficult. Momosegi didn't even give her time to react, and just opened that mouth full of fangs. She didn't bite D. Carl Lilly's body, but directly bit the weapon in her hand. She bit the knife and began to tear it hard. The huge power forced D. Carl Lilly to give up the knife in his hand. Momosegi in nine tails form quickly put the knife in her mouth, raised her head, and opened her mouth. The famous sword slaying the dragon was swallowed by Gulu directly by her. The people around were a little stunned. It was the first time they had seen such a scene. After they reacted, they heard the nine-tails fox's roar again, which was deafening. After roaring, the nine-tails fox lowered its head and stared viciously at the pinned-down Carl Lilly. Opening his mouth again, a laser beam was formed. That should be Gion's ultimate skill, the superconducting laser. Sengoku murmured. He had heard about this move, but he never had the chance to see it. Witnessing it with his own eyes for the first time, Sengoku also had to sigh. It's not unreasonable for Marine to use her as Admiral's alternate. This kind of zero-distance attack, it must be difficult for the opponent to escape. That girl seemed to underestimate the enemy just now. Garp and Sengoku maintain the same idea. Advertisement. No one can escape from the grip of the nine-tails fox. And Momosegi's superconducting laser is aimed at D. Carl Lilly's head. Almost zero-range attack. No matter how powerful a person is, it is difficult to resist. Even Yi Fei had to be a little nervous. If you are hit, let alone the game, you may lose your life. On the field, everyone was waiting for that moment. Whoosh. The superconducting laser falls. God bless. At the moment of being hit by a laser, D. Carl Lilly's body, immediately elementalized. God bless. Skill level. S level. Skill defense. S level. The superconducting laser directly penetrated her body and entered the ground. In an instant, the ground of the arena collapsed from the inside out. Demon fruit power. Yi Fei almost couldn't react. D. Carl Lilly is demon fruit power. In the setting of One Piece world, only Logia's demon fruit power can elementalize the body. But Yi Fei never found out that she has the ability of devil fruit according to the purpose of the stars. What's going on? Immediately, Yi Fei asked the system secretly. Advertisement. Soon, he got the same reply from the system. Open black lens bracket. Did Carl Lilly is not found for demon fruit power yet. Close black lens bracket. Yi Fei was even more puzzled. Could it be that her ability cannot even be judged by the system? Not demon fruit power, but elemental. So, you have no way to judge her strength. To be sure, Yi Fei tried to ask again. The result surprised Yi Fei. Do not rule out the possibility of hiding strength. Immediately, Yi Fei understood. In other words, the system cannot determine D. Carl Lilly at all. For a long time, Yi Fei thought that his system could do anything. Now, I realize that I am superficial. Even in One Piece world, there will be masters that the system cannot judge. Just when Yi Fei was at a loss, the system replied again. Open black lens bracket. Host star eyes is based on the strength of the host. Close black lens bracket. When the strength of the opponent is stronger than that of the host, the eyes of the stars cannot define the opponent. Hearing this, Yi Fei roughly understood. In other words, if you meet someone more powerful than yourself, the eye of the stars will not have much effect. In other words, D. Carl Lilly in front of him may be far beyond his own strength. Thinking of this, Yi Fei immediately wanted to scold her again. Where the hell did this guy come from? Chapter 265. Double S rank divine weapon, Medusa spiral sword. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. On the field, Momosegi in Nine Tails Fox form also had a premonition that something was not going well. Just now, she clearly felt that the superconducting laser she used with all her strength did not hit her opponent. Turning around again, D. Carl Lilly was already standing behind her. At the same time, what appeared in her hand was a brand new sword. It was a long sword with a spiral shape, and the blade shone with white light. Garp, have you ever seen such a weapon? Sengoku asked. He had never seen such a weapon in Marine for decades. Just heard about it. I'm afraid that is the legendary weapon, Medusa spiral sword. Garp stared at the sword intently, never taking his eyes off for a moment. Medusa spiral sword. It's only found in myths. Is everything true? Sengoku couldn't keep his cool anymore. Sengoku, haven't we seen enough things in our life? Garp said suddenly. Rocks, Roger, Whitebeard, Golden Lion. Compared to Sengoku's shock, Garp slowly calmed down. How many surprises will this girl give us? Quote, quote. At the same time, the attributes of that sword also appeared in Yi Fei's Eye of the Stars. Medusa Spiral Sword, weapon level, SS level, double S. Advertisement. Yi Fei was dumbfounded. His own dragon tooth is only an S-level weapon. And the Medusa Spiral Sword in her hand is a whole level higher than her mace. Not only that, but there was a huge groove on the hilt of the sword. That is most likely a groove that can be set with gems. If that's the case, that sword must be able to obtain a higher weapon level. Seeing this, Yi Fei's eyes were not only envious, but more like jealousy. God's Avoidance 3 stages. Aiming at the Nine-Tails Fox, D. Carl Lily swung his sword again. The skill attribute was quickly locked by Yi Fei's star eye. Divine Avoidance level 3, skill level, SS level, skill attack, SS level. Double S class again. This trick is aimed at Momosegi's Nine Tails. With just one blow, all 9 tails were cut off in an instant. The sword energy rushed out of Marineford and blasted towards the distant sea. In an instant, there was a violent vibration in the distance, followed by the shaking of the entire naval headquarters. Fortunately, this sword was not aimed at the naval headquarters building, otherwise, it only took one shot, and the entire building would be wiped out. On the arena, the 9 severed tails were scattered everywhere. After a scream, the 9-tails fox fell directly to the ground, and soon turned into a human form. Momosegi fell to the ground covered in bruises. Her whole body was unable to move. This time, Momosegi lost the game without any surprise. Gion, the T-Dolphin was the first to run into the arena. See Momosegi unconscious on the ground. Advertisement. In the past, the T-Dolphin who made money with kindness could no longer be restless. You bastard. T-Dolphins clenched their fists and were about to have a life and death fight with D. Carl Lily. Hey, Jaji, back off. Akainu is not angry. This is a game, there are rules, no matter what the outcome is, you must accept it. The T-Dolphin, who had lost his mind, immediately felt the shock of Akainu, and gradually came to his senses. Looking at D. Carl Lily, he gritted his teeth. Then he walked out of the arena with Momosegi on his shoulders. This round, East Blue D. Carl Lily wins. The T-Dolphin just took Momosegi, Akainu announced immediately. Begins with D. Carl Lily swinging his final sword. Akainu already knew that Momosegi had no hope of winning. This time, the 2 Admiral substitutes lost in the semifinals, embarrassing not only him, but also naval headquarters. The fact is, even if he is the Marine Marshal, there is no way to change this ending. On the field, all Marine officers were quiet. In this game, no one cheered. Because, the 2 super fighters they are proud of lost the game. Moreover, they have not yet reached the finals. This result made them unhappy anyway. Contrary to the scene, at this moment, people all over the world are cheering for D. Carl Lily. D. Carl Lily has Admiral money. East Blue, Garp is coming again. Pirates, tremble. At the same time, D. Carl Lily still attracts Yi Fei's great interest. Advertisement. During the competition just now, he noticed that the Medusa Spiral Sword in her hand was taken out of thin air, and it should also be taken out from other dimensions. Like the T-Dolphin and himself, it is possible that they all have different dimensions. However, until now, Yi Fei has not discovered her other secrets. But that spiral sword of Medusa really made Yi Fei cry. Then he looked at the mace stored in the system. A comparison, superior and inferior points. The semi-finals are over. Now, please go back and rest. In the afternoon, we will have the finals. Akainu declared. Originally, Naval Headquarters planned to finish all the games in the morning. After all, there are only 6 games. But this time in the semi-finals, the arena has been completely destroyed. Not only that, but even the Naval Headquarters building was damaged. This is the second major loss for Naval Headquarters since Summit War. In addition, there are still a small number of comatose Marines on the field who did not leave the field in time. This competition has exceeded the expectations of the Naval Headquarters staff team. If the finals continue, many people's lives will be in danger. So, after a short deliberation, Naval Headquarters finally agreed, an afternoon game. At noon, the mealtime arranged by Marine. Seeing D. Carl Lily sitting alone in the dining hall, Yi Fei took the initiative to walk over. I didn't expect you to have 2 weapons. Walking in front of D. Carl Lily, Yi Fei sat directly opposite her. Quote, quote. D. Carl Lily ignored her and just ate her own food. Seeing that the other party was unwilling to talk to him, Yi Fei was a little embarrassed. However, this time I came here mainly to see the sword beside her. Chapter 266. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. Can I see that sword? Stretching out his hand, Yi Fei said. Just when he was about to get close to the sword, D. Carl Lily spoke. If you want to be turned into stone, look no further. D. Carl Lily's understatement made Yi Fei stop his hand immediately. Her words reminded herself that the name of this sword is Medusa. In mythology, the eyes of Medusa have the ability to instantly petrify people. Could it be that this sword can really petrify people? Isn't that similar to Boa Hancock's ability? Yi Fei felt a little unbelievable. You touched it, isn't it all right? Yi Fei joked. The purpose is just to test her attitude. That's because I am its owner. As I said, if you want to see it, just watch it. D. Carl Lily looked a little unhappy. Seeing this, Yi Fei also gave up the plan. Okay, I won't watch it. Yi Fei laughed. A man who can bend and stretch. Advertisement. Judging by her appearance, she doesn't seem to be lying. Maybe, that sword really has some kind of mysterious ability. Your sword looks very advanced, it must be hard to find. Yi Fei continued to probe. D. Carl Lily put down the bowl. If you know it's a good sword, it means you're pretty good at it. Yi Fei nodded. Hee hee, at least it's better than your original knife. After all, this is a weapon that only exists in mythology. D. Carl Lily smiled and said, the Wanokuni one you mentioned is just easier to use, that's all. She wouldn't be willing to use the sword if it wasn't swallowed by Momosuke. I've always wanted a good sword, I wonder if you can help me. Yi Fei continued. Of course, there are many good swords in Yi Fei's system, but the exchange cost is very high. The purpose of saying these words is to know more of her secrets. Don't look at D. Carl Lily looking 20 years old, though. But in terms of mind, it is extremely mature. For Yi Fei's temptation, she just turned her head away, not interested. You come to ask me this when you have time, why don't you care more about yourself? In the afternoon final, if your opponent is me, I will never show mercy. After all, D. Carl Lily gave Yi Fei a look you know. Actually, in the finals, she wanted to confront the blind swordsman with a smile. In the morning, my brother was injured because of him and is now being treated. She wanted to settle this account in the afternoon. As for Yi Fei, it's not that important. Advertisement. And the so-called bet before was not important at all. Haha, then I have to pray to the heavens later. Yi Fei laughed out loud. Pray for what? D. Carl Lily asked. The bright and energetic eyes are full of curiosity. Pray that the opponent is not you. That way, in case I win the game. Don't you become my uncle's woman. Yi Fei said deliberately. From my own judgment, I might not be this woman's opponent. But Yi Fei still said deliberately. Quote, that depends on whether you have the strength. Between the two conversations. Behind them, two people came again. These two happened to be blind swordsman, and Wuming. Ha ha ha, it's so lively. It turns out that the two of you are here too. The four of you in the finals actually got together. Nameless laughed heartily. Ms. D. Carl, I'm sorry to be on the field today. The blind swordsman smiled, and then said. At the moment, he's also sorry for hurting D. Carl Cannon this morning. Waiting for D. Carl Lily to answer. Advertisement. Wuming laughed again. Ha 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 ha, it's all competitions, it's normal to get injured, just come back in the afternoon. After being silent for a while, D. Carl Lily finally spoke. Uncle Yishao, I really want to meet you. Today, on the field, she can clearly see the ability to smile. She wasn't surprised by this. D. Carl Lily's tone was indifferent. He was stunned for a moment with a smile, and he already heard it very clearly, this girl is hating herself. For a moment, he knew where to stand awkwardly. At the same time, Yi Fei also sensed that something was wrong with the atmosphere. Immediately, he changed the subject. Hey, Wuming, I heard that you haven't eaten in a few years. I don't know if it's true or not. Yi Fei asked tentatively. Want to make sure he is the Marine Admiral Green Bull in the original book. If that's the case, why did you come to the dining hall today? Hearing this, Wuming was stunned for a moment. Sword fighter, where did you hear about it? It's not true. However, the things in this dining hall are really bad, and I don't have any appetite at all. The reason why I came here is that I saw Uncle Yishao coming in, so I wanted to chat with him. I didn't expect to see you, so I came here with him. Yi Fei was slightly startled, wasn't he? Then he quickly laughed. Maybe I got it wrong. I heard that you are a monster from South Blue, I really want to fight with you. Wuming immediately patted Yi Fei on the shoulder and laughed loudly. Ha 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 ha, I hope so too, brother Yi Shi, if I beat you, in Marine, you have to listen to me, how about being my little brother? Hearing this, Yi Fei nodded. Then I have another big brother. He was very satisfied with Yi Fei's answer. When he came to Marine this time, he would not only become a Marine Admiral, but also accept a group of loyal younger brothers. Yi Fei is the most suitable. Chapter 267 Designated Opponent Duel. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. After the noon break, the four returned to the field again. At noon, the arena underwent emergency repairs and almost recovered. In order to strengthen the arena, Marine also installed emergency fences. In addition, some soldiers who fainted on the field were also carried to the waiting room. At the same time, in order to deal with the finals in the afternoon, ensure the safety of most people. On the field in the afternoon, only the Vice Admiral level was left to watch. Others, all evacuated. All preparations are ready. When 4 people appeared on the field, there are only dozens of people watching. There will be no drawing for the game in the afternoon. It's a designated player competition. Akainu once again announced the new competition rules. Previously, everyone played the game according to the drawn results. But this time, Naval Headquarters decided to designate players to play after deliberation. 4 contestants on the field. Yi Shi, Wuming, D. Carl Lily, and the blind swordsman Yishao. Among the 4, D. Carl Lily, the blind swordsman Yishao seems to be better at using a sword, so Naval Headquarters decided to let the two confront each other. Although player Yi Shi also uses a sword, after a few matches, he mostly fights with bare hands. Naval Headquarters believes that it is more suitable for him to fight against Wuming. Thus, the new result of the battle was directly announced by Akainu. Scene 1. D. Carl Lily vs. Blind Swordsman. The second round. Yi Shi played Wuming. As it turned out, Yi Fei was not surprised, but rather happy. Advertisement. Judging from her fighting situation, Yi Fei judged that with her own strength, she might not be D. Carl Lily's opponent. In addition, Yi Fei didn't really want to fight against Yishao, but he was worried that he would be found out. Fighting Wuming is the best choice. The first round of the final officially begins. The two just walked onto the field. D. Carl Lily had drawn his sword. Akainu's announcement made her very satisfied. The blind swordsman was taken aback for a moment, he had already felt the murderous aura rising from the opponent. Originally, he wanted to explain. But now it seems that it is no longer necessary. It should come, it will come. He knew that he had completely annoyed the terrifying opponent in front of him. This battle may be a bitter one. Immediately, he slowly drew his sword, waiting for the opponent to make a move. Swinging the spiral sword, D. Carl Lily launched a horizontal slash. A huge red slash burst out, pointing at a smile. A big move as soon as you come up. Yi Fei was a little confused. The system prompts that this move is also a double S level slash. The red slash covers the entire arena. This woman is really ruthless. At the same time, Yi Fei can also see that D. Carl Lily is eager to avenge his brother. It seemed that she wanted to use this move to defeat Yishao with one blow. At the same time, Yishao also felt the slash. Advertisement. The power of the slash was too great, it might be impossible to directly resist it. Just when the slash was about to strike, Yishao waved the gravity knife in his hand, and a horizontal gravity appeared. Whoosh. Under the influence of gravity, slash flicked past him and flew towards the marine warship in the distance. Boom. The marine warship in the distance immediately split into two. The slash that sliced through the warship did not stop, but flew directly into the distance. Using the ability of gravity fruit to change the trajectory of the slash. Yi Fei thought to himself. A smile is quite an idea. However, this move is risky enough. If he couldn't change the trajectory of the slash just now, this single blow would be enough to knock him out of the arena. But what next? Yi Fei noticed that D. Carl Lily had already jumped into the air at this time. Getting ready for the next attack. However, this time a smile took the lead. A top-down force of gravity pulled D. Carl Lily out of the air. It fell heavily on the field. However, she did not fall. Instead, he stood straight on the field. The scene in front of him surprised the blind swordsman. This was the first time in his life that someone could stand up under his strong gravity. If it were an ordinary person, they would have already been lying on the ground and could not move. Advertisement. Not only can D. Carl Lily stand, but she has raised her hand, ready to launch the next attack. This made the blind swordsman feel very nervous with a smile. Immediately, the gravity knife was directly pressed down, and a stronger gravity appeared. D. Carl Lily's originally raised hand was pressed down again due to gravity. Under his feet, the ground began to collapse because it couldn't bear the strong gravity. But she still maintained the whole posture. Although her face was a little strained. But in this case, she can still raise her hand. The blind swordsman broke out in a cold sweat with a smile. Although he couldn't see it, he could still feel the murderous aura that the other party was about to drop. He has almost exhausted all his strength to use gravity. But she didn't expect that she could still move. Just when he was nervous, D. Carl Lily's hand holding the sword was already raised high. Aiming at him, the next attack is about to be launched. With a smile, I feel that something is wrong. In the case of using the gravity knife, he has no way to move his body at all. Immediately, the gravity is released immediately. At the same time, the whole body jumps backwards, keeping a certain distance from D. Carl Lily. At the same time, D. Carl Lily's sword has fallen. A slash was sent out again. Fortunately, the distance is far enough to avoid it with a smile. However, the Naval Headquarters building was miserable. Under D. Carl Lily's slash, the side of the Naval Headquarters building was directly split. Is this woman here to compete, or to destroy Marine? On stage, Akainu said angrily. Chapter 268. Are you trying to destroy Marineford? Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. It was the Marine warship just now, and now it is the headquarters building. Naval Headquarters may cease to exist if she visits it a few more times. But he couldn't end the game. Just keep an eye on the two of you. Twice in a row, dodged with a smile, D. Carl Lily realized. Long distance attack, the effect is not great. Now, then, the only thing left to do is get close and attack. Immediately, he jumped to Yishao. After dodging Yishao's destructive wind continuously, D. Carl Lily finally got close to him. However, when she approached with a smile, she slashed. A horizontal gravity struck again. A smile launched the tiger again. But this time, the opponent she faced was D. Carl Lily, not her younger brother. She has seen her younger brother almost fall to this beckoning. When the horizontal gravity hit, she resisted, and at the same time swung the slash in the opposite direction. After the slash was swung out, the horizontal gravity was resolved in an instant. Meanwhile, Carl Lily at breakneck speed. Swing the sword again and chop at Yishao. This time, the distance was too close, there was no way to avoid it with a smile. Directly and abruptly took over the opponent's moves. But Yishao obviously underestimated the opponent's strength and the opponent's hatred for him. Soon, he will know. The weapons of the two just touched each other, and they were bounced off as soon as they smiled. With a bang. Advertisement. With a smile, he hit the iron railing directly. The iron railing was immediately deformed by the impact. At the same time, a mouthful of blood gushed out. Fortunately, he stopped his feet before hitting the railing. Just when he was about to stand up, Carl Lily had landed by his side. What? Just reacted with a smile. Carl Lily hit sideways. Yishao instinctively drew out his sword to resist. But Carl Lily's strength was beyond his imagination, and he flew out directly with the sword. After turning several somersaults in a row, he fell heavily to the ground. His clothes had been torn, and his face was already covered with bruises in many places. Just as he stood up, Carl Lily charged again. After dozens of rounds, Yishao retreated steadily. From time to time, the opponent will hit the body. Facing Carl Lily, Yishao had no time to fight back, only defensive. At that moment, he finally understood that the strength gap between himself and the woman in front of him was too great. This woman is not only invulnerable to long-range attacks. Even close combat is far beyond ordinary people. Soon, in the face of Carl Lily's attack, he fell to the ground one after another with a smile, looking very embarrassed. As a blind swordsman, this was the first time he was abused so badly. That was something he never had. No matter how good-tempered a person is, he can't help but get angry. After falling to the ground again, Yishao couldn't hold back anymore. Directly use the gravity knife, cut the ground, step on a boulder and fly into the air. Advertisement. In this way, he flew into the air until he could not be seen from the ground. What's the situation? Could it be that the blind swordsman escaped? Did you run away because you couldn't fight? There, some Marine Vice Admirals looked at the sky suspiciously. Judging from the match just now, Yishao is no match for Carl Lily. Therefore, it is necessary to escape. Facing the arguments of the Marine Vice Admirals, Sengoku, Garp chose to remain silent. Meanwhile, Carl Lily just looked up at the sky. There is no action. From his point of view, Yishao didn't run away, but wanted to take the opportunity to defeat himself. Although I can't figure out the number of blind swordsmen. But her intuition told her that the blind swordsman would come down soon. Tens of thousands of meters high. Yishao is stepping on the stone. He really had no intention of running away. Instead, he intends to use the power of the meteorite to defeat Carl Lily. As a user with multiple fruit abilities, he is very clear about the position of the meteorite in the sky, and at the same time, he is also very clear about the position of his opponent. His purpose is to pull down the meteorite and defeat Carl Lily. Naval headquarters could be hit hard this time. Muttered with a smile. As much as he didn't want to, he did want to redeem his dignity. Immediately, slowly drew out the sword. Several purple halos flew into the air. Immediately afterwards, above the head, a huge meteorite appeared in the air. Then, the meteorite fell rapidly along with the flames. Advertisement. On the ground, soon, many people saw the meteorite. Is that also the old man's move? Hey, is he trying to target Carl Lily, or is he planning on us? That guy, isn't he trying to destroy Marineford? That meteorite seems to be hundreds of meters long. If it falls like this, Marine will still exist. Looking at the sky, many people expressed concern. At the same time, he vented his dissatisfaction with Yishao. The meteorite gradually approached, and everyone quickly saw it clearly. That's headed for the field. And now on the field, there is only Carl Lily. However, the size of this meteorite is beyond everyone's imagination. A full half a kilometer long. This old guy is really ruthless. On stage, Akainu unconsciously felt nervous. Immediately, he clenched his fist and ignited his magma ability, ready to crush it at any time. On the field, Carl Lily smiled. The long sword in his hand has been swung out. A cross-shaped slash directed at the meteorite. After a while, the cross cut hits the meteorite. The huge energy split the meteorite into four in an instant. They fell towards four different corners respectively, and soon, they fell directly into the sea water. After the loud noise, huge waves hundreds of meters high suddenly rose around naval headquarters. The waves rushed towards the naval headquarters like four walls of water. Chapter 269 Birth of First Place Marine Admiral. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. Everyone was dumbfounded again. The last time I saw such a scene was Summit War a few months ago. That time, Aokiji used his ability to freeze seawater. But now, they have nothing to do. I can only watch the sea cover me. Soon, the seawater on all sides directly submerged the entire Marineford. Fortunately, the drainage system of naval headquarters is very good. Marine quickly retreated. However, there are traces of being soaked by seawater everywhere on the arena. Some of the offices in the naval headquarters building were flooded. It was all done by that blind swordsman. Akainu's teeth itch in anger. Fortunately, Carl Lily made a timely shot. Otherwise, maybe this naval headquarters never came. Yi Fei was also drowned by the sea water. As a demon fruit power, Yi Fei also clearly felt the influence of seawater on him. When the sea water touched him, he felt powerless all over. However, fortunately, Yi Fei grabbed the seat desperately, so he was not carried into the sea by the sea water. At the same time, Yi Fei saw that Carl Lily was stopping in the air. The sea water just now didn't touch her at all. The sea water receded, and Carl Lily's figure suddenly disappeared in an instant. At the same time, there was a smile above the altitude of 10,000 meters. Just now I felt that my meteorite was crushed by someone. Advertisement. Preparing to pull down the second meteorite. An extremely strong momentum from below was heading in his direction. When Yishao sensed that something was wrong, that aura had already appeared above him. Carl Lily. Yishao didn't have time to draw his sword yet. The opponent's sword had already fallen and hit him heavily on the shoulder. What? An unprecedented force, like a mountain, weighed on his shoulders. After sending out a tragic cry, the huge boulder under his feet shattered suddenly. A smile fell directly from a height of 10,000 meters. I lost the game. At this moment, there is only one thought in Yishao's mind. The heavy blow just now left him no time to resist. Moreover, because of the severe pain in his body, he couldn't use his abilities. Can only still be in free fall by your own body. With a loud noise. He fell to the field with a heavy smile. At this moment, his whole body is already seriously injured. Seeing him lying down, Akainu was about to call the game over. But at this moment, a ray of light fell from the sky. He directly blasted at Yishao, who fell into the pit. He had already been seriously injured, and suffered another wave of heavy blows. Advertisement. That was Carl Lily's final blow to the blind swordsman. The light dissipated, and Carl Lily was stepping on Xiaoxiao's body. An opponent like you doesn't deserve to stay in Marine. Carl Lily's tone was extremely indifferent and extremely contemptuous. Quote. He looked at her blankly with a smile. Then, he passed out directly. Carl Lily pose. The people present were completely shocked. The other party is like this. It's fine for you to defeat him, but you still want to taunt him like this. At that moment, everyone had a premonition that this woman was definitely not a character to mess with. Even Akainu, who has always been ruthless, was stunned. This woman, in some ways, was similar to himself, but it seemed even more terrifying. Just as he was looking at Carl Lily, she was stepping on Yishao's body and looking at him. That look seemed to ask why the result of the game was not announced. All of a sudden, Akainu felt an inexplicable panic. Across the sea for decades, he has never felt this way, and today is the first time. After reacting, Akainu picked up the microphone again and announced the result of the game. Carl Lily wins, according to the rules of this world conscription. Carl Lily, who won the final, is now Naval Headquarters Admiral. Advertisement. The moment Akainu announced that she became Marine Admiral, the whole world erupted. This time the world conscription, Marine's first admiral was born. How strong is that woman? West Blue's #1 player didn't even last half an hour. With such a powerful Marine, the pirates must have nowhere to hide. Woohoo! Long live Marine, long live Carl Lily. Carl Lily becomes the first admiral candidate for the Marine World Conscript. This top priority will naturally become the focus of discussion among the pirates. Another admiral in Marine. What should we do? That golden pirate hunter actually became a member of Marine. Is our nightmare about to start again? That woman has always been the enemy of pirates. She gave so many pirates to Marine. It seems that there is nothing abnormal about her joining Marine. Hope it won't be us next. At the same time, the peak of the pirates, the four emperors also got the news immediately. After all, Marine Admiral is the biggest threat to them. After getting the news, Edward Newgate sighed. Is that woman like Roger going to be an enemy? Charlotte Linlin. Marine, Admiral. What has nothing to do with me, don't touch my territory. Kaido. Damn, what does this woman have to do with Roger? Shanks. Is the scale tipping in Marine's favor? Yi Fei, who was in naval headquarters, felt an indescribable feeling in his heart. Of course, that wasn't fear. Carl Lily became Marine Admiral, which is definitely not good news for himself and the Whitebeard pirates. In this regard, Yi Fei does not want to deny. But, at this moment, Yi Fei must make a new plan. Chapter 270 Yi Fei vs Wuming, on par. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. The unconscious blind swordsman smiled and was carried down by the medical soldiers. Next, it will be the match between Yi Fei and Wuming. Ha ha ha, brother Yi Shi, don't forget what you promised me. The two had just entered the stage, and Wuming laughed loudly. Yi Fei remembered that if he lost to him, then he would be his little brother from now on. That's natural, Yi Fei smiled. Then, set up a battle. At the same time, Wuming put away the smile on his face. So, here I go. As soon as he finished speaking, a strong aura suddenly rose from his body, directly attacking Yi Fei. That's top conquerors. Quote. You underestimate me, don't you? Yi Fei smiled contemptuously. The unnamed conquerors is awesome though. But it would be presumptuous to try to beat yourself up just with conquerors. Within the nameless conqueror's haki, Yi Fei also instantly raised his own conqueror's haki. Then, the two conquerors violently collided together. Immediately, the entire Marineford could feel the strong haki of the two. Two strands of haki collided and scattered in waves. Fortunately, in this final, Naval Headquarters has transferred all soldiers to the underground shelter ahead of schedule. Only those above Marine Vice Admiral level were left on site. Even Vice Admiral, though, was horrified by the conquerors of the two of them. It turns out that Yi Shi also owns conqueror's haki. Advertisement. In the past few days, I haven't seen him exerting his full strength. Today, I finally saw it. The conqueror's haki of these two people is comparable. It's really not easy for those who can reach the finals. Several Vice Admirals endured the haki of the two under tremendous psychological pressure. Compared with Marine Vice Admiral, Akainu is much calmer. From the beginning of his game, he knew that Yi Fei wasn't giving it his all. He knew very well that it would not be easy for Yi Fei to enter the final. Moreover, he really wants to see what power Yi Fei has. Owning conquerors is nothing new. On the field, both played haki to ultimate. But there was still no way to make the opponent take half a step back. Ha 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 ha, brother Yaxi, I didn't expect your conquerors to be so good. I underestimated you. After a period of stalemate, Wu Ming suddenly burst out laughing. He knew that it was impossible for him to win Yi Fei directly with conquerors at this moment. Immediately, put away haki immediately. Flying towards Yi Fei alone. In just an instant, he had already come to Yi Fei's side. Before Yi Fei took back the conquerors, he had already armed and hardened his fist, and smashed it towards Yi Fei's face like steel. Bump. That punch hit Yi Fei firmly in the face. A heavy punch directly made Yi Fei fall to the ground. However, the moment Yi Fei fell to the ground, he jumped up again instantly. Today's Yi Fei is no longer what it used to be. Even if he fell down after eating Wu Ming's iron fist, he could stand up quickly. Advertisement. Stretching out the same iron fist, while the other party didn't react, he gave Wu Ming a heavy punch firmly. Nameless fell to the ground. But soon, he also stood up. Both of them spat blood on the ground at the same time. Ha 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 ha, brother Yi Shi, your fists are really not bad. Nameless, yours is the same. The faces of both of them, neither of them using armed defense, suddenly swelled up. Brother Yi Shi, I don't think you are a person with a sword. Why don't we try it out with bare hands? Nameless said suddenly. From the strength of the fist just now, Wu Ming noticed that Yi Fei was not used to using a sword. People with swords definitely don't have such powerful fists. Of course, the painful feeling aroused Wu Ming's great interest. Because Yi Fei is the first person who can counterattack under his iron fist. This kind of battle is interesting to him. It is good. Yi Fei immediately agreed. The nameless suggestion fell right into his own hands. I don't want to use a sword for a long time. Immediately, the sword was thrown far away from the arena. See Yi Fei throwing away the sword. Wu Ming also threw his iron rod out immediately. The two cherished each other, and a hand-to-hand battle began. After dozens of rounds, the two of them suffered a lot of attacks from each other. Advertisement. As Yi Fei with self-healing ability, after being attacked by the opponent, he recovers very quickly. At the same time, what surprised Yi Fei was that although Wu Ming took a lot of blows from him, he didn't look tired at all, and his movements were more sensitive. When fighting against him, he didn't lose the wind at all. Could it be that he also has the ability to heal himself? This made Yi Fei a little unbelievable. It shouldn't be possible, probably has something to do with his physical fitness. Thinking of this, he immediately turned on the full-body armed form. When Wu Ming showed his flaws, one punch knocked him to the ground. However, soon, Wu Ming jumped up again. Immediately, the full-body armed form was also activated. In an instant, the battle between the two was upgraded to a higher level. Armed against color, fist to flesh. After hundreds of rounds, the two of them were already bruised and swollen. Although Yi Fei has a strong self-healing ability. However, under the opponent's continuous attack, it is difficult for the self-healing ability to exert its maximum effect. At the same time, Wu Ming is the same. Although the two were sweating profusely from fighting, they were still extremely excited. Brother Yi Shi, I didn't expect you to persist until now. Nameless sighed. My first hand-to-hand combat was actually so hard. No name, you are the same. Yi Fei couldn't care less about the sweat on his forehead. After this battle, no matter whether you win or lose, I will admire you. How about being a brother? Nameless said suddenly. His words immediately aroused Yi Fei's great interest. Chapter 271 The Matador on the Arena. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. The purpose of coming to Marineford this time. Just to get to know some people and recruit them by the way. Now that Wu Ming suddenly said such a thing, is it possible to recruit him into the group after becoming friends? Immediately, Yi Fei immediately nodded in agreement. Okay. Wu Ming laughed loudly. Ha ha ha, brother Yi Shi, it seems that I am going to be serious. After all, Wu Ming changed suddenly. A huge black bull immediately appeared in front of Yi Fei. That's exactly the form he was in when he just fought the T-Dolphin, the second form. This morning, he used this form to defeat the T-Dolphin. Hey, it's finally here. Yi Fei chuckled and wiped the sweat off his head. At this time, the big black bull was ready to charge. The originally gray horns had now turned into armed forms. In the morning, the Nameless game gave Yi Fei a deep understanding of his horns. Even the armed color of the T-Dolphin can't defend against it. At this moment, Yi Fei is considering whether to avoid it. After all, that would consume its energy. Unexpectedly, at this moment, the big black cow suddenly spoke. Yi Fei, do you dare to accept my move? The Nameless words carry a strong inducement. Yi Fei could hear clearly. He said it on purpose. The purpose is to hope that, like the T-Dolphin, I can take over his move. Advertisement. No problem. Regarding its own strength, Yi Fei is still relatively strong. Yi Fei, who originally planned to avoid it, suddenly decided to fulfill Wu Ming's wish. Immediately, he rolled up the sleeves of both hands, clenched his fists tightly, and opened up the armed color to the maximum extent, ready to deal with it directly. Seeing that Yi Fei has already prepared his posture, the big black bull took a few steps back, and then suddenly exerted force on his feet and rushed forward. Boom, boom, boom. Its huge size makes it make a deafening sound with every step it takes. The arena vibrates as it runs. Crazy. That guy, want to resist directly. If you die, you won't be like this. That can't even be resisted by the added absolute defense. Everyone present thought Yi Fei was crazy. You know, they saw it with their own eyes, and the T-Dolphin couldn't resist using Logia's earthen wall. This guy actually wanted to block the black bull with his bare hands. How much strength does it take to do it? Just when everyone thought it was impossible. The big black bull had already bumped into it, and Yi Fei also stretched out his hands. When everyone reacted, Yi Fei's hands had firmly grasped the horns of the big black bull. However, even Yi Fei resisted desperately. But the impact of the big black bull is not generally strong. Under the huge impact, Yi Fei was forced to retreat again and again. On the field, there is no foothold at all. Yi Fei couldn't use his full strength at all. He had no choice but to let the big black bull fight back. Advertisement. Soon, Yi Fei was pushed to the edge of the field. If this continues, you will be pushed out of the field directly. Just when Yi Fei was worried, there was a foothold under his feet. That is the pit left over from the previous battle. Step on the pit with both feet, no matter how the big black bull pushes. Yi Fei remained motionless. However, Yi Fei couldn't help but lament the strength of this big black bull, it's not so strong. At this moment, he finally understood why the T-Dolphin lost here. At the same time, Wu Ming, who had turned into a big black bull, was also stunned. He actually blocked me. For a while, Wu Ming didn't react. When he reacted, he pushed forward vigorously. But I found that no matter how hard I tried, the opponent didn't move at all. Moreover, the horn on his head was firmly grasped by Yi Fei. There is no way to contradict. The reason why he was able to break through the T-Dolphin's defense so quickly in the morning was entirely due to the bull's horns. Just when Wu Ming was still struggling to resist. Hey, Nameless, is that all you have? Yi Fei asked loudly, and then showed a smug smile. Quote, what? He can still laugh. Nameless broke out in a cold sweat. Now, it's my turn. Advertisement. Yi Fei roared. Then, suddenly force. Wu Ming only felt that his body was gradually losing control. Soon, his 4 feet left the ground uncontrollably. He found that he was being lifted up by Yi Fei. Broken. Nameless was secretly nervous. The body is out of control and, moreover, there is no way to move. At the same time, everyone present was stunned again. They saw with their own eyes that Yi Fei had already raised the big black bull. Just when they were dumbfounded, Yi Fei threw the big black bull directly into the air. Whoosh! The big black bull was thrown hundreds of meters high. Then, he fell heavily back onto the field. Under the huge pit, everyone saw that a big black bull was lying on all fours, unable to move. The battle is over. This, suddenly ended. Wu Ming lost. Suddenly, everyone couldn't believe what they saw with their own eyes. With an absolute advantage, he won the namelessness of the T-Dolphin. Was actually defeated by a less promising sword fighter. This was too sudden for them. You know, before the game starts. Not only Marine, pirates, even the audience all over the world, thought Wu Ming would win this game. Chapter 272 The Third Form, Bull Demon King Form. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. But the facts are unbelievable. On the marshal's seat, Akainu was also a little stunned, which he didn't expect. The person who can easily knock into the air and just land on the ground loses the game. How is that possible? At this moment, he stared intently at Wu Ming on the field. The big black bull still didn't move. If he can't stand up again, then Akainu will announce the result. Contrary to popular belief, Yi Fei looked unusually calm. Judging from the confrontation between the two just now, Wu Ming has a very high ability to resist damage, and will never fall down so easily. Immediately, he stared at the big black bull with all 4 limbs in the sky from afar. A long voice sounded. The limbs of the big black cow suddenly moved. Immediately, He turned around and suddenly stood up. This move immediately ushered in cheers on the field. It turns out that the battle is not over yet. I just said, how could it be so easy to lose? That's right, otherwise it would prove that Jiaji is really too weak. The crowd began to cheer for Wuming. However, Wuming just pretended not to hear. He just looked at Yi Fei in surprise. It's really embarrassing. Advertisement. Actually passed out, Nameless said awkwardly. Just now, it fell from the sky and was knocked unconscious. Fortunately, the body is strong enough, and there is no serious problem. Wu Ming, if you don't get up again, maybe they will announce that I have won. Yi Fei laughed. Brother Yi Shi, you are indeed a master. Not only can it catch my moves, but it can also knock me into the air. I admire you. From the actions just now, Wu Ming can conclude that the Yi Shi in front of him is definitely stronger than the Dolphin. Really? Yi Fei showed a smug smile. But what followed was that the smile gradually solidified on his face. Just now, in an instant, Yi Fei noticed that Wu Ming's momentum had changed again. I saw that Wu Ming's body changed again. The original form of the big black bull is slowly turning into a human form. Compared with the original Wu Ming, the figure in this state is several meters taller. Moreover, on his head, a pair of horns are slowly growing. Horn figure. Is this the form of the Bull Demon King? In an instant, Yi Fei felt his hairs stand on end. That's a warning from your own body. Compared with the aura just now, Wu Ming's aura has once again raised a level. At the same time, the God level system also sent a reminder to Yi Fei. Nameless, third form, Bull Devil form awakening. Advertisement. Sure enough, it is the form of the Bull Demon King. It really is a monster. Garp sighed. Whoosh. Yi Fei rushed over in an instant. Armed colored fists attacked Wu Ming at an extremely fast speed. Of course, Yi Fei is planning to strike first. Knock him down before he fully takes his third form. However, this time, Yi Fei miscalculated. His fist was not close to Wu Ming's chest. A big hand suddenly appeared. He took Yi Fei's fist directly. With a height of nearly 4 meters and an unknown build, he was 2 rounds bigger than Yi Fei. Yi Fei's fist, held in his hand, was about the size of an egg. Ha 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 ha, brother Yi Shi, your fist doesn't seem to have much strength. Nameless suddenly laughed. At this moment, he has completed the transformation of the third form. And Yi Fei's attack, to him, was like a child playing around. Quote. Yi Fei felt a little speechless. With this punch, he almost used his full strength. But he didn't expect to be caught by him so easily. Haven't reacted yet, seeing Wu Ming grabbing his hand. Throw it directly into the air. Just like Yi Fei threw him. Advertisement. The huge force directly threw Yi Fei several kilometers high. Fortunately, Yi Fei responded very quickly. Just in time in the air. Then, it landed safely on the field. After landing, Yi Fei still had lingering fears. You know, the power just now is something I have never experienced before. Based on Yi Fei's guess, Wu Ming would not necessarily lose to a Kainu in a head-to-head confrontation. Hey, brother Yi Shi, it's time to be serious. Nameless said suddenly. Serious? Yi Fei looked confused. I'm already very serious, okay. However, Yi Fei felt that it was a little strange to be anonymous. Could it be that he is looking down on himself? Immediately, Yi Fei became annoyed. If it wasn't for the venue, I would have fought him in the form of a dragon long ago. But Yi Fei knew it very well. If he turns into the second form now, he will definitely be exposed. It's the last game, and Marine's side is keeping a close eye on it. No name, don't underestimate me. Yi Fei let out a loud shout, and then jumped up. With an armed fist hardened, he rushed towards him again. Seeing Yi Fei approaching quickly, the corners of Wu Ming's mouth raised slightly, but he didn't move at all. Just when Yi Fei's fist was about to hit him. In an instant, Wu Ming raised his right leg with lightning speed. Chapter 273 The ability of the water system is activated, and the doubts of the flying squirrel. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. Bump. The right knee directly hit Yi Fei's abdomen. What? The severe pain made Yi Fei cry out. It felt like being hit by a train. Not only that, Yi Fei felt as if his bones were crushed. The violent blow caused Yi Fei to fly high, and fell directly to the ground heavily. It hurts. Yi Fei resisted the pain in his abdomen and stood up again. This level of attack is completely different from just now. With Wu Ming's height, no matter his strength or speed, he was impeccable. Even Yi Fei was a little emotional. Just when he stood up, a huge fist was greeted from the opposite side. Oops. Yi Fei was secretly startled. If you are hit, then you may be directly out of the game. Seeing that he was about to hit himself. In an instant, Yi Fei activated the ability of Yu Fruit. Wu Ming's fist fell and hit Yi Fei's body. However, this time it penetrated directly into the past. Wu Ming was stunned for a moment, then looked at his hand, which was already wrapped in a water bag. Advertisement. Ha ha ha, brother Yi Shi, unexpectedly, you are also a person with fruit ability. Wu Ming suddenly laughed loudly. For Yi Fei to have fruit ability, he was unexpected. For this trick, he didn't use hockey. Only then was Yi Fei dodged. But what next? Just as Wu Ming was about to throw his fist. Yi Fei had already turned his whole body into water and scattered it on the ground. Ability of the water system. Wu Ming turned around and looked at the puddle of water on the ground. Soon, the pool of water rose directly and turned into a human form again. Yes, Yi Fei nodded. It did make him nervous just now. Fortunately, Wu Ming didn't know in advance. Compared with this incident, Yi Fei worried that those who watched the game would find out. At the same time, many people who watched the game noticed Yi Fei's water ability. I thought he was a sword fighter, but it turns out that he is also demon fruit power. Water system demon fruit power, it should be rare. If you didn't use the fruit ability, Yi Shi would have lost. Anonymous carelessness. What's next? I think Wu Ming has a great chance of winning. That's right, Wu Ming is almost crushed now. Several Marine Vice Admirals discussed. Advertisement. The Vice Admiral Flying Squirrel fell silent. Seeing the water-type ability user in front of him, he remembered one thing from before. A few months ago, Summit War just ended. He was ordered by Sengoku to lead 3 Marine warships to monitor the Whitebeard pirates. As a result, it was almost defeated by a burst of inexplicable rain. The rain at that time was still fresh in his memory until now, it was something he had never seen before. That time, he didn't meet anyone except the Whitebeard pirates. In other words, that attack was done by members of the Whitebeard pirates. Suddenly, he saw a water-type ability user. This was the first thing he thought of. However, the last report did not attract the attention of Naval Headquarters. Could it be that the contestant named Yi Shi in front of him is a member of the Whitebeard pirates? Thinking of this, Flying Squirrel's heart sank. If so, things are too troublesome. The World Conscription actually recruited members of the Whitebeard pirates. You know, that person named Yi Shi was selected from his New World division. If things are true, then, as Vice Admiral, he is also to blame. The Flying Squirrel immediately realized that things could be serious. However, he was not absolutely sure. At the same time, the two on the field started a hand-to-hand fight again. But it's different from when we first played. Wu Ming in the form of the Bull Demon King has great advantages. Yi Fei's counterattack seemed rather tasteless. After playing with you for so long, it should be almost the same. Advertisement. Nameless laughed. At this moment, he knew that he had an absolute advantage. After flying Yi Fei again, Wu Ming punched again. The ultra-fast fist speed rubbed against the air, making his fist as if it was ignited, burning with raging fire. The moment the iron fist was swung out, the iron fist instantly transformed into hundreds of flaming fists, hitting Yi Fei directly. Yi Fei, who was picked up in the air, had no time to react. Under the heavy blows of hundreds of iron fists, Yi Fei had no chance to fight back, and hit him like raindrops. Yi Fei, who was hit, had not yet had time to fall. Wu Ming has landed on top of Yi Fei. Another iron fist hit Yi Fei's chest firmly. Whoosh! Yi Fei hit the ground like a cannonball. The violent sound made the whole Marineford shake. It's time to end. Ocean fist mixed iron. Nameless shouted loudly. Striking a blow from the air. In an instant, a red fist the size of a sports field appeared in the sky. While Yi Fei fell to the ground, Wu Ming decided to end the fight quickly. Ocean fist mixed iron. Skill level. SS level. Skill attack. SS level. Double S class. Lying on the field, Yi Fei stared blankly at the giant fist falling from the sky, feeling puzzled. Only the Admiral level is unknown, and he actually used a double S level skill. Special skills in the awakened state. Chapter 274 Awakening. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. At this moment, Yi Fei really wanted to stand up. But Wu Ming's continuous heavy blow just now made his body unable to move. He could only watch helplessly as the giant fist fell. Could it be that I am going to lose? Yi Fei murmured. Following that, the giant fist pressed down. Bang. The violent vibration caused the entire auditorium to completely collapse. Not only the whole Marineford is shaking, even the surrounding sea water is also churning. The smoke cleared. Everyone looked at the arena again. At this moment, the entire arena was completely lowered by several meters. How can that be? What kind of strength can do this level? Wu Ming, you are such a monster, you are so strong. Everyone was completely overwhelmed by Wu Ming. Not only Akainu, but also Sengoku and Garp were shocked. Wait until the arena returns to calm again. Wu Ming fell from the air onto the arena. Looking at the fallen Yi Fei, his face looked extremely calm. He knew that if he didn't use all his strength, it would be difficult for him to defeat Yi Fei today. And he did it now. Seeing that Yi Fei didn't move, Wu Ming turned around and looked at Akainu. Began to wait for him to announce the result of the game. Shouldn't it be over? At the Vice Admiral table, someone asked soon. Immediately, everyone's eyes turned to Akainu again. Only he can announce the final result. Advertisement. Meanwhile, Akainu holds the microphone in his hand. Of course, he also knew that he was about to announce the result. However, he wanted to confirm if Yi Fei was really unable to stand up. All of Marineford was quiet again. Everyone is waiting for the results. I lost. I lost. Yi Fei, who was still conscious, kept asking himself this sentence. Lousy as a pirate with a bounty of 5.1 billion Baileys. Just lost to a nameless admiral level. Laozi will not lose. Won't lose. Absolutely not to admit defeat, this idea keeps churning in Yifei's mind. With this thought, I just feel like I want to break myself. An electric current burst out in his mind and spread throughout his body. Clenching your fists is as tough and powerful as clenching the sky. Ding. Open black lens bracket. Host dragon fruit ability has been awakened. Close black lens bracket. Congratulations to the host, reward the host experience value of 100,000 points. With the reminder of the system, Yifei, who was lying on the ground, suddenly jumped up and stood straight on the field. This move stunned everyone present. What's the situation? He can stand up again. Think he's dead. Could it be a monster too? A duel between two monsters. Everyone reacted. On the field, a cheer suddenly broke out. Originally, they thought Yifei had fallen. Advertisement. And Akainu, who was about to announce the result, suddenly saw Yifei standing up, which surprised him too. At the same time, Wuming, who was originally preparing to wait for the announcement of the result. Seeing Yifei in front of him, he was also taken aback. Yes, see, you. For a moment, Wuming didn't know what to say. Suddenly, his mind went blank. He was able to withstand a full blow from him, but he could still stand up again. He thought he would win the game. But Yifei stood up. Not only stood up, but the original wound on his body seemed to have fully healed. What shocked him the most was that Yifei's aura was completely different from before. Shocked, he saw that Yifei's body was constantly growing. And on the top of Yifei's head, a pair of hard horns are slowly growing. How can that be? Nameless was stunned again. You know, only those with zone fruit ability can do it. But Wuming remembered that just now Yifei had the Logia fruit ability. One person possesses two fruits at the same time. How is that possible? And Akainu on the field was also stunned. The horns on his head are very familiar to him. Isn't that opposite horn very similar to the dragon horn from the last Summit War? Very similar, but somewhat different. What happened? Akainu, who has been extremely calm all this time, is suddenly not calm. You know, Yifei counts him as his enemy. But the person in front of him was so similar to Yifei. Just before Akainu could react, on the field, Wuming let out a roar. Stop kidding, Marine Admiral, it's mine. Advertisement. Wuming, who woke up, was completely angry. With a flaming fist, he had already smashed towards Yifei. Just when it was about to hit Yifei's chest, a hand suddenly caught his fist. Hey, Nameless, you should be more serious. Yifei smiled. The extremely confident eyes instantly made Wuming feel a burst of extreme fear. Yifei's words, although there is a sense of ridicule. But what frightened him was Yifei's strength. He threw a punch with all his strength, but Yifei could easily catch it, and, no matter how hard he tried, he couldn't break free from the hand that was held by Yifei. He has never encountered such an opponent in his life. How strong is this person in front of him? Just when he was still trying to struggle, a lightning fist hit him directly in the face. Wuming flew out of the field in an instant and was directly out of the game. On the field, only Yifei was left sizzling with his lightning-like fists. The move just used is the enhanced version of Thunder 8 trigrams, Roar Thunder 8 trigrams. Wrap the conquerors around your fist for a powerful punch. That is also the unique skill after Fruit Ability Awakening. Look up. In front of Yifei, a system panel popped up automatically. Name. Yifei. Height. 310 Third Form Awakening Height. Fruit Abilities. Dragon Fruit Awakened Burning Fruit, String Fruit, Rainy Fruit, Transforming Fruit, Op Fruit. Abilities. Logia S Tier, Paramecia S Tier, Zone SS Tier. Skills. Fire Skills S Level, Water Skills S Level. Super S Skills. True Thunder 8 trigrams SS Level, Roaring Thunder 8 trigrams SS Level, Fire Dragon Torch SS Level. Special Skills. Self-Healing Ability S Level, Rebound Probability 20. Chapter 275 The Birth of the Second Marine Admiral. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. Seeing the system on the panel, Yifei was overjoyed. At the same time, he already knew that his ability, compared to before, had once again increased by a level. Moreover, what surprised Yifei even more was that the probability of triggering a rebound after receiving damage had doubled compared to the previous 10%. Before the system panel was put away, a system prompt came again in Yifei's mind. Open black lens bracket. Congratulations to host for defeating Admiral player Wuming. Close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket. Reward host experience points 100,000 points. Close black lens bracket. Yifei was stunned. Defeating Vice Admiral only had 10,000 experience points. Admiral has 100,000 points. For Yifei, this is hardly a surprise. The 100,000 experience points from Fruit Ability Awakening, plus the 100,000 points from defeating the Admiral class, plus the 20,000 points gained from defeating other opponents in the past few days, and the previous tens of thousands of experience points. In the system panel, Yifei's experience points have reached nearly 300,000 points. 300,000 experience points can be exchanged for too many things. However, Yifei didn't want to spend the 300,000 experience points. In the future, these experience points may be used in many places. In this game, player Yi Shi won. Akainu announced the result of the game in doubt. Wu Ming was kicked out of the arena. The winner, of course, is Yi Fei. The second Marine Admiral was born. When Akainu finished announcing the result, there were cheers again on the field. Sister, that person won. What D. Carl Cannon feared the most finally happened. That man, now becomes Marine Admiral. So, does my sister want it? D. Carl Lily nodded slightly. Advertisement. What should we do now? D. Carl Cannon asked. I was just joking with him. D. Carl Lily said with a look of disdain. Quote. D. Carl Cannon was speechless for a moment. However, he is very supportive of his sister's ideas from the bottom of his heart. That is, I am a little worried about Yi Fei's strength. After all, he is a Marine Admiral just like his sister. New World, Shinjuku Islands. Whitebeard looked sad. This brat has become Marine Admiral. Hey, let me see how you end up next. Just when Whitebeard was overwhelmed, Marineford, of all people, has prepared this song to celebrate the birth of the two Marine Admirals. However, Akainu's face was not very happy. First of all, the two Admiral candidates recommended by me all failed. In addition, he expressed doubts about the two new Marine Admirals. One has a close relationship with Roger. The other one might be a member of the Whitebeard Pirates. These two people gave him the feeling that neither was safe. But this time the world conscription was broadcast live to the whole world. They did not violate the Marines' conscription rules. So, now Akainu has nothing to say. Just when Akainu was wondering. A certain corner of naval headquarters, among the ruins. Nameless slowly opened his eyes. Yi Fei's slap just now made him faint. After spitting out a mouthful of blood, Wu Ming stood up. Advertisement. At this moment, he only felt that his head was groggy. So far, he has not been able to recover. This is the first time he has lost to someone. When Wu Ming walked back to the arena, Yi Fei was greeted with cheers from everyone. And he seemed to be abandoned. Wu Ming finally realized that he had lost miserably. Compared with the self-confidence in the past, how lonely I am now. Lose, sometimes, have to admit it. Wu Ming quickly accepted this fact. At the same time, he finally recognized Yi Fei's strength. Yes, see, congratulations, I admit that you are better than me. Wu Ming walked up to Yi Fei with embarrassment on his face. Before the game, he thought he was going to win. That's why he uttered wild words and made Yi Fei his little brother. But now, he lost. Suddenly, there was a feeling of being slapped in the face. And Yi Fei's words made him even more embarrassed. Since you admit it, I hope you can become my little brother in the future. Is there any problem? Yi Fei asked casually. Now that you have admitted me, moreover, you have to bet with me before. Now you lose. So, can I make a request? For Yi Fei's words, Wu Ming was instantly confused. Originally, he wanted to recruit Yi Fei to be his younger brother. Now, in turn asked by Yi Fei. Advertisement. No problem. Nameless replied embarrassingly, although he is somewhat reluctant. But there is no way, Yi Fei is better than him. For those who are stronger than him, Wu Ming has always been convinced. The plan to recruit younger brothers this time was a failure. In the end, he caught up with himself. That's good, you can follow me from now on. Yi Fei nodded in satisfaction. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Yi Fei established his leadership relationship in front of Wu Ming. All right, boss. Nameless nodded hesitantly. Very good. After the game, Yi Fei, D. Carl Lily was arranged by Marine to enter the separate house of Marine Admiral. Worthy of the Marine Admiral treatment. Yi Fei couldn't help feeling a little emotional. Luxurious suite, everything is available. Not only the benefits are super good, but also admired by thousands of people. However, Yi Fei is not a person who is easily addicted. Instead, he's sober now. Because, he is very clear about his current identity, a pirate. A pirate wins Admiral's place in the world's conscription through a disguise. That in itself is an incredible thing. Besides, Yi Fei did not intend to become Marine Admiral. He also has to go back to De Res Rosa. Chapter 276, Clone Fruit. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. However, he didn't want to admit defeat all the way. So, he became Marine Admiral. Now that it has become Marine Admiral. Next, Yi Fei will face a question, to stay in Marine. Or leave now. Although it failed to recruit some powerful opponents. But for the strength of those contestants, Yi Fei has already seen at a glance. If you encounter them on the battlefield, then, you will be able to deal with it easily. However, it is a pity to leave Marine like this. You know, that's where Marine Admiral is. In Marine, Admiral can be regarded as the absolute top. Marine's information and plans will be clear. It's a pity if we can't get some information back, or do some damage. But I can't stay here forever. De Res Rosa has to manage himself. In the end is to stay in Marine, or leave Marine. Yi Fei fell into deep thought about this question. In this world, as long as there is a problem, there will be a solution. Since first can become Marine Admiral through disguise. Naturally, there must be a way to solve the next problem. Suddenly, Yi Fei remembered his own system. Yi Fei smiled awkwardly, almost forgot about the system. Laozi is a systematic person. Since there is such a powerful plugin, wouldn't it be a pity to waste it? Immediately, Yi Fei opened his own system panel. Advertisement. Immediately began to look for fruit such as doppelganger. If there are such fruits, then I can have two bodies. On the one hand, first-hand information can be obtained from Marine. On the other side, de Res Rosa can be taken into account. In that way, I can grasp all the dynamics of Marine at the first time. In addition, if you can get the clone fruit, well, hide yourself in the Marine, and now no one will discover your secret. On today's arena, Yi Fei used some of the abilities of Yu fruit and Shenlong fruit. It is estimated that among the guys in Marine, there must be some who doubt their identity. As long as I can prove that I am still in de Res Rosa, then all their doubts will be dispelled. Marine will never doubt his current identity. This will be of great help to your own intelligence. Thinking of this, Yi Fei suddenly became a little excited. Then quickly search. Sure enough, after rummaging for a while, Yi Fei finally saw the fruit he had dreamed of, the clone fruit. Really have. Yi Fei couldn't help but feel excited. Then click on the attribute bar of the clone fruit. Open black lens bracket avatar fruit, Paramecia devil fruit close black lens bracket. Fruit ability. After the host eats it, it will gain the ability to split the body, and the host can split at least one clone. Open black lens bracket each avatar of the host has the same thinking ability as the main body close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket each avatar of the host has all the devil fruit abilities of the main body close black lens bracket. Every time the host splits the clone, the host's combat strength will be divided. Advertisement. After the avatar fuses with the main body, the host will restore all its original strength. After seeing the attribute bar, Yi Fei fell into deep thought. All columns have met Yi Fei's expectations. It's just that Yi Fei was hesitant to split the strength column. You must know that splitting the avatar will take away a certain amount of your own strength. This made him a little difficult to accept. Dividing the strength means that it is weaker than before. Avatar, do you have to divide your strength? Yi Fei asked the system secretly, he still doesn't quite understand this. Open black lens bracket host, this is the fruit attribute close black lens bracket. If each clone is as powerful as the host. Open black lens bracket then, if the host splits 10,000 times, wouldn't the pirate world be flattened in an instant? Close black lens bracket. The systematic answer made Yi Fei realize instantly. It is indeed true, if every avatar is so strong. Then what's the point of Marine, splitting 10,000 clones like himself? The whole world is not enough for you to level yourself. Immediately, Yi Fei smiled. Therefore, this fruit is given a certain setting. However, each avatar has its own thinking ability. This point is the most important. Excuse me, how will the strength be distributed for each avatar? Yi Fei asked again. Open black lens bracket host decides by itself close black lens bracket. Availability of the avatar can be stronger than the original body. Advertisement. Assuming that the strength of the host is 10, and the strength of the clone is set to 10, the ratio of the host body to the clone can be 19 points, 28 points, 37 points, 46 points, 55 points. Yi Fei also quickly understood the systematic explanation. That is to say, Yi Fei sent out a clone with 90% strength to return to de Res Rosa. Okay, I see. After all, Yi Fei clicked to open the exchange. In the system mall, the exchange price of the identity fruit is 30,000 experience points. If these 30,000 experience points were exchanged for the previous Yi Fei, it might be heartbreaking. But for Yi Fei, who now has 300,000 experience points, it's nothing. Decisively chose to exchange. Soon, a black devil fruit appeared in his hand. Second fruit. Yi Fei smiled slightly. One's own body can now fuse devil fruit infinitely. After eating this one, there is only one more. Without thinking too much, Yi Fei bit down directly. The taste of devil fruit is still hard to swallow. However, after swallowing, Yi Fei didn't feel anything. Compared with the incomparable pain for the first time. This time, Yi Fei only felt a slight abdominal distension. The fusion of devil fruits many times before made his body adapt to all devil fruits. After the bloating disappears, Yi Fei was prompted by the system again. Host's ability to fuse the fruit of the avatar is successfully fused. How to use the avatar ability, the system will automatically integrate. Chapter 277 Marine High-Level Meeting, Marine Admiral Yi Shi is Yi Fei. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. Successful fusion of the ability to control the fruit of the avatar. After the system prompts are completed, Yi Fei could only feel countless information passing through his mind. The way to use the avatar fruit is all integrated into my mind. As expected of a god-level system. Yi Fei smiled lightly. Now, I have another ability. Meanwhile, Naval Headquarters is holding a meeting. The main content is to discuss the two Marine Admirals selected today. Of course, this is what Akainu proposed to hold. Moreover, it was the first time the game ended. Everyone has seen the situation of today's game. I don't know if you have anything to say. Akainu looked serious. Those present are all high-level executives above the Marine Vice Admiral level. For Akainu's question, most of them feel a little inexplicable. But a few people still guessed his mind. There was silence for a while. Seeing this, Akainu asked again, didn't you realize that both Marine Admirals have problems? Everyone looked at Sengoku. Everyone is waiting for what he has to say. Originally, Sengoku didn't intend to speak. However, depending on the situation, it is necessary for me to say a few words. What's the problem? I didn't find it, please tell the marshal. Sengoku asked. In fact, through today's game, he knew that Yifei and Carl Lily did have some doubts. However, he didn't want to care about that much. Advertisement. That woman, Marine Admiral, must have some secret with Roger. As Marines, we must find out. Akainu replied. These days, this question has been bothering him. He wanted to find out. However, the words in Akainu were only just finished. Sengoku was speechless. Sakazuki, last time, didn't we already discuss this issue? Why, are you going to take it out again today? He became Marine Admiral through world conscription. What do you mean now? Do you have to find out some problems? Hearing this, Akainu immediately argued, as the Marshal of Marine, I must be responsible for Marine. I must find out the relationship between that woman and Roger. Otherwise, when something goes wrong, I'm the main responsibility. Sengoku sneered. Roger was executed more than 20 years ago. What else do you want to find out? Forget it, I don't want to argue with you. If you want to investigate, you can continue to investigate, I have no objection. Although Sengoku is also curious about Carl Lily's identity. However, for tracking down a person who died more than 20 years ago, he didn't understand why Akainu would not let this matter go. And he wasn't very interested. Besides, he could see. Carl Lily would love to be in Marine. Otherwise, she wouldn't have given so many pirates to the world government. Based on this, he concluded that Carl Lily was not one of the pirates. So, he wasn't very interested in tracking down Carl Lily. Sengoku's attitude made Akainu very unhappy. But after all, there is nothing against yourself. Advertisement. Seeing this, he couldn't say anything more. Well, since the former marshal agrees. You don't talk, then, just do what I say. During this time, I will send someone to investigate her identity. However, before that, I have doubts about the identity of another person. This matter is more important than Carl Lily. When Akainu said, everyone knew who he was talking about without even thinking about it. Of course, it refers to another Marine Admiral Yesi. However, for this question, before Akainu spoke, they didn't dare to talk nonsense. You know, the identity of that man now is the new Marine Admiral. Admiral Yesi's game today, you also saw it. At first I thought he would lose the election. Wu Ming's strength is already very strong, he can knock him down in an instant. Anonymous name, I have heard it before. But I don't know anything about this Yexi. Today, he uses abilities similar to Kaido's. It's like in Summit War a few months ago. I don't know, what do you think? So, I suspect he is from the Whitebeard Pirates. After Akainu finished speaking, he looked at the crowd again. Everyone heard his words clearly. Said Yi Shi was a member of the Whitebeard Pirates. Yi Fei was almost named. Immediately afterwards, the Marine Vice Admiral Flying Squirrel stood up immediately. Sakazuki Admiral is right. Last time, I was ordered to lead the Whitebeard Pirates with 3 marine warships. As a result, I was repelled by the unusual and inexplicable rain. Advertisement. Today, the sudden rain on the field made me even more puzzled. There is still an unnamed game. I'm almost sure he's from the Whitebeard Pirates. The Flying Squirrel expressed his opinion. Likewise, what he wanted to say was Yi Fei. In his opinion, only Yi Fei can make the other party suffer without making a move. The Flying Squirrel was right. I want to say that Yi Shi is most likely Yi Fei from the Whitebeard Pirates. Akainu said coldly. Thinking of Yi Fei, he remembered the shame of a few months ago. Until now, he still can't forget. Even, sometimes, Yi Fei will be encountered in every nightmare. However, this Yi Fei is very likely to have been recruited into the world and become Marine Admirals Yi Shi. Regarding the words of the two, some people soon raised doubts. But Admiral Yi Shi is different from Yi Fei in terms of appearance and actions. How is this going? About this question, Akainu didn't want to understand either. He also has no more direct evidence. So, I had to use my previous guess to answer. Yi Fei, according to what we know, he has mastered the ability of the fire element and the ability of Kaido, and maybe he has other abilities. Also, he's from de Rosa, which is Yi Fei's place. In this regard, Akainu is not very clear. So, it's just a guess. After listening to Akainu's explanation, everyone looked puzzled. This explanation is nothing more than Akainu's guess. It doesn't mean that Yi Shi is Yi Fei at all. Besides, it's really incredible to connect two people who have nothing to do with each other. Chapter 278. Clone returns to de Rosa. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. Sakazuki, if Yi Shi is Yi Fei as you said, then what is his purpose for coming to Marineford to participate in the world conscription? The last time I came here with the Whitebeard Pirates. If it's really just a person, isn't he afraid of revealing his identity and everyone here? Sengoku asked, although he also doubted Yi Zai's identity. But now he doesn't have any direct evidence to face that man, Yi Fei. Sengoku's question made everyone confused again. You know, Marineford is naval headquarters. The people who came this time are not weaker than those who came last time. In addition to all Admiral Vice Admirals at naval headquarters, world conscription joins masters from all over the world. Yi Fei ran here for no reason alone. Is there something wrong with his mind? As for his purpose, I don't know yet. However, I always think that Yi Fei is definitely not a simple person. Not only is he able to hide his strength from the Whitebeard pirates. Also, after the summit war ended, taking de Reese Rosa at breakneck speed, getting rid of Doflamingo, leaving world government and marine speechless. Do you think this kind of person will be simple? So, I think this time, when he turned into Yi Shi, he must have some secrets. Akainu continued. For Akainu's words, everyone present nodded in approval. Marshal Sakazuki is right. That guy, we have to be careful. Maybe Yi Shi is really Yi Fei. He came here to destroy the world's conscription. On the venue, heated discussions started again. Although they can't figure out the facts. Advertisement. But at this moment, in their hearts, they had already begun to doubt Yi Fei. Everything is just guesswork. Now who of you can come up with proof that Admiral Yasi is a fake? If you can't, once there is a problem, it will be troublesome. Not only did the world government lose important combat power, but it also made the whole world laugh. Sengoku reminded, although he also doubts. But suspicion does not serve as direct evidence. Sengoku's words made everyone wake up. He was right. Yi Shi was selected by the world conscription. If you have doubts, deny him. Well, the embarrassment will be world government and naval headquarters. Inspector Sengoku wants to prove whether Admiral Yi Shi is the pirate Yi Fei. We just have to send someone to de Reese Rosa. No matter how powerful he is, it is impossible for him to appear in a second place at the same time. Akainu smiled. His words once again ushered in the approval of everyone. In his view, the question is simple. It is also the purpose of his meeting today. Marshal Sakazuki is right, we just send someone to find out the truth. Comfort Yi Shi here, and send someone to investigate over there. If it can be proved that he is really in de Reese Rosa, then it means that we have wrongly blamed Yi Shi. If Yi Shi is found to be Yi Fei, then we can take this opportunity to catch him directly. Akainu's idea quickly gained everyone's support. Seeing this, Sengoku didn't say anything more. The results of the discussions on the two new marine admirals are hereby determined. That night, Akainu immediately picked two groups of people. Advertisement. The first team is responsible for investigating D. Carl Lilly. The second group went to de Reese Rosa to confirm Yi Fei's whereabouts. For the first group of investigators, Akainu didn't take it too seriously. Roger had been dead for more than 20 years. Going to investigate those past events will probably be very troublesome. But to get to de Reese Rosa, it doesn't take much time. But this time, Akainu's real purpose is to confirm whether Yi Fei is still in de Reese Rosa. Just at the same time that Akainu sent someone. In Marine Admiral's room, Yi Fei had already split into an identical clone. Now, de Reese Rosa, it's up to you. Yi Fei was very surprised to see the figure exactly like himself in front of him. This time, divide your own strength by 3 to 7. The strength of the avatar has already reached 70% of the strength of the full body. The reason for this arrangement is mainly because of the fear that the beast's pirates will pose a threat to de Reese Rosa. As for the ontology of Marineford, Yi Fei only left 30% of his strength. That's nature, you are me, I am you. The avatar Yi Fei laughed. So best. That night, take advantage of the darkness to cover up. Clone Yi Fei activated the string fruit ability. From Marineford to de Reese Rosa. Next morning. The clone finally returned to de Reese Rosa. At this moment, his appearance is still that of Yi Shi in the arena. The first thing that happened when he got back to de Reese Rosa, he changed back to his self. Yi Fei, you're back. Advertisement. The moment he saw Yi Fei, Ace was stunned. Down yesterday, he saw from the video phone bug that Yi Fei was still in Marineford. He came back after just one night. Ace couldn't believe it. That's right, I'm back, thank you for the time I've been away, Ace. Yi Fei smiled and nodded. Although the main body is still in Marineford this time. But as an avatar, there is no difference from the main body. Moreover, the strength is stronger than the body. Ace was relieved to see Yi Fei for sure. Before that, he had been worried that something would happen to Yi Fei. Now that Yi Fei is back, he has nothing to worry about. Yi Fei, I didn't expect you to dare to mess around. The nameless guy who fought with you in the last match is really terrifying. I was worried that you would lose. Quote, Ace has been watching yesterday's game. Originally, he thought Yi Fei would lose. Unexpectedly, Yi Fei could come back at the last moment. Quote, Yi Fei smiled and said nothing. In fact, he himself did not expect that he could awaken the fruit ability at a critical moment. If not, Bao Bukchi would really lose. Yesterday's match, Akainu has declared you the winner. Now, you run away from Marineford. So, isn't Marine going to lose face this time? After Ace finished speaking, he suddenly felt funny for no reason. Pick Marine Admiral one day and run away the next. Chapter 279 Virgo's Identity, How to Deal with Jack. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. Didn't the admiral that Marine chose with great effort make the whole world laugh out loud? In his opinion, Yi Fei played a trick on Marine this time. However, Yi Fei's next words made Ace confused again. Hee, Ace, there's a Yi Fei in de Rosa. Yi Fei laughed. He didn't intend to hide this from Ace. Even if you don't say it yourself. Ace will also soon find out that another Yi Fei is still in de Rosa. Quote. Ace's eyes widened. What's the situation? And a Yi Fei. Ace was a little unresponsive. Yi Fei's body, but still in Marineford. Yi Fei's answer made Ace almost jump up. What, you said Yi Fei is still in Marineford? What's the situation? Hee, Ace, don't ask any more questions. I let the main body stay there, but there is a reason. As for what, it doesn't matter anymore. Just know that I'm back in de Rosa now. For the sake of keeping the main body in naval headquarters, Yi Fei didn't want to tell Ace. Hearing this, Ace thought about it for a long time, but was still very messy. Advertisement. However, Yi Fei is so confident. It's inconvenient for Ace to say more. After all, Yi Fei is now the vice captain of the Whitebeard Pirates. Okay, since you're back, I don't really want to ask about Marineford either. The matter of de Rosa now is very important. I also contacted you last time. Kaido's Jack thing. Ace scratched his head. A few days ago, Jack, one of the 3 disasters, was caught by him. Up to now, Jack has been unwilling to explain the purpose of coming to de Rosa. This made Ace very depressed. He hasn't explained yet. Yi Fei asked casually. Ace nodded immediately. That's right, I've had 20 whips broken, but none of them responded. That guy's no ordinary fight. For 2 or 3 days, Ace had people take turns beating Jack, but to no avail. Jack refused to explain, and Virgo couldn't find it, so he was very depressed. Moreover, in the prison city, Jack kept wanting to see Yi Fei, which made Ace very embarrassed. You are really cruel. Yi Fei was a little surprised by Ace's move. Jack keeps saying he wants to see you, but I never give him the chance. Now, do you want to see him? Advertisement. Asked Ace. Okay, let's go there later. Virgo, don't look for it. That guy can't make much trouble. Yi Fei murmured. Virgo is Marine Vice Admiral. If we don't catch him in time. In case he is returned to Marine, what should we do then? Besides, this guy suddenly teamed up with the Beast's pirates, and I don't know what they're up to. Abandon the hunt for Virgo. Ace feared he would report de Rosa to naval headquarters. Just him. Yi Fei looked down upon Virgo's name. With his strength, he can't cause any substantial harm to de Rosa. What's up with him? Ace looked blank. He's teaming up with the Beast's pirates, isn't he afraid of being discovered by the Marines? Besides, this guy is Doflamingo's subordinate. Yi Fei replied. What? Virgo is Doflamingo's subordinate. He's Marine, why is he his subordinate? Ace couldn't believe it. Yi Fei had never told him about this before. Advertisement. Yi Fei smiled lightly. Otherwise, why do you think he is with Kaido's people? Ace was stunned by Yi Fei's words. If so, it seems to make sense. Yi Fei, how did you know about this? Yi Fei was embarrassed when asked this question. You know, he has seen the plot. To put it bluntly, wouldn't that mean exposing yourself? Of course, Yi Fei wouldn't say that. Fortunately, he reacted quickly enough. With an idea, he immediately replied. Last time, I found the secret correspondence between the 2 people at Doflamingo's residence. Virgo has always been a senior cadre of the Don Quixote family, but has always been hidden in the Marine. Only then did Ace understand Yi Fei's answer. After defeating Doflamingo, Yi Fei had been to the Highland of Kings several times and discovered his secret, so naturally he had nothing to say. Then he muttered. You didn't tell me about this last time. Yi Fei had no choice but to explain. I just don't think this person is too important, so I didn't tell you. Last time in Marine, I couldn't say much. Ace nodded. In this way, Virgo's purpose is very clear. His purpose of coming to de Rosa is naturally to cooperate with Kaido and rescue Doflamingo. Yi Fei, since he is Doflamingo's undercover, why don't we just pass this news to Marine and let them clean up Virgo? At that time, their master and servant will live in Impel Down forever. Hearing this, Yi Fei suddenly laughed. During this period of time, Ace has really improved a lot. Chapter 280. We intend to hand you over to Marine. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. Your method is very good. In that case, Virgo will completely become a vagrant. However, I have a better idea. Ace raised his head and looked at Yi Fei. What the hell is this guy up to? Not long after the Summit War ended. Yi Fei's thoughts, one after another. Drive away Doflamingo, go to the Holy Land of Mariajoy alone, and participate in the world conscription. From the eyes of ordinary pirates, these things are difficult to achieve. Yi Fei, on the other hand, seems to be able to handle it with ease, and has made a lot of money from it. Look at Yi Fei's incomparably confident appearance. Ace has reason to believe that this guy must be messing around again. You have a good idea. However, in that case, Virgo will definitely follow Kaido wholeheartedly. In that case, it seems that it is not good for us. We might as well just pretend we don't know about it and get him back in the Marine. By the time he's back in the marine, it'll be all for nothing. Yi Fei laughed. At this moment, his identity is not just a pirate. And, it's Marine Admiral. As Marine Admiral, taking down Virgo was a breeze. And Yi Fei has already made plans. Therefore, Virgo is not that important to Yi Fei. So, Yi Fei, you just asked me to stop hunting Virgo, and this is the purpose. Ace has already understood Yi Fei's plan. Advertisement. That is to get him back to Marine. As Virgo of Marine Vice Admiral, it is impossible to stay in de Rosa forever. If he doesn't want to be exposed, he will definitely go back to Marine. Now it is even more unlikely to go directly to Kaido. As Marine Vice Admiral, he will definitely return to Marine base. That's right, Ace, progressing quickly. Now, come with me to meet Jack. Jail City Prison. At this moment, Jack was being chained to the seastone chain and was being whipped by the whip. Even though he was covered in bruises, he still didn't utter a word. Okay, stop it. Outside the iron fence, two young men suddenly appeared. The executioner put away his hands and quickly retreated. Jack took a closer look. One of them is the vice captain of the Whitebeard Pirates, Yi Fei. With just one glance, he recognized him. The two just looked at each other. Jack felt a strong sense of oppression. Sweat dripped from his forehead involuntarily. Yi Fei, you finally came. The highest bounty hunter in One Piece world. Finally appeared in front of him. Jack, I heard that you want to see me very much, so, I will come to see you this time. An understatement of Yi Fei's answer. The pirate with 5.1 billion Baileys is really hard to see. Jack responded coldly. Advertisement. Yi Fei smiled and said, I heard that your bones are very hard. Our people beat you for 2 or 3 days, and couldn't ask you a word. Hearing this, Jack suddenly looked up to the sky and laughed loudly. Hee hee, you want me to tell where Virgo is? There is no door. In his opinion, Virgo is the one who holds the important production materials of devil fruit. At this critical moment, he will never speak out. However, Jack misunderstood Yi Fei's purpose here. Virgo, that guy doesn't matter to me. I came to you this time, not for his business. Virgo, Yi Fei didn't pay much attention. Facing Jack, Yi Fei just smiled slightly. That warm smile, in Jack's view, felt strange. Jack was unnaturally frightened. Suppressing the fear in his heart, Jack asked loudly, Hey, then why did you come here today? Could it be that you are going to let me go? Yi Fei pretended to be surprised. I let you go, it's quite beautiful. Tell you, that's impossible. I came to see you this time to tell you something. I'll send you to Marine for a bounty of 1 billion Baileys. Don't forget, I am the 7 warlords of the sea recognized by the world government. It can be done. Hearing this, Jack was completely confused. Originally, he thought Yi Fei would interrogate him about Virgo's whereabouts. Or you will be forced to release yourself under the pressure of Kaido. Unexpectedly, Yi Fei suddenly made this move for him. Aside, Ace also looked shocked. Advertisement. What? Yi Fei wants to make a deal with Marine. Yi Fei, why didn't you say hello before you came? While the two were shocked, Yi Fei confessed again. 1 billion Pele is not a small sum. I'm sure Marine will be happy to pay this bounty. Yi Fei continued speaking methodically. Hey, are you kidding? Yi Fei, do you know that I am from the 4 emperors, and you want to send me to Marine? Master Kaido will bury you with de Rosa. Jack shouted excitedly. Huh, are you kidding me? I didn't. Kaido, let him come then. Yi Fei replied lightly. Jack froze there immediately. He didn't expect that when he announced Kaido's name, Yi Fei would act like a normal person. How is that possible? Even Whitebeard is quite afraid of Kaido. After reacting, Jack continued. Yi Fei, don't think that the higher the bounty you have, the more you are great. Even the world government dare not offend him easily. You just fledgling kid, unexpectedly. Before Jack could finish speaking, he was interrupted by Yi Fei. Okay, I don't want to hear your nonsense. I just came to tell you that we will send you to Marine. You can go to Impel Down with peace of mind. Doflamingo is still waiting to meet you. Yi Fei didn't want to hear what he had to say. Chapter 281. Will Kaido come over in person? Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. With Jack's level of danger, Marine would definitely send him straight to Impel Down. Quote. Jack was dumbfounded again. He didn't seem to listen to what he said just now, a guy who didn't like it at all. Let go of me, I want to fight you. In desperation, Jack suddenly yelled loudly. However, Yi Fei ignored him. Turn around and leave. Ace froze for a moment, then followed. No matter how Jack yelled, Yi Fei never looked back. Just got out of the prison city jail. Ace couldn't wait to say, Yi Fei, didn't we come here to ask him why he came here? Yi Fei turned around. I didn't say that, hee, don't ask him. I also know that their visit this time must have something to do with devil fruit. Did you forget that de Rosa has a factory left by Doflamingo? We cut off Kaido's devil fruit production plan, can he send someone? Ace thought about it, and what Yi Fei said seemed to make sense. So, you already knew about this. I wasted a lot of time. However, why hand Jack over to Marine? For the one about giving Jack to Marine. Ace really didn't expect that. The purpose of doing this is naturally to cut off Kaido's wings. Advertisement. Jack is one of Kaido's 3 most powerful men. Maybe our Whitebeard pirates will start a war with Kaido soon. Before that, we can eliminate such a powerful opponent. Why don't we do it? Yi Fei asked back. In Yi Fei's view, this deal should be very cost-effective. Getting money comes second. The main purpose, as Yi Fei said, is to weaken Kaido's strength. Second, it can paralyze the world government and naval headquarters. You know, Yi Fei's identity is now 7 warlords of the sea. In One Piece world, Shichibukai are regarded as lackeys of the world government. Delivering Jack to Marine, Yi Fei was recognized by the world government. They will think that Yi Fei is doing things for them. As long as the world government doesn't order Yi Fei to be dealt with, naval headquarters will naturally not rashly start a war with the White Regiment. As long as the world government is fooled, Yi Fei can develop with free hands, and even fight against Kaido. In the current situation, Yi Fei doesn't want to make enemies on both sides, lest he be hit hard on both sides. The reason lies in this. Ace nodded. For Kaido, he is not afraid. Now, can we really confront him head-on? Ace still has doubts about this. Judging from the current situation of Rosa, it should not be possible. Therefore, we can't make enemies on both sides. Otherwise, we will be pinched back and forth, and there is really nothing we can do. Yi Fei replied. Advertisement. Summit War intensified the conflict between the Whitebeard pirates and Marine. Now is a very good time to relax. Wait until Kaido is resolved. Then consider the long term. What would we do if Kaido came over now? Asked Ace. Now Rosa's main force is Yi Fei, he, Atmos. Although the strength of the 3 is not weak. Head-to-head with the Beast's pirates at this point. Ace worried that Rosa would fall. Once Rosa fumbled. The territory that has been worked so hard before will be handed over to others. For a while, Ace got a taste of Rosa's summer flair. Whether it is living supplies or military fortresses, everything is available. Compared with the deserted island, this place is indeed a land of treasures. Seeing Ace's worried face, Yi Fei immediately comforted him. Unless Kaido comes over in person, we have nothing to worry about. Ace looked at Yi Fei. Yi Fei, don't be careless, what if Kaido really came here in person? Yi Fei smiled and said, he came here in person. Of course there is a possibility. However, I think the probability should be small. In words, full of confidence. Ace was puzzled. If we send Jack to Marine, it will definitely annoy Kaido directly. Why do you think it's impossible for him to come here in person? Yi Fei laughed. Ace, have you forgotten how they got Wano Kuni? Advertisement. Hearing this, Ace replied angrily. They robbed Kazuki Oden's country and killed him. Ace couldn't help but want to lose his temper at the mention of this matter. Kazuki Oden is not only the leader of Wano Kuni, but also the second captain of the Whitebeard pirates. In the Whitebeard pirates, Dad often said this. Every time I say it, I feel very regretful in my heart. After reacting, Ace was still a little puzzled. Yi Fei. Kaido is here, what does it have to do with Wano Kuni? Yi Fei smiled lightly. Could it be, you forgot? Oden is dead, but his subordinates have been hiding in Wano Kuni. If Kaido came in person, what would Oden's former subordinates do? Can the Kurozumi Orochi alone stop them? Hearing this, Ace suddenly realized. The reason why Yi Fei dared to bet that Kaido would not come is probably as Yi Fei said. It makes sense. Marco often told me that Oden's subordinates have been waiting for their time. Also, Wano Kuni has always been a legend. If Kaido dares to come over, his backyard will be on fire. If he knows how to weigh, I don't think he would dare to give up a piece of land as big as Wano Kuni so easily. After all, Ace's hanging heart fell to the ground. It turned out that Yi Fei had already thought of this. I just didn't remember it. Unexpectedly, Yi Fei said it first. Immediately, I couldn't help but admire a little more in my heart. Chapter 282 Princess, Rebecca arrives. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. But how did Yi Fei know this? Ace puzzled. However, this is not the point of the question, and it is not easy to ask directly. Yes, so I bet they dare not come. Yi Fei laughed. Ace also became interested immediately. Yi Fei, I have never seen Oden, and I am not familiar with his subordinates. However, Marco has a very good relationship with them. I heard from Marco that the relationship between the two is very good. I believe that Marco will be able to contact them. When the time comes, when we go to war with Kaido, I believe they will definitely help. Also, Kaido's daughter Yamato, who has always been dissatisfied with him, may be able to help us. Yi Fei smiled and said, I see this matter, contact Oden's subordinates, and then leave it to Captain Marco to handle it. Ace immediately nodded in agreement. I believe Marco must be too impatient. Master Yi Fei. The two had just returned to the White Regiment headquarters. Rebecca came over. Rebecca. Yi Fei greeted with a smile. You don't look at me when you come back. Rebecca pouted and said. This morning, she had already received news of Yi Fei's return. Originally, she thought that Yi Fei would visit her immediately. Advertisement. As a result, after waiting for a long time, there was no trace of Yi Fei. So, I decided to find Yi Fei by myself. You are now the princess of Doris Rosa, the heir to the future king. Should have stayed in the palace. Yi Fei replied awkwardly. Not long ago, King Riku personally announced to the entire kingdom that Rebecca became the princess, and also planned to hand over the throne to him in the future. In Yi Fei's opinion, this should be the best result for Rebecca. Unexpectedly, Yi Fei's answer made Rebecca even angrier. Master Yi Fei, have you forgotten what you promised me? I'm not used to living in a palace at all. Rebecca argued loudly. After King Liku was restored, she moved to King's Heights together. Food, clothing, housing and transportation are all inside. Every time I want to go out, someone follows me. This made Rebecca, who was used to being alone, very unnatural. Although her father Cyrus also often came to see her. But she still likes the old life. Especially after Yi Fei appeared, her life changed a lot. She wanted to go out and have a look, but she was always restrained. I'm fine. I guess neither King Riku nor your father agrees. Yi Fei replied awkwardly. Previously, Yi Fei had promised her. When she comes back, she will be given a devil fruit. Advertisement. And will take her to sail on the sea. But for this matter, Yi Fei has been hesitant. Master Yi Fei, you don't keep your word. A man should walk the talk. Rebecca was still relentless. In her opinion, a pirate as big as Yi Fei should not break his promise. Hearing this, Yi Fei was full of embarrassment. Of course, it was because of what I said. Therefore, Yi Fei has always been kept in mind. Yi Fei had no choice but to answer that Rebecca wanted to fulfill her promise. I have prepared the devil fruit you want. I will give it to you when I have time, and I will teach you how to practice it. However, you are only 14 years old. If you go to sea, wait until you become an adult. Before you are 18, you cannot go to sea. Hearing that Yi Fei already had devil fruit in his hands, Rebecca, who was originally angry, suddenly changed her attitude. Master Yi Fei, what devil fruit did you bring me this time? Rebecca asked expectantly. Hearing this, Yi Fei smiled mysteriously. There are too many people here, so it's hard for you to see now. Not crowded at all, but because, in front of Rebecca. Yi Fei is not easy to redeem from the system. When I came back, I didn't even think about exchanging it for her in advance. So, I have to find a chance, exchange it, and give it to her. Then can you tell me what kind of fruit it is? Rebecca was still very excited. You know, she has never seen devil fruit with her own eyes. Can't say yet. Advertisement. Yi Fei deliberately gave her a look that you know. Soon, Rebecca understood. Okay, in the afternoon, I will go to the sunflower field, you can give it to me. Rebecca just finished speaking. Cyrus led his guards to the Whitebeard camp. Rebecca, you are really here, didn't I tell you not to run around? As soon as he entered the door, Cyrus saw Rebecca standing beside Yi Fei. This morning, Rebecca sneaked out of King's Heights alone. The whole palace was in chaos. Cyrus searched for a long time but couldn't find it. I got the news that Yi Fei came back by accident, so I guessed that Rebecca might have come to look for Yi Fei. So he came to check, but he didn't expect that she was really here. I came to my master Yi Fei, and I didn't run around. Rebecca argued. For Cyrus ran here to find her. Rebecca was very unhappy. Rebecca, do you know how chaotic it is outside? That Marine's Vice Admiral, I haven't found it yet. Do you know how worried I am? What if you meet him? Facing Rebecca, Cyrus was very angry. This daughter is now his only one. I see, I'll be back later. Rebecca said impatiently. He just sneaked out for such a short time, so he said. Naturally, I was very unhappy. Chapter 283 Logia, Bing Bing Fruit. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. Rebecca, you should go back. Otherwise, maybe King Riku will come in person. To avoid embarrassment, Yi Fei had no choice but to say. Okay, Master Yi Fei. Seeing Yi Fei speak, Rebecca finally nodded. Probably because Yi Fei promised to give her devil fruit. Therefore, she obeyed Yi Fei very much. At this moment, she was always looking forward to what kind of devil fruit Yi Fei would give her. After speaking, Rebecca walked out immediately. On the side, Cyrus was completely stunned. I talked for a long time, but my daughter didn't respond at all, and she still wanted to fight against me. Yi Fei just said a word, and made her obedient. What's the situation? Cyrus was completely confused. From the bottom of his heart, he was very grateful to Yi Fei for helping them. But on the other hand, he didn't want Rebecca and the pirates to get too close. Compared with Doris Rosa's queen, the pirate's life is too dangerous. Therefore, during this period of time, Cyrus himself was also very contradictory. When he came back to his senses, he saw Yi Fei looking at him. Cyrus thought of the past few days. Captain Yi Fei, I heard that these days, you are hunting for a marine vice admiral named Virgo. Do you need our help? Cyrus asked. You guys, there's no need. Yi Fei replied directly. Advertisement. Why? I heard that person is dangerous. Cyrus asked. It's nothing, just a mouse that likes to hide. It's not a big deal, I've arranged to have them lift the search. Yi Fei replied. When I came back today, I heard him talk about it. These days the White Corps crew is on the lookout for Virgo. But only King Liku did not send troops. At that time, Yi Fei didn't care. When Cyrus suddenly mentioned this matter, Yi Fei suddenly remembered it. It is estimated that King Liku is still afraid of Marine. However, this guy Cyrus is quite loyal. King Liku didn't send troops, but he still came to help. It seems that de Rosa is still a bloody man. Well, Captain Yi Fei, if you need my help, please let me know. Cyrus replied. Yi Fei helped him last time. He has not forgotten. Although the king did not allow troops to be sent. But if Yi Fei makes a request to him, then he will go out to look for it alone, without using the king's guard. The two chatted briefly. Cyrus left in a hurry. That afternoon, Yi Fei received a notification from Rebecca. She was already waiting at the Sunflower Chalet. As soon as the two met, Rebecca couldn't wait to ask Yi Fei, Master Yi Fei, where is devil fruit? Yi Fei didn't rush to answer, but asked calmly instead. Advertisement. Rebecca, have you really thought about it? Eating the devil fruit meant that Rebecca might really be on the road to being a pirate. Before handing it over to her, Yi Fei hoped that she could make a decision by herself. Master Yi Fei, I want to protect de Rosa. I want to gain great power. Rebecca replied decisively. De Rosa was able to be easily occupied by Doflamingo. That is because its own strength is too weak. So, she wants to be strong. She didn't want to see what happened to her mother happen again. Okay, since you've already made up your mind, I won't say any more. After finishing speaking, Yi Fei took out a box from his pocket. Opened it slowly in front of Rebecca. Dispersed with a burst of cold air. A devil fruit in the shape of a light blue grenade appeared in front of Rebecca. It's so cool, Master Yi Fei, what kind of fruit is this? As soon as Rebecca's hand touched the devil fruit, she felt a chill. That was something she had never seen before. Ice fruit. Yi Fei replied. This morning, after Rebecca left, Yi Fei exchanged it from the system. Ice fruit. Rebecca raised her head and looked at Yi Fei suspiciously. Yes, Logia devil fruit. Yi Fei nodded. Bing Bing fruit is the frozen fruit of One Piece world. Advertisement. That is the Logia devil fruit exclusive to the original Marine Admiral Aokiji. Now, another version of the system is in the hands of Yi Fei. Can you make ice cubes? Asked Rebecca. Yi Fei nodded. That's right. Is that the same as Admiral? Rebecca asked curiously. She has also heard that Marine Admiral Aokiji is a frozen fruit capable user. So you know, I spent a lot of time looking for this devil fruit. Eat this devil fruit, you can have the ability similar to Marine Admiral. After speaking, Yi Fei only felt a burst of heartache. This Logia's devil fruit was exchanged for a lot of experience points. However, if Rebecca obtains the ability of Bing Bing fruit, maybe it will become my helper. From this point of view, it might be a good deal. As soon as I heard that it has a similar ability to Marine Admiral, Rebecca's bright eyes widened. He stared straight at the Bing Bing fruit in the box, refusing to divert his gaze. Master Yi Fei, do you really want to give me such a devil fruit? Rebecca couldn't believe it. Such a strong fruit, does he really want to give it to himself? Since I brought them all, I must give them to you. Yi Fei laughed. All right. Rebecca reached out her hand directly and took out the fruit. With that expression on his face, he was afraid that Yi Fei would regret it. Chapter 284 Feet Plague. Quinn, flying 6 cells and 4 people. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. So cool. Rebecca said again, holding the Bing Bing fruit with both hands. Rebecca felt a chill hit her. This kind of food is very difficult to eat. Yi Fei reminded. HMPH, no matter how unpalatable it is, I will eat it. Rebecca snorted softly. He opened his mouth and bit down directly. Then, chew quickly and swallow again. The action is smooth and flowing. Soon, Yi Fei saw a look of disgust on her face. Then, he opened his mouth again and bit down. Devil fruit, just take a bite. Yi Fei reminded again. However, there is no time to finish. Rebecca had swallowed it. Why didn't you say it earlier? Rebecca pouted, looking disgusted. After she stopped for a while, the unfinished devil fruit in his hand melted slowly. After that, Rebecca responded quickly. Master Yi Fei, I feel so cold. Rebecca let out a breath of cold air. The whole person only felt the body shivering from the cold. Quote. Yi Fei's face was tense, seeing that her face was earthy. This guy wouldn't have a special reaction to devil fruit, right? If so, wouldn't it hurt her? Advertisement. However, Yi Fei's nervousness was obviously unnecessary. Rebecca quickly adjusted to the cold. Then, raise your hand and clenched your fist. In an instant, the fist turned into ice cubes. Master Yi Fei, is this the ability of Bing Binguo? Rebecca opened her mouth wide in surprise. This is the first time she uses devil fruit's ability. Yes. Seeing her complexion return to normal, Yi Fei was relieved. Then I saw Rebecca suddenly swinging her fist. A block of ice several meters long appeared in front of her. I learned to use the fruit ability. Rebecca exclaimed. Can you break out ice cubes yourself? Yi Fei almost laughed out. Learn fruit ability like this. It's still early, you are still in the infancy stage. To become as strong as Admiral, too much training is needed. The ice cubes of Aokiji can freeze the sea instantly, and it can last for a long time without melting. The ability to obtain ice fruit. Rebecca's start has surpassed most people in the pirate world. Master Yi Fei, how should I practice? Rebecca said excitedly. Hee, the best practice is actual combat. Come on, we are opponents now, come and fight with me. After all, Yi Fei has already put on a fighting stance. If it is yourself, you can automatically integrate skills. Certainly not Rebecca, but I can teach her slowly. As long as it is taught, in the future, the Whitebeard pirates may have another powerful fighter. Master Yi Fei, I'm about to start. Advertisement. After Rebecca finished speaking, she couldn't wait to use her ability to Yi Fei. Just when Yi Fei taught Rebecca to practice devil fruit. De Res Rosa, port. A huge merchant ship is gradually approaching. Inside the cabin, there are 5 people sitting. They are Quinn the Plague, 4 of the 6 real beasts pirates, Flying 6 Cells, Foz Fao, Run T, Peggy Wan, and X Drake who just joined. Originally, all the Filiubao were going to come here. However, Kaido temporarily decided to keep Sasaki and Black Maria in Onijima. The 5 people who came to De Res Rosa this time were ordered by Kaido to find the production materials of Jack the Drow and Devil Fruit. It's almost time to reach De Res Rosa. Lord Kaido sent us here this time. He won't really start a war with Yi Fei, right? X. Drake said. When there is a war, there is nothing to be afraid of. I don't believe Yi Fei can take us all down. Quinn disagreed. In the whole pirate world, he only obeys one person, that is Kaido. Although Yi Fei has become famous recently. But it's nothing compared to Kaido. If there is a war, then it will be difficult to complete the mission of Master Kaido. Drake reminded. Served as Marine's undercover agent on the Beast's pirates. Coming to De Res Rosa this time was a reluctance. Therefore, his idea is to avoid confrontation with Yi Fei as much as possible. Lest you ruin your plan. Almost forgot. Drake, what do you think should be done? Quinn just remembered. I think some people should be sent to inquire about Jack first. After finding him, find a way to secretly rescue Jack. By the way, find Virgo and get back the information. Advertisement. X Drake replied. After thinking for a moment, Quinn felt that what Drake said made sense. In this mission, Master Kaido did not order them to fight Yi Fei. Therefore, they can find what they want without going to war. Naturally, the task is completed. Just do what you say. I won't get off the boat, you guys go down immediately. After getting the news, bring it back to the ship as soon as possible. If there is a special situation, please notify me immediately. Quinn ordered. For a long time, Fei Liubao was under his own jurisdiction. Except for Runty's irritable personality, the others are relatively easy to manage. The reason why they were sent to investigate, Quinn also had his own ideas. That is his height and shape, which is extremely easy to attract the attention of others. Plus his extremely high reward. It is estimated that as soon as he goes out, he will be recognized by people. Quinn is very clear about this. That's why I let them go out, and I stayed on the boat to drink Anko soup. Several people immediately nodded in agreement. As soon as the boat docked, several people got off the boat immediately. Of course, they were faking it. It was easy to hide from the inspectors at the port. All the way into the city of De Res Rosa. That night, the 4 of them began to inquire about the news in the urban area. However, after inquiring for most of the night, the 4 of them found nothing. Run-T doesn't have that much patience compared to Drake. So, she decided not to look for it anymore, so she dragged Peggy Wan into the casino. Peggy Wan looked at Drake with embarrassment. He knew his sister's character. Chapter 285 Drake's Plan, the place where he was smashed. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. Since you want to play, that's fine, I'd better go with Foz Fao. However, you must not cause trouble, this is the territory of Yi Fei, the Whitebeard pirates. X Drake reminded. Similarly, he is also familiar with Runty's character. A fight will start if there is a disagreement. Even if it was him, he didn't dare to offend her. Along the way, Runty also created a lot of trouble for them. It might be even more messy with them. Besides, for this time, he didn't expect Runty and the others to find someone. In his own words, they are not suitable for this. Soon, several people made plans. Run-T took Peggy Wan into the casino. Drake and Foz Ford searched in 2 directions. Served as Marine's undercover agent on the Beast's pirates. Drake is very good at snooping intel. Along the way, Drake heard something that happened a few days ago. A pirate ship was sunk off the coast of De Res Rosa, and the crew of Whitebeard, who was in charge of guarding it, salvaged many bodies, and it is said that some people were caught. Drake specifically judged that the sunk pirate ship should be Jack's warship Mammoth. As for Jack himself, he should be the one who was caught. Now that he was arrested, he will definitely be detained somewhere now. Under Drake's snooping, he quickly locked down 2 places, Arena Prison and Prison City Prison. In the Arena Prison, Drake searched around, but did not see Jack and Virgo. Non-stop, once again tossed around the Prison City Prison. As soon as he sneaked in, Drake heard a familiar roar. Advertisement. From the sound alone, Drake knew it was Jack. It's right here, it's really locked here. Drake thought to himself. According to the task given by Kaido this time, he has already found Jack, which is half completed. However, next, it will be troublesome. You know, this is Yi Fei's territory. It is already very troublesome to successfully sneak into the prison of the prison city. It is heavily guarded here, and it is very difficult to get close to Jack. It is basically impossible to rescue Jack by himself. How to contact Quinn to come over? Well, it is possible to rescue Jack. But for the question of whether to save Jack, Drake still had to think about it. First of all, he is from Marine, and whether he can save Jack or not basically has nothing to do with him. Coming to Rosa this time was only due to pressure from Kaido and Quinn. Secondly, he just joined the Kaido pirates not long ago, and he didn't want to ruin his plans because of this. Now that you're here, let's just fish. Anyway, I also know where Jack is being held. Once Quinn really asks, then he also has a goal, and if he finds a reason to fool him, the matter will be completed. In summary, Drake made the final decision. No rescue, no report. Wait for nothing to return to Wano Kuni and continue undercover. When Drake returns, a casino in the district of Rosa. Because Runty lost money, he took Peggy Wan to fight with the people in the casino. Soon, the two smashed the casino and fled. That night, Yi Fei received the news that the casino had been smashed. Advertisement. Who dares to touch my place? Although Yi Fei was angry, he didn't take it too seriously. After all, few people who come to gamble have a good temper. When the casino was smashed, the guests were unhappy. Just pay the price. It's no big deal to make a fuss. However, the following news really surprised Yi Fei. Someone reported that dinosaurs appeared in the casino. Dinosaur. Yi Fei, who didn't care at all, immediately became alert. That must be Zone's demon fruit power. In Pirate World, only Zone demon fruit power will transform. He who was about to lie down and rest, also sat up. As soon as he went out, Ace came to meet him. Yi Fei, I heard that something happened to the casino in the city, let's go check it out now. Ace also received the news immediately. Intuition told him that this matter must not be that simple. So, he immediately came to Yi Fei. It is good. The two started rushing to the casino non-stop. As soon as they arrived at the location, the two were shocked by the situation at the scene. The entire casino was already in chaos. Dozens of injured people are being treated while sitting on the ground. There are smashed tables and chairs everywhere. The chips on the table were scattered all over the place. Advertisement. And a huge hole was knocked out of the entire casino wall, leading directly to the main road outside. Ace immediately brought in a staff member. Hey, what's going on? Ace demanded. That staff member is Fire Fist Ace and Yi Fei. I didn't dare to hide it, so I had to answer truthfully. Tonight, a man and a woman came here to gamble. That woman's luck is not very good, she keeps losing. It turned out she thought the casino was cheating and asked for all the money we lost. Our people wanted to explain, but she didn't listen at all, and did it directly. Facing the explanation of the casino staff. So, your people were beaten like this? Yi Fei asked. The staff nodded repeatedly. They made that wall too. Ace was a little curious. The architecture of Rosa, as it has always been, is very solid. It is impossible for ordinary people to break through a wall that is several meters thick. The staff immediately nodded. Captain Ace, it was that man who hit you. Because that woman is making a fuss here. Our people are not opponents, so we called a lot of people from nearby to fight with them. Despite all this, we are still not their opponents, so we decided to contact Captain Ace. The man suddenly turned into a dinosaur and smashed through the walls of the casino. When I came out to look for them again, they were nowhere to be seen. Chapter 286 Finding Two People. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. The staff explained the situation one by one. During this period, Yi Fei did not speak. However, when it comes to the word dinosaur, Yi Fei is almost certain. Are both of them wearing masks? And does that guy have purple hair on one side? As soon as the staff finished speaking, Yi Fei asked immediately. The staff member replied without any hesitation. Captain Yi Fei, you are right. The situation of those two people is exactly the same as what you described. That dinosaur also had the same hairstyle. After listening, Yi Fei smiled. Turned to look at Ace. Ace, now you should know who they are. Ace nodded immediately. Yi Fei, the two of them should be Kaido's subordinates, Runty and Peggy Wan among the 6 volleyball sons. Ace has not only been to Wano Kuni, but also knows the important cadres under Kaido very well. The staff's description was exactly the same as the two in my impression. Yi Fei smiled and said, Hee, you are right, there are only 2 of them. Runty has a violent personality and likes to do everything. There is nothing strange about causing trouble in a casino. Hey, Yi Fei, how are you? Everyone in Kaido is here, you can still laugh. Maybe Kaido is already waiting for us somewhere in Rosa. Advertisement. Ace reminded. You know, Runty and Peggy Wan are one of Kaido's most powerful subordinates. The amount of reward offered by the two is close to 700 million Baileys. Powerful. Haha, Kaido is not such a low-key character. If his subordinates came over, it means that he never came over himself. Yi Fei smiled even more happily. The subordinates are all here, with Kaido's personality, but he doesn't like to hide. Yi Fei concluded that only some of his subordinates must have come this time. At most, there will be another 3 disasters, and there is nothing to worry about. Ace thought about it, and what Yi Fei said made sense. We have found 2 of the 6 volleys. Maybe someone else has sneaked into de Rosa. Yi Fei, how do we deal with it now? After listening, Yi Fei immediately fell into deep thought. These people should have sneaked in. They didn't come over blatantly. That means they have no intention of going to war. Since it is not a war, there must be another purpose. Soon, Yi Fei thought of the drought Jack. At the moment, he is still being held in the Prison City prison. Have you received any news from the Prison City prison tonight? Yi Fei didn't rush to answer Ace, but asked instead. At this moment, what Yi Fei is most worried about is that Jack in the Prison City prison will be discovered by them. Advertisement. You know, except for himself and Ace, Atmos. Ordinary members of the white group are not their opponents at all. A message. What message? No. Ace looked blank. Just make sure now. Yi Fei looked serious. It is good. Some aces who didn't quite understand, still did what Yi Fei said. Soon, he got through to the phone bug at the prison. The message is, everything is normal. It's okay over there, Jack is still locked inside. Ace reports. Just after he finished speaking, he connected this matter. Yi Fei must be worried that Kaido's people will suddenly rob the prison. Well, you have to put them on the alert. Yi Fei breathed a sigh of relief. Since Jack is still there, it means that there is no problem currently encountered. I see. Yi Fei, Kaido's people have come this time. I'm afraid it's wrong to keep Jack in de Rosa. In order to avoid long nights and dreams, I suggest sending Jack away as soon as possible. Ace reminded. Yi Fei nodded. Let's give him to Marine. Sending him to Marine, Yi Fei has no fear in going to war with Kaido. Advertisement. Ace nodded immediately. Okay, let's send Jack away secretly at night. In his opinion, if Jack is sent away immediately, those lurking personnel can't find them, and they will naturally go back. However, his idea was immediately rejected by Yi Fei. Secretly sent away. Wrong, we're going to swagger and tie Jack up with drums and drums. Ace looked a little shocked by Yi Fei's words. You know, this is a blatant confrontation with Kaido. However, Yi Fei doesn't care about Kaido at all. Even if he sends it away secretly, Kaido will know one day. Compared with these, what he cares about are the people who are lurking in de Rosa now. If they are allowed to lurk here, maybe they will come up with some tricks. I'm not afraid of you coming openly, but I'm afraid of you secretly doing bad things. Yi Fei, what do you think? Ace was very puzzled. Hehe, if you don't send him away publicly. So, how do you find out about those Kaidos? Yi Fei laughed, looking at Ace with a puzzled look on his face. Yi Fei continued to explain. My purpose is to find these people. We're going to tie him up with a lot of fanfare and give it to Marine publicly. Those Kaido subordinates saw it, how would they react? Either, they try to save Jack, or let us send him away. With their strength, do you think they can save them this time? Let us send Jack away. What will Kaido do to them? Chapter 287 Jack Farewell Party. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. Hearing this, Ace understood. Yi Fei wanted to use Jack as a bait to catch all the people sent by Kaido. Frankly speaking, Ace thinks Yi Fei's idea is very good, but it is a bit bold. You know, they don't know how many powerful people Kaido has sent over. Once there are too many people, even he and Yi Fei may find it difficult to cope. What's more, once Jack's Seastone is released, he will immediately recover his combat effectiveness, and he will probably be troublesome by then. Immediately, Ace told his opinion. Yi Fei just smiled. As long as Kaido doesn't come over in person, I believe we can handle it. I'm pretty sure they're going to make a move, and it's a good time for us to take the opportunity to nerf Kaido. Since they delivered it to your door, don't blame me for being rude. Speaking of this, Yi Fei is full of confidence. On the contrary, Ace was a little restless. He is very aware of the strength of Kaido's subordinates. 2 fists are no match for 4 feet. Is it really appropriate to do this without knowing the opponent's routine? But Yi Fei has made up his mind, and Ace can't keep talking. The next day, morning. Jack, who had just fallen asleep, was brought out. As soon as he walked out of the prison, he was greeted by a grand farewell ceremony. Both sides of the prison road were full of brightly dressed pirate crew members. He also holds various musical instruments in his hands. Advertisement. The scene in front of him stunned Jack. What's the situation? Afraid of Kaido? Farewell party. Unlikely, no one helped him remove the Seastone handcuffs in his hands. Jack was completely dazed, the scene in front of him didn't match his appearance at all. At this moment, all eyes are on him. For a while, Jack didn't know what to do. He took a tentative step. As soon as the first step landed, all the instruments suddenly played. The scene is so lively. The scene in front of him made Jack wonder if he was dreaming or an illusion. Hey, where is Yi Fei? Tell him to get out of here quickly. Jack yelled angrily. However, no matter how loud his voice was, no one paid attention to him. Soon, his voice was covered by the live instruments. At the same time, behind him, someone was pointing at him with a weapon, driving him forward. Facing the oppression of those miscellaneous fish behind him, Jack suddenly realized what it means. A tiger falls in Pyongyang and is bullied by a dog. However, now that he is locked by Seastone, he has no strength to resist at all. We had to move forward according to their requirements. And those who played the gongs and drums began to follow behind him one after another, continuing to play and sing. All this made Jack very unnatural. Advertisement. After walking for a while, a huge banner appeared in front of him. It read, Captain Jack to the Marine Farewell Party. The huge banner is particularly eye-catching. Heading to Marine. Yi Fei really wants to send me to Marine. Jack couldn't believe that Yi Fei would really do this. Immediately shouted loudly. With his shouting, Yi Fei, Ace, Admo slowly appeared in front of him. Hey, Yi Fei, what do you mean? Facing Jack's questioning. Yi Fei just smiled and said, it's okay, I just want to invite Captain Jack to Marine as a guest, and get in touch with them. Quote. Jack was at a loss for words. Is this a Marine guest? Where did I go? How can I come back? Let me go. Master Kaido will not let you go. No matter how Jack yelled, Yi Fei never responded. In this way, along the way, a large group of people escorted Jack towards the city. Yi Fei's idea is to walk the city and go directly to the port. That way, everyone will see. People in Kaido, seeing it, how would they react? Sure enough, this move quickly attracted the attention of everyone in Rosa. That seems to be a subordinate of Beast's Pirates Kaido. Advertisement. I know, that's Captain Jack. The guy who offered a reward of 1 billion Baileys was caught in Rosa. Is he the one everyone is talking about? What does the banner mean? Yi Fei, they want to send Jack to Marine. Pirates catch pirates and give them to Marine. This is the first time I've heard of it. Bang gongs and drums, what does that mean? The residents of Rosa are buzzing. Everyone was very puzzled by the strange behavior of the Whitebeard pirates. They don't understand why Yi Fei wants to give Jack to Marine, and they have to make such a big show. Under the momentum of Yi Fei and the Whitebeard pirates, soon, the entire Rosa also became lively. The news that Jack was going to be sent to Marine soon came back to Quinn's ears. What? Yi Fei, they're going to give Jack to Marine. Quinn directly spilled the anko soup in his hand on the ground angrily. As long as it is given to Marine, Jack will basically never come back. I see something strange about this. Since Jack is going to be given to Marine, why all the fanfare? Drake reminded. Last night, when he sneaked into the city prison, Jack was still inside. Why was he going to be taken away all of a sudden, and in such a big way? As a professional spy, his intuition told him that there might be fraud in it. I don't care about what Yi Fei is up to right now. If Jack is sent away by them like this, once Master Kaido blames you, I'm afraid we won't be able to take it anymore. Quinn replied. Chapter 288 Encounter. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. When he came to Rosa yesterday, he had already reported this to Kaido. Today, if you watched Jack being sent away, and he didn't do anything. After going back, Kaido will naturally be furious. And he, Quinn, will be largely responsible. So, no matter what Yi Fei wants to do now. He wants to rescue Jack. I'm afraid it will be difficult to do it with the three of us now. Drake said. Now there are only him, Foz Fowler, and Quinn, and the others are trash. He remembered what happened last night. Originally, he planned not to report. Unexpectedly, Quinn still insisted on saving Jack. If he had reported last night, maybe he could have been rescued. Now, speaking of which, where did Runty and Peggy Wan go? I haven't been back since last night. Quinn replied angrily. Especially Runty, it's hard to handle. If it wasn't for Kaido's request, he wouldn't want to take her out at all. Out of the 6 real fighters under her command, she was the most disobedient. When I came back in the morning, I heard that a casino in the city was smashed by a man and a woman last night. I don't know if they did it. Drake reported truthfully. What? Quinn's expression changed drastically. Advertisement. If this is the case, their identities may have been discovered by Yi Fei and his gang. Maybe it will implicate himself and expose him. But now it's about Jack. No matter how much he wanted to escape, it was impossible. It seems so. Seeing that Quinn was angry, Drake nodded. Those two guys will only find trouble for me. You contact them immediately and ask them to come and meet up. We need to get Jack back before they get on the boat. Quinn had no choice. Even though he looked down on Jack very much, he still had to be saved. At the same time, Runty and Peggy Wan are standing in front of Yi Fei's team. Just now, they heard that Jack was about to be sent to Marine. Runty dragged Peggy Wan over and blocked them. The two sides confronted each other for a moment. Sister, do we really not want to find helpers? Facing Yi Fei, Ace and others who were staring at them, Peggy Wan was quite nervous. Xiaopei, when did you become so timid? The credit for saving Jack should go to both of us. Runt looked disdainful. Peggy Wan was flustered. He has always been very confident in his own strength. However, the opponent this time is obviously different. Hey, are you finished chatting? Don't block our way, we have to hurry. Advertisement. Yi Fei shouted loudly to the two people who were blocking the way in front of him. As soon as the words fell, Runti stepped forward and put her hands on her hips. Hey, are you the man who offered a reward of 5.1 billion berries? Runti's overbearing made Yi Fei unconsciously admiring. Since you know, why don't you run away? Yi Fei laughed. Laughing to death, let us escape. If you let go of Jack, I'll let you go, or else you won't even think about it. Runti is still extremely domineering. This made Peggy Wan panic behind him. Let him go, there is no such possibility. Last night, you two smashed my casino. I haven't settled this account with you yet. Yi Fei responded coldly. Not far behind, Jack suddenly shouted loudly. Hey, are you the only two coming this time? If it's just these two, then they are clearly here to die. Before Peggy Wan could answer, Runti took the lead in cursing at Jack. Hey, Jack, you are useless, you have no right to stay in that position at all. Is Master Kaido blind? It's so ridiculous to make people like you into a drought disaster. Quote. What Runt said made Jack completely speechless. As usual, maybe he lost his temper already. But now, he has no face to fight back. Advertisement. Moreover, Runti's temper is notoriously violent. Even in the face of Kaido, she is like this. Jack was speechless at being scolded. Runti pointed her finger at Yi Fei again. Hey, why don't you mention what happened last night? Your casino stole all my money, I haven't settled this matter with you yet. You still have the nerve to ask me. Last night, if Pei Jiwan hadn't insisted on dragging her away. She will never go. A burst of ridicule made Yi Fei a little confused. Obviously you ruined my place. Not only was there no compensation, but it was mine instead. I'm much fairer than Doflamingo. Before Yi Fei could speak, Ace stood up from the side. Yi Fei, stop talking so much nonsense with this guy. I think we are going to prepare 2 seastone handcuffs this time. Ace ignites the fist of fire. Ready to go to war. At the same time, Runti and Peggy Wan also immediately prepared to fight. Yi Fei retreated to the side, this time there were only 2 opponents. He didn't intend to make a move. At the side, Atmos was about to step forward, but was stopped by Yi Fei. Captain Atmos, your mission is to guard Jack. Yi Fei reminded. If someone takes the opportunity to untie Jack's seastone, another opponent will come out. Chapter 289 Quinn kills. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. At the same time, Yi Fei didn't plan to make a move, but also wanted to see how much Ace had improved during this time. Jack who can catch the bounty of more than 1 billion berry. Yi Fei is looking forward to Ace's performance. Yes, Captain. Atmos retreated obediently to Jack's side. In front, Runti and Peggy Wan rushed over. And Ace also greeted him. The 1-on-2 battle officially started. Ace burst out with fiery fists and fought against the 2 of them without losing the slightest bit. Logia's Mera Mera fruit, in front of the 2 zone fruits, is able to do a job with ease. Seeing this, Yi Fei smiled slightly. Even if the strength of these 2 people is not bad. But in the face of Ace, who has awakened his fruit ability, they are still no match. Soon, Runti and Peggy Wan also discovered this fact. Even if they made an attack, they were quickly dodged by Ace. Not only that, but Ace can also take the initiative to attack. Hateful. Xiao Pei, send the signal immediately. Runti after being knocked back by Ace. She finally realized that the 2 of them should not be Ace's opponents. Moreover, their Yi Fei has not been shot yet. Charged forward again, and at the same time, let Peggy Wan start sending signals to Quinn. Yes, Peggy Wan jumped to the rear. Then he took out the signal flare and fired it directly into the sky. Advertisement. Bump. A red signal blasts over de Reese Rosa. Humph. Yi Fei snorted softly. He had already expected that Kaido was not so stupid as to send 2 people over. Atmos, keep an eye on Jack. Yi Fei turned to remind him. Their helpers will be here soon. In the front, the battle between the 3 is still going on. Runti's fruit ability is Zone Dragon Fruit Ancient Species Pachycephalosaurus form. Although she has turned into a Pachycephalosaurus. But still unable to capture the Fire Fist Ace in the form of burning fruit. At this moment, she has no way to use her housekeeping skills. And Peggy Wan Zone Dragon Fruit Ancient Species Spineback Dragon form. But now, he is still in human form. The reason why he didn't turn into a Spinosaurus was because he was in the form of a Spinosaurus. Although the strength will increase, the action speed will be greatly weakened. That way, there's no way to dodge Ace's flames. Will directly become his target. The siblings cooperate seamlessly, but their moves were all taken over by Ace. Just when the 3 were fighting, suddenly, there was a burst of noise on the ground. Everyone knew that there was a huge creature approaching them. It's time to come, Yi Fei murmured to himself. Advertisement. With the loud noise, there is only one possibility. Quinn, one of the 3 plagues, under Kaido, is here. If it was Jin, it must have flown directly, and there was no such big movement at all. Therefore, among the 3 plagues, only Jack and Quinn can do it. Jack is captured now, so only Quinn is left. Yi Fei's guess was correct. Soon, a huge Brachiosaurus was running towards this side. Every time it runs, there is a huge vibration. The original residents who stood in the distance watching the excitement. When they saw the huge Brachiosaurus, they all ran away in fright. I am coming. After a while of running wildly, the Brachiosaurus suddenly stopped. And suddenly opened his mouth, shooting at the Whitebeard pirates. As a reformer, many parts of his body can be turned into weapons, such as machine guns, cannons, machinery, etc. Facing Quinn's strafing, the crew of the Whitebeard pirates fled in all directions. Admirals, who was originally guarding Jack, jumped directly behind Jack, using Jack's body to resist Quinn's bullet. It hurts, brother Quinn, can you stop? Jack screamed in pain. Hearing Jack's shout, Quinn immediately stopped. You bastard, shame on the beast's pirates. Quinn stopped and cursed. Before that, he often bullied Jack together with Jin. Scolding him is already considered light for Jack. Brother Quinn, save me quickly, that guy is going to give me to Marine. Advertisement. Jack couldn't care less about face. Immediately seek help from Quinn. I'll teach you a lesson when I go back. Quinn said coldly. Then, go straight to Jack. Originally, he was waiting for a few people to gather and attack the Whitebeard pirates at the port. However, Runty, Peggy Wan and the others have already sent a signal. Therefore, Quinn had to change his plan and come to the city to save people in person. And following behind Quinn, there are also Drake and Foz Fowler. Facing Quinn's approach, Atmos felt more nervous than ever. Holding the long knife tightly in his hand, he watched Quinn approaching vigilantly. He knew very well that this guy was not so easy to mess with. At this time, Yi Fei suddenly stood in front of him. Captain Atmos, you take Jack back, this guy, leave it to me. Yi Fei ordered. At this moment, he had already pulled out the mace from the system warehouse. In front of this guy, Yi Fei has to be a little more serious. Seeing Yi Fei blocking the front, Atmos immediately dragged Jack back. Now, he knows why Yi Fei won't let him fight with Ace. Things turned out as they expected. Hey you little brat. Is that the guy with the same ability as Kaido-sama? Quinn was about to attack. Suddenly stopped. Chapter 290 Marco appears. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. Since the end of Summit War. The news of Yi Fei is all over the world. As the current highest reward in One Piece world, Quinn naturally remembered the face of Yi Fei on the reward poster. Seeing that it was the real Yi Fei, Quinn instinctively took a step back. Then, he looked him up and down. Judging from his appearance, he didn't look like someone who could knock a Kainu into the air at all. But he did. Moreover, Quinn clearly saw the mace in Yi Fei's hand. That weapon is almost the same as that of Kaido-sama. As long as you know. Didn't expect Kaido to send you here. However, what I want to tell you is that Kaido's calculation is wrong. Derice Rosa, now it's Laozi's territory. Yi Fei said it. Attach the armed color to the mace. With a leap, he flew towards Quinn. Now, the only thing that worries him is Quinn's plague bomb. Once people here are infected with the virus, it will be troublesome. You know, this guy is called the Plague. Yi Fei, don't think you are the same as Lord Kaido, he is the only one in this world. Facing Yi Fei's attack, instead of plague bombs, Quinn waved his long neck. Advertisement. Hit Yi Fei directly. His target this time is Yi Fei. As him in Brachiosaurus form, the strength of his neck is extremely powerful. Fights between Brachiosaurus usually hit each other with the neck. This time, Quinn decided to use the neck to directly knock Yi Fei into the air. Bump. The mace with lightning ability hit him directly in the neck. Quinn let out a scream. Then the whole body moves backwards. At the same time, Yi Fei had already landed on the ground. The move just now gave Yi Fei a feeling. Quinn in Brachiosaurus form has rough skin and thick flesh. Soon, Quinn's actions confirmed Yi Fei's opinion. He just took a few steps back. Then, stop immediately. Yi Fei's blow left a scar on his neck. It can indeed break the defense. However, Yi Fei at this moment is different from when the world was drafted. Even if it is fully utilized, it will only have 70% of its strength at that time. Besides, Yi Fei doesn't want to use his full strength yet. The other two members of the Flying Six Cells, Drake and Foz Fray are still ready to move. Ace is now fighting against sister and brother Runty, and he can't get away with it. Atmos alone may not necessarily be the opponent of the two of them. Although Ace has recruited many capable crew members this time. But in front of these big pirates, it is estimated that it will be difficult to deal with. Advertisement. When fighting Quinn, Yi Fei also has to control the situation of the scene. Sure enough, as Yi Fei expected, Drake and Foz Fu saw Yi Fei Quinn fighting, and they quickly acted. Atmos led a group of members of the Whitebeard pirates to start a battle with the two. The entire city, in an instant, became a battlefield. The sound of swords, guns is endless. Gunpowder smoke filled the entire battlefield. The residents of Derice Rosa fled back to their houses. Some older people hide in remote corners to watch. Meanwhile, Derice Rosa is not far from the sea. A pirate ship is slowly approaching. The pirate flag is clearly printed with the bone cross skull and the eye-catching crescent mustache mark. That was the ship of the Whitebeard pirates. A few days ago, Yi Fei participated in the world conscription. Ace defeats Jack and learns from his mouth that Kaido may come to Doris Rosa. At that time, he did not report to Yi Fei, but directly reported to Whitebeard Edward Newgate. Whitebeard sent a ship the next day. The purpose is to fight Kaido with Ace. And the person sent by Whitebeard this time is the captain of the first team, Marco. After several days of trekking, I finally came to Doris Rosa. Hello, Captain Marco. Doris Rosa seems to be fighting. The crew in charge of navigation immediately reported to the inside of the ship after observing through the binoculars. Ah, I see. Inside the cabin, a figure suddenly jumped out. Advertisement. That was Marco, who had turned into a phoenix form. Raise the cannons and head towards the port. If anyone attacks you, counterattack immediately. Marco dropped a sentence. Turned into a blue flame. Fly towards the battlefield of Doris Rosa. Just when he was about to reach the battlefield, he saw fighting Yi Fei, Ace and others. It's really them. Marco smiled. Then he swooped down quickly, kicking Foz Fu directly with a phoenix seal. Foz Fu, who had no time to react, was kicked and flew away. Only then did everyone know that Marco had arrived. Marco. After repelling the Runty siblings, Ace shouted excitedly. It's been a long time since Dad and the others left. Suddenly seeing Marco come to help, Ace was indescribably excited. Ace, don't hurry up to resolve the battle, it's not like your character. Marco urged. Dead fish-like eyes twitched. Hey hey. Ace laughed and continued to fight. Compared with just now, he seemed more excited. Seeing that it was Marco coming, Drake immediately stopped fighting. At this moment, he had expected that things seemed to be getting more and more troublesome. Myself and Quinn are about to walk into a dead end. Chapter 291. Quinn and other 5 people are all locked. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. Marco walks up to Atmos. He looked at the drought Jack beside him. Then I saw the banner behind him. Hey, Atmos, what's up? You're going to give Jack to Marine. Marco couldn't believe it. The Whitebeard pirates have roamed the seas for decades. Never sent an opponent to Marine once. Yi Fei actually wanted to make an exception this time. What happened? Marco, this is what Captain Yi Fei meant. Atmos explained. What? Marco was slightly taken aback. Turned to Yi Fei, who was jumping towards Quinn. What is this guy doing? Looking at Yi Fei, who was fighting, Marco was a little confused. Several days ago, he receives a message from Ace. So, I followed my father's instructions. Unexpectedly, Yi Fei has come back. And also give Jack to Marine. Given that Yi Fei is dealing with Quinn. Marco didn't ask in a hurry. Instead, stop with Atmos and watch Yi Fei fight. Drake also stood aside blankly, not daring to make a move. Advertisement. If Atmos were alone, he would not be afraid. But Marco appeared on the field. Even if it was a fight, Drake probably didn't have the confidence to win, so he simply stood there without moving. The battle between Yi Fei and Quinn has reached a fever pitch. Under Yi Fei's continuous heavy blows, Quinn was beaten back again and again. Quinn, who was originally full of confidence, after seeing how powerful Yi Fei is. I have gradually felt fear in my heart. No matter how he fought Yi Fei, he still couldn't take any advantage. The scars on the body, plus the expectations in my heart. It made him less and less courageous. Yi Fei is just the opposite. He already knew that Marco was coming. Among those opponents, no one was able to repel him, and Jack had no way to escape. Thinking of this, Yi Fei can give it a go. Mace, flying in the air. Every move was precisely hit on Quinn's huge body. No matter how rough and fleshy Quinn was, he couldn't withstand Yi Fei's critical attack. Soon, after Yi Fei swung the mace continuously, Quinn fell to the ground completely. Close your eyes and stay still. And the original Brachiosaurus form was also beaten back to human form. Yi Fei stopped, looking at the motionless Quinn. Yi Fei suddenly remembered something. That is, Quinn has the habit of playing dead. Since he likes to play dead, Yi Fei decides to satisfy him. Advertisement. Immediately, people immediately found Seastone handcuffs. Locked up Quinn directly. He didn't open his eyes until Quinn was locked up. And Yi Fei ignored him. So far, Kaido's 2 major disasters, Plague, Quinn and Drought, Jack, have all been arrested. In saber-toothed form, Foz Fu just stood up from the ruins and wanted to fight back. Marco has come to his side ahead of time. Marco, in the form of the phoenix, with huge sharp claws, firmly grasped Foz Fu. Under Marco's strong grip, Foz Fu couldn't move at all. Soon, he too was locked up. Runty Peggy Wan, who was desperately resisting. See, Quinn and Foz Fu were both arrested. They, who were already at a disadvantage, also began to appear flustered. Soon, the two were knocked down by Ace's punch almost at the same time. As soon as the siblings stood up, the Whitebeard pirates gave them each a pair of new handcuffs. 4 people were arrested in a row. Let Drake, who stood still, know that the game is over. He knew very well that no matter how much he resisted, there would be no room for a comeback. Rather than being knocked down, it is better to take the initiative to submit. Simply stretch out your hands and let them lock themselves. Anyway, I am also a member of Marine, so it will be fine when first get to Marine. So far, Beasts Pirates, Plague, Quinn, Drought, Jack, Fur, Runty, Peggy Wan, and Drake from the Flying Six cells have all been arrested. The Whitebeard pirates win big. Soon, the six were locked together. Seeing that Quinn was still playing dead, Runty was furious. Advertisement. You coward, Kaido made you a 3 plague as a big failure. Runty suddenly cursed. On the side, Peggy Wan looked embarrassed. Anyway, he is your superior. However, even in the face of Runty's scolding, Quinn still did not open his eyes. And Jack was completely desperate. Originally, he thought that Quinn and the others could save him. As a result, not only failed to save himself, but also put them in. At that moment, he no longer had the strength to growl. Nothing but endless sighs. Captain Marco. Just after dealing with them, Yi Fei walked up to Marco. Hey, Yi Fei, it's been so long since I've seen you, it seems like I'm much stronger now. It should be called Captain Yi Fei now. Mal joked. That younger brother of his back then has now become his superior. Captain Marco, I was brought out by you. You will always be my captain. Yi Fei scratched his head and responded awkwardly. And Marco suddenly moved to Yi Fei's side. Asked in a low voice. I heard you went to Marineford recently. Well, join the world conscription. Yi Fei responded in a low voice. Here's where it's public. Neither of them wanted anyone else to know about it. Chapter 292. Give it all to Marine in exchange for a bounty. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. That Yexi is you, right? Marco asked in a low voice. These days, Papa Whitebeard told him. Of course, it wasn't Whitebeard's intention to spill the beans. It was because he was preparing to go to Marineford again. Therefore, it is necessary to tell Marco. These days, they have prepared men and ships for another attack. However, they did not wait for the news of Yi Fei's arrest. You bastard, your courage is getting bigger and bigger. Wherever you dare to go. Marco scolded. However, he admired Yi Fei's courage. Captain Marco, why are you here? Yi Fei asked curiously. I didn't invite him over. Daddy sent me here. Marco replied. Then, he explained to Yi Fei what happened before. Only then did Yi Fei understand. Yi Fei, it seems unnecessary for me to come this time. Marco laughed. With the strength of Yi Fei Ace. These people should be able to solve it. If it wasn't for Captain Marco's help. I guess it will take a lot of time. Advertisement. Yi Fei explained. What are you going to do with these people? Is it all for Marine? Marco asked again. He wanted to ask this question just now, but it was because Yi Fei was fighting. Now, he really wants to know why Yi Fei did this. Too bad to kill, waste of money. Let them go back and they will become our opponents again. Instead of doing that, we might as well give him to Marine. Not only can weaken Kaido's strength. Moreover, the world government can temporarily abandon its hostility towards us. Yi Fei will explain the situation with Ace yesterday. Explained to Marco again. One day, there will be war with the Beast's pirates. Weakening them will benefit the Whitebeard pirates' next actions. Marco quickly understood Yi Fei's explanation. Yi Fei's plan can be regarded as killing 2 birds with 1 stone. Yi Fei, your idea is very good, I support it very much. Marco laughed. For a long time, Yi Fei's ideas have emerged in an endless stream. This time, I came up with the plan again. This guy is indeed smart enough. In addition, Yi Fei is already the deputy captain of the 100 Regiment. He can decide to do whatever he wants. Captain Marco, you come here this time, Dad is okay. Yi Fei was a little worried. Marco has always been not only the captain of the first team. Moreover, it is the guard of the father. Advertisement. This time came to Reese Rosa suddenly. Yi Fei was a little worried that Whitebeard would be attacked by Teach. Yi Fei, you have a heart. Daddy is fine now. In addition to the normal daily treatment, drink as much as you want and eat as much as you want. He also said he wanted to hit Marineford again. Marco laughed. What Yi Fei said made Marco feel very comfortable. These words are no secret either. Marco smiled happily. Hello, crew. Not only did we win a big victory today, but Captain Marco also came over. Evening. Everyone celebrates. Yi Fei just finished speaking. The crew members of the Whitebeard pirates immediately raised their weapons and cheered. Woohoo! And the captured Kaido crew was taken back immediately. The plan this time is to catch those lurking people. Quinn and his gang were arrested. Yi Fei has achieved his goal. So, grab them back again. Then notify Marine to come and pick up the person. It also saves me a lot of trouble sending people there. This time, many people from Kaido were arrested. Yi Fei intends to give them all to Marine. These characters are basically high-level Beasts pirates. Bounties are tempting. Advertisement. Quinn. Bounty 1.32 billion berry. Jack. Bounty 1 billion berry. Fuzifu. Bounty 546 million berry. X. Drake. Bounty 222 million berry. Runty. Bounty 400 million berry. Peggy Wan. Bounty 290 million berry. Of the 6, Drake was Marine's undercover agent in the Beast's pirates. Yi Fei decided to, don't know, about it. Also send him directly to Marine in exchange for a bounty. You know, The total bounty of these 6 people is 3.778 billion berry. Give it all to Marine, and you can get a small reward. It's close to the price of a 4 emperors. Yi Fei was very satisfied with this. I guess Kaido will cry this time. Lost so many advanced combat power. Now, even if he came over in person, Yi Fei would not be worried at all. Just when Yi Fei and his group returned to the regiment headquarters, Quinn Jack and his group were sent back to the prison. Naval headquarters, a message has been received. Yi Fei is still in de Res Rosa. When hearing the news, Akainu looked confused. In his opinion, Yi Shi in Marineford is Yi Fei from the Whitebeard pirates. Immediately, Akainu began to continue to question the source of information. 2 nights ago, Akainu after the naval headquarters high-level meeting notified Marine's G1 branch in New World as soon as possible. Let them immediately send someone to de Res Rosa to determine Yi Fei's whereabouts. This morning, the infiltrated Marine spies saw Yi Fei fighting Quinn. Not only did they see Yi Fei fight with their own eyes, but they also saw Yi Fei with Ace Marco. Chapter 293 New Marine Admiral, Night Goose, and Green Bull. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. Therefore, they reported to naval headquarters immediately. When you get the exact news, Akainu suddenly didn't know what to do. To know if the real Yi Fei is in de Res Rosa. Well, the new Marine Admiral at Marineford couldn't be him. It seems that the old man blamed him by mistake. Maybe, it's just people with similar abilities. Akainu muttered to himself. For a moment, he didn't know what to do. 2 days ago, he was confidently planning to capture Yi Fei in Marineford. At this moment, he suddenly felt a slap in the face. As for D. Carl Lilly, there is no clue yet. The world government is already urging to give the 2 admirals new codenames. Originally, Akainu planned to delay for a few more days. Wait till things come out. But Admiral Yi Zai's identity has been confirmed, and he has nothing to do with Yi Fei. At this time, there is no need to wait any longer. Immediately, Akainu immediately notified it. The Marine high-level meeting was held again, including 2 new Marine admirals, D. Carl Lilly and Yi Shi. That afternoon, the Marine high-level meeting began. World conscription during this period has caused great damage to Marineford. That's why I haven't had time to let the 2 of you meet together. Now, according to the meaning of the world government, today, we hold the Marine Admiral Vice Admiral meeting. At the venue, Akainu said. Advertisement. Some time ago, I tried my best to check the 2 of them. It was embarrassing to see the 2 of them now. He couldn't say that he didn't meet the 2 of them because of the investigation. As a result, his image in the hearts of the 2 Marine admirals will plummet. So, Akainu had to find an excuse to fool the past. At the venue, most people were very clear about their psychology. It's just that they don't want to say more. And the Marine Vice Admiral Flying Squirrel who was very suspicious of Yi Fei. It was also extremely embarrassing at the moment. On the side, on the Admiral's seat, Yi Fei listened expressionlessly. In fact, I already guessed it. If you don't tell the truth, let's keep both sides fooling around. After a welcome speech such as courtesy, Akainu finally stated the purpose of this meeting. This time the world conscription, naval headquarters gave birth to 2 Marine admirals. According to naval headquarters past practice, naval headquarters will give the 2 admirals separate code names. I have discussed this matter with former Marshal Sengoku, Vice Admiral Garp, and Suru Vice Admiral. After deliberation, it was decided to give Admiral D. Carl Lilly the codename, Night Goose. Decided to give Admiral Yeshi the code name, Green Bull. Akainu declared. After the last high-level meeting ended, Sengoku asked Akainu to come up with a code name for the 2. Originally Akainu did not agree, however, under Sengoku's strong request, he finally agreed. Afterwards, Sengoku Garp and the Crane were left behind to discuss together. Admiral's code name, respectively named after a color and an animal. Advertisement. D. Carl Lilly's original proposed animal code name was Finch. It's just that Sengoku was worried that the title of Night Sparrow would be rejected by D. Carl Lilly. That's why it was changed to the Wild Goose's Wild Goose. As for Yi Shi, they used the animal cow as the code name. I don't know if the 2 admirals have any objections to this code name. Akainu looked at Yi Fei and D. Carl Lilly at the same time. No. The 2 answered almost in unison. After that, the 2 looked at each other for a moment without speaking. Although Yi Fei didn't speak. However, it felt a little funny. The code name of Green Bull would actually fall on him. However, can we not use the color green? I like the color red. Anyway, you don't need Akainu's deficit. Although he thought so in his heart, Yi Fei did not refuse. It's better to keep a low profile in Marine right now. The color of night, representing black. As for why black is used to name D. Carl Lilly's color, Yi Fei guessed that this might have something to do with her personality. Since both Marine admirals agree. So, starting today, this is the code name of the 2 admirals. Akainu just finished announcing the results. At the venue, everyone congratulated the 2 of them. Now that Admiral has been selected, let's start deciding who will be the Marine Vice Admiral. Advertisement. This time the world conscription, there are many powerful players. I propose, the blind swordsman smiles, Nameless Marine Vice Admiral. Akainu said. Being able to enter the finals already shows the strength of the two. Akainu wanted to give them the title of Marine Vice Admiral immediately, and also wanted to get them to play for Marine as soon as possible. As soon as Akainu finished his proposal, everyone nodded their heads. Among them, Sengoku and Garp are included. At this moment, a voice suddenly came. Is that blind swordsman really good? I guess he has to be led when he walks. Wouldn't it be a joke to make him Marine Vice Admiral? Also, with his strength, can he really go to the Marine Vice Admiral? Marine Vice Admiral, are they all like this? It was D. Carl Lilly who spoke. Everyone looked shocked. What is this woman doing? Direct opposition to Marshal Marine's proposal. Moreover, not only that, what Carl Lilly said made the Marine Vice Admirals present feel ashamed. Garp also looked ashamed. Are you talking about me? On the side, Yi Fei was also stunned. Fighting against your boss as soon as you become a Marine Admiral. Will there be good fruit to eat in the future? This woman is really too arrogant. Of course, Yi Fei is very clear. This time, D. Carl Lilly wasn't targeting Akainu. Instead, the blind swordsman smiled. Chapter 294 Force Akainu, D. Carl Lilly's plan. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. After all, she still remembered the revenge of her brother being injured. It's better not to mess with this woman. Otherwise, if he doesn't move, he will be hated for the rest of his life. Sure enough, women are the last to be offended. And Akainu, who was waiting to pass, didn't respond for a long time. What? D. Carl Lilly, why would you say such a thing? Akainu looked slightly angry. At this moment, he tried his best to maintain his demeanor. I just think he's too weak for Vice Admiral's level. If someone like him is used, first think this Marine Admiral is very boring. D. Carl Lilly was deadpan. Her tone was extremely calm. But in this calm discourse, the meaning is extremely clear. If you make the blind swordsman smile and become Marine Vice Admiral, then she will leave the position of Marine Admiral. Everyone present could understand. D. Carl Lilly is taking a step back to force Akainu back. Of course, Akainu did not expect that this young girl would actually make such a move. For a moment, he really didn't know how to speak. You know, now, D. Carl Lilly is Marine Admiral. That is the person selected by the entire Marine after a great deal of manpower, material and financial resources. Just let her go. So, how big will Marine's loss be? Advertisement. In addition, the newly elected Marine Admiral will resign immediately. What should the world think of Marine? Then how can I explain to the world government? Marine Admiral, and Marine Vice Admiral, this multiple choice question. Needless to say, Akainu would naturally choose to keep D. Carl Lilly. Of course, Akainu is also very clear that D. Carl Lilly's move was not to fight against himself, but because the blind swordsman smiled. However, if he directly agrees with D. Carl Lilly's opinion, wouldn't he be very embarrassed? She just became Marine Admiral. Are you going to come here? But what if this woman really wants to leave? For a while, Akainu didn't know what to do. At the venue, it became quiet again. No one dared to say anything about this decision. D. Carl Admiral, what position do you think the blind swordsman is suitable for? Sengoku broke the silence. Give him a position as Marine Captain. D. Carl Lilly replied casually. I'm afraid this is a bit inappropriate. Sengoku looked embarrassed. Marine Captain, are you sure you're not humiliating him? That blind swordsman can't last a few rounds in my hands. Give him a captain, he is already very respected. D. Carl Lilly replied casually. That expression seems to be high. At this moment, everyone finally understood. Advertisement. This woman won't give up until she gets the blind swordsman down. Quote. Sengoku was stunned and had nothing to say. In his opinion, even if the blind swordsman was given the position of Vice Admiral, it would definitely be wronged him. Now, just giving a captain position, isn't it humiliating him? Originally, he wanted to get involved in this matter. But now, he felt that it was completely unnecessary. In order not to be said by others that I have trouble with a woman. At this moment, D. Carl Lilly suddenly looked at Yi Fei. Yes, Admiral, what do you think of me? Everyone present looked at Yi Fei in unison. Yi Fei, who originally planned to catch fish. I was asked this out of the blue. Immediately, his face was full of embarrassment. This question really put Yi Fei in a dilemma. You know, if you agree, how will you face the busy swordsman in the future? Likewise, he knew very well that D. Carl Lilly was trying to blind the swordsman. If I object, then this woman might cause me some trouble then. At this moment, Yi Fei suddenly remembered something. Since D. Carl Lilly suppressed the blind swordsman so much. So, why don't I push the boat along? As long as the blind swordsman is driven away from the marine, maybe he has a chance to become his own crew. Before that, I had contact with the blind swordsman, and the two got along very well. Why not take this opportunity? In that way, it really kills two birds with one stone. Advertisement. Thinking of this, Yi Fei pretended to be serious and coughed lightly. Well, the strength of the blind swordsman is a little weaker. In order to recruit the busy swordsman, Yi Fei told a big lie. The implication is that the strength of the blind swordsman is not up to the level of Marine Vice Admiral. Just an understatement. Let the people present look stunned again. Hey, Yi Shi, don't open your eyes and talk nonsense, okay? Seeing that you are quite honest, wouldn't your heart hurt if you said such a thing? Is the blind swordsman weak? That meteorite nearly destroyed Marineford. Don't you see? Are you blind? Although this woman is good looking, there is no need for you to lick her like this. Do you really want her to be your woman? In the eyes of everyone, Yi Shi Admiral said something against his will because he liked Carl Lily. Immediately, regarding Admiral Yexi, they felt an urge to curse. However, although everyone disagrees in their hearts. But this time the two Marine Admirals agreed. It's not easy for everyone to object. You know, they are all selected by the world conscription, and there is no limit to their strength. Well, since both admirals said so, the position of Yi Xiao is to be determined. Akainu replied. Fortunately, Yi Fei's words can be regarded as a step up for him. So, he decided to push the boat along the way and meet their requirements. Chapter 295 Approving Wu Ming to become Vice Admiral, Yi Fei finds the blind swordsman. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. Let Wu Ming become Vice Admiral, do you have any objections? Akainu looked at the crowd again. After the episode just now. Now, it is not easy for everyone to agree directly. You know, Wu Ming knocked Yi Shi to the ground. What if Admiral Yexi is also the kind of person who holds a grudge? You have to agree directly, and it might be embarrassing if Yi Shi disagrees later. Immediately, everyone looked at Yi Fei again, waiting for his meaning. See people look at themselves. Yi Fei finally spoke. I have played against him, and everyone has seen it. I admit that Wu Ming is very strong. He is fully qualified to be Marine Vice Admiral. I highly recommend him as Marine Vice Admiral. Yi Fei's words immediately made clear his position. Unlike Carl Lily, Yi Fei does not hold grudges, and does not regard Wu Ming as an enemy at all, but as a friend. It's the opposite of what happened on the field just now. This time, everyone gave Yi Fei approving looks. This can be regarded as a fair and objective evaluation. And highly recommend Nameless as Marine Vice Admiral. At least explain that this person is still moral and doesn't hold grudges. Just disapproved of the blind swordsman being an object, definitely licking Carl Lily. No name becomes Marine Vice Admiral, I agree. This time, Carl Lily also took a stand. After finishing speaking, Carl Lily looked at Yi Fei with a satisfied smile. See, both Marine Admiral agree. The others had nothing to say, and raised their hands in agreement. Well then, I've decided to pass the offer of becoming the Marine Vice Admiral by Nameless. Advertisement. As for other personnel, let the Marine staff decide directly. Akainu finally made a decision. Marine Admiral's codename, Vice Admiral's candidate, finally decided. For Carl Lily, Akainu vaguely has a very bad premonition. Moreover, judging from her performance today, this woman is strong and disobedient. This Marine high-level meeting has come to an end. As soon as he walked out the door, Carl Lily greeted him. At the meeting just now, thank you, uncle. Carl Lily said. Just to thank you, Yi Fei said deliberately. I just told a big lie against everyone, and you just thank me and it's over. Then what else? Carl Lily looks suspicious. Does the previous promise still count? Yi Fei asked. He didn't want to mention what happened just now. And even less of a question as to why Carl Lily would do it. So, he purposely brought up his promise with Carl Lily. Doesn't count. I won't agree. Carl Lily finished speaking without waiting for Yi Fei to answer. Straight away, seeing her receding back, Yi Fei heaved a sigh of relief. If it wasn't for the blind swordsman to leave, he wouldn't have said that in front of so many people. This time, I guess I will offend the blind swordsman this time. However, in order to be able to recruit him, sometimes to achieve the goal, we must use a little means. Advertisement. Although I don't want to. Next, it's time to talk to the blind swordsman. Down the day, Yi Fei found the blind swordsman and smiled. At this moment, he is resting on the hospital bed. The duel with Carl Lily a few days ago put him in a coma. He didn't wake up until yesterday. He has already learned about the meeting of Marine high-level officials this morning. Moreover, he also knew that he was being targeted by Carl Lily and what Yi Shi thought of him. Brother Lao Yexi, you bothered, you made a special trip to see me. The blind swordsman replied calmly. Although his words are very kind. But Yi Fei could still tell that the blind swordsman was not happy. Yi Fei understands human nature very well. And this time I came to visit the blind swordsman. Yi Fei hopes that one day her identity will be exposed. Blind swordsman, don't blame yourself. After all, I really wanted to recruit him. If one day, he knows what he has done, he probably won't think so. Mr. Yixiao, your injury is no longer serious. Yi Fei asked with some embarrassment. Even if it's embarrassing, Yi Fei still tries to complete his plan. Fortunately, my life is still strong. Brother Yexi, you are already Marine Admiral. The blind swordsman murmured. Missing out on Marine Admiral made him very emotional. Yi Fei nodded. Advertisement. Listening to his words, Yi Fei heard some tricks. He seemed very upset. Yi Fei guessed that he already knew what happened this morning. Although the character of the blind swordsman is easygoing. But when encountering such a thing, no matter who it is, it will be unhappy. Now that he knew, Yi Fei decided to speak out. Mr. Yishao, Marine executives had a meeting this morning. Marshal Marine recommended you for Vice Admiral. However, there were objections. Hearing this, the blind swordsman slowly raised his head. I know, it's D. Carl Lily's girl. I've heard about it. The blind swordsman replied. Actually, when fighting D. Carl Lily, he already felt the girl's disgust for him. That's right, it's her. And I said pretty much the same thing. Yi Fei replied. In this matter, he did not want to hide it from the blind swordsman. Because he knew that with so many people present at the time, this news, this matter, could not be concealed. The blind swordsman raised his head, the expression on his face looked complicated. He didn't expect that Yi Fei in front of him would be so honest. He didn't even understand why Yi Fei would tell this to himself. Do you hope you don't blame him? Then what? Yi Fei's sudden move. Let the blind swordsman's view of Yi Fei be very strange. In this world, is there such a person who just belittled himself, and now comes to be honest? What's the meaning? Chapter 296 Inducing Fujitora to Derice Rosa. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. You must like that girl. That's why I said that. I can't blame you for this matter. After pondering for a moment, the blind swordsman suddenly replied. Because I like someone, I want to be like her. Even sometimes, I will say something against my will and do something against my will. This is probably the only explanation. Absolutely so. Yi Fei nodded. This reason, it seems very reasonable. Moreover, this reason was given to him by the blind swordsman. Originally, Yi Fei was in trouble because he couldn't find a reason. Unexpectedly, the blind swordsman would think so. That being the case, if I simply admit it, there will be no loss. I also have an excuse. Don't feel embarrassed. I heard that girl is beautiful. You still cherish it. The blind swordsman continued. These days, I always hear people complimenting Carl Lily's looks. It's normal to be liked. Yi Shi because of her saying that. He can be very understanding. Mr. Yishao's words, I will remember, I will work hard. Advertisement. Yi Fei nodded. In fact, I had no such plan at all. Since the busy swordsman saw it this way, Yi Fei decided to take this opportunity. Ask him about his plans. Mr. Smile, will you stay in Marine next? Yi Fei asked. In the words, the truth is revealed. Of course, this is nothing more than Yi Fei's irony. His purpose is to know clearly whether the blind swordsman will leave, so that he can prepare himself. Now, he's being crushed by D. Carl Lily. Might actually leave Marine. However, the blind swordsman is not clear about Yi Fei's thoughts. Ha ha. The blind swordsman suddenly laughed. Yi Fei looked bewildered. The blind swordsman continued. Brother Yi Shi, to tell you the truth, my original plan was to become a Marine Admiral. It's just that it's impossible now. Even Vice Admiral, I don't think there is a chance. Even if I stay here, I'm afraid I will be hostile. In this case, what's the point of me staying in Marine? It's better to come freely. So, I might leave. In front of Yi Fei, the busy swordsman finally expressed his plan. The expression on his face looked very disappointed. This time, the Marine Admiral missed. Advertisement. He has no chance. At this moment, he already had the idea of wanting to leave. In his opinion, the reason why Yi Fei asked about it. Probably because he was worried about the conflict between himself and D. Carl Lily, which made him at a loss. However, contrary to the guess of the blind swordsman, Yi Fei was secretly happy. D. Carl Lily is not important to me at all. At the moment, the most important thing is to be able to successfully recruit the blind swordsman. After listening to his words, at this moment, Yi Fei knew very well that his chance might have come. Mr. Yishao, if you want to leave, where will you go? Yi Fei continued to ask. Now, his only thought is to lure him to Derice Rosa. Now, I'm afraid that he won't leave. Just leave the Marine and go to Derice Rosa, then things are much easier. I don't know, my personality is loose. Wherever you go, be where you are. The blind swordsman sighed softly. After decades of wandering, he hoped to find a place to stay. However, this time the world conscription made him too disappointed. All of a sudden, it seemed as if he had lost his goal. I heard Mr. Yishao likes to gamble. I have an account in Derice Rosa with 100 million berry in it. With my current situation, I definitely can't go back. Sir, you can play with my account if you like. I can't use it anyway. Yi Fei said. Advertisement. At this moment, he finally stated his purpose. Since you like to gamble, then I will try this trick and see if I can trap you. In fact, I don't have a special account at all in Derice Rosa. However, if you don't have an account, you can open one. In order to recruit the blind swordsman, Yi Fei will do whatever it takes. Quote quote. The blind swordsman was stunned for a moment. Admiral Yexi seemed to be a little too polite to him. He knew that Yi Shi in front of him was Derice Rosa's sword fighter in the past. Having an account at Derice Rosa naturally makes sense. But why would he do this? After thinking about it, it might be because he felt guilty about what happened in the morning. But the 100 million berry in the casino is really attractive. Especially in front of someone like him who is addicted to gambling. However, it was difficult for the blind swordsman to accept Yi Zai's generous gift directly. Although as a gambler, he has always disliked taking advantage of others. It turns out that brother Yi Shi also likes to gamble. The blind swordsman didn't rush to agree. Instead, he asked about Yi Fei's hobbies. Well, okay, I've won a lot in the arena in Derice Rosa over the years. Except for the expenses, I exchanged it for money and stored it in the casino. When I'm free, I'll go back and play, and pass the time by the way. Yi Fei said seriously. Make everything look exactly like it really is. Chapter 297 I'll go when I'm free. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. After all, with his own strength, it is not difficult to win something at the Derice Rosa arena. Hearing this, the swordsman laughed and said, Brother Yi Shi, Doflamingo's casino is not fun. Yi Fei looked disdainful. Doflamingo dare not do anything to me, besides, the current owner of the casino is not him. Being able to become a Marine Admiral, Brother Yi Shi naturally has that strength. If there is a chance, I really want to gamble with you, brother. The blind swordsman replied. At this moment, he firmly believes in Yi Fei's words, even though he is not a simple person. In Yi Fei's conversation, he felt respected. For such a person, the blind swordsman is willing to be honest. So Mr. Smile agreed to go to Derice Rosa. Yi Fei continued to ask. Quote. The blind swordsman was stunned. Going to Derice Rosa, wouldn't that mean agreeing to spend his money? As a wandering swordsman, he has no habit of taking benefits from others. So, when Yi Fei asked again, the blind swordsman hesitated again. Seeing that the blind swordsman was hesitant, Yi Fei decided to strike while the iron was hot. You're welcome, sir. I'm a Marine now, Derice Rosa can't go back. Rather than cheat Yi Fei and the gang, it's better to give it to Mr. as a good deed. Besides, I'm really sorry about what happened in the morning. I hope my husband can accept it, so that I can feel better in my heart. If you reject me, that will be the greatest regret in my heart. Yi Fei's words were sincere, which made the blind swordsman feel that he was a straightforward and loyal person. And he himself is not a tweaker. Advertisement. Under Yi Fei's persuasion, the blind swordsman finally nodded. Rather than leaving it to the Whitebeard pirates, it's better to go to Tweed yourself. Then thank you brother Yi Shi. Now I really want to go there to play. I still can't forget the taste of soba noodles over there. After all, the blind swordsman finally showed a long-lost smile. At the same time, Yi Fei was already happy. But the expression on his face was extremely calm. If you want to, sir, after arriving at Derice Rosa, you only need to report my name, Yi Shi. Seeing Yi Fei's sincerity, the blind swordsman was very happy. Even so, please trouble brother Yi Shi. If I have time, I will go and have a look. After listening to the words of the blind swordsman, Yi Fei's heart finally fell to the ground. Just leave Marine, you have plenty of time. Yi Fei had a hunch that he would definitely go. Peace of mind. Mr. Yishao is welcome, I just want to make my heart feel better. Since Mr. agrees, I have no regrets. Yi Fei smiled in satisfaction. Brother Yi Shi, I really like your character. If I could have known you a few years earlier, maybe we would have become good friends. Also, your personality is very similar to a young man I know. The blind swordsman laughed. Oh, I don't know who the gentleman is talking about. Yi Fei pretended to be curious. Yi Fei at Derice Rosa. The blind swordsman replied. Hearing this, Yi Fei immediately stood up. Advertisement. He seemed particularly shocked. That's the famous big pirate in the world. Could it be that Mr. Yishao has had a relationship with him? Seeing him so excited, the blind swordsman just smiled indifferently. I can't say we have a relationship, but it's just that we met once. Brother Yi Shi, don't be too nervous, I have nothing to do with him. That time, in Derice Rosa, the blind swordsman had a deep impression on Yi Fei. And, when it comes to Marineford, also mistook Yi Shi for Yi Fei. See him so nervous. The blind swordsman had no choice but to explain. After all, Yi Shi is now Marine Admiral, and Yi Fei is the great pirate of the Whitebeard pirates. If he gets too close to the pirates, then maybe he will be targeted by Marine. Although he has already planned to leave. The busy swordsman decided to get together and leave. Oh, that's good. Recently, I heard that he is very famous in the whole pirate world. Yi Fei pretended not to understand very well. Originally, I didn't want him to mention myself. I'm afraid that if it gets exposed. Unexpectedly, the blind swordsman still said it. There was no other way but to follow what he said. Hee, that young man is very interesting. You were in Derice Rosa, you should have seen him. The blind swordsman laughed. I was at Derice Rosa when he beat Doflamingo. But I haven't seen him. Yi Fei replied awkwardly. Because I was the one who beat Doflamingo from the beginning to the end. But Yi Fei felt a little weird being asked this way. Your positions are different now. If it weren't for that, maybe you would become friends too. Advertisement. The blind swordsman laughed. His words made Yi Fei even more embarrassed. Of course, in order to avoid the suspicion of the blind swordsman. Yi Fei can only say, it would be the best if he can play for world government with me. I heard that Rosa has many people who are grateful to him. Including the original King Likawang. Doflamingo committed a great crime. The blind swordsman nodded immediately. That's right, I've been there once. As soon as Yi Fei is mentioned, the residents of Rosa are grateful to Dade. And the world government also recognized his existence. He defeated Doflamingo, and it is also a blessing for Rosa's people. As a wandering swordsman, he never liked Shichibukai very much. In his opinion, 7 warlords of the sea are all selfish people. With the acquiescence of the world government, they are doing illegal activities everywhere. However, the appearance of Yi Fei made him change his view of Shichibukai. It seems that Mr. Yishao respects him very much. I hope that one day, Marine can turn enemies into friends with him. Yi Fei laughed. Of course, this is just to comfort the blind swordsman. Although first now replace Marine Admiral's position. But it's never possible to work with Marine. The reason for doing this is entirely because of his current plan. Moreover, besides persuading the busy swordsman. Just to make him not blame himself in the future. However, the busy swordsman knew nothing about Yi Fei's good intentions. Just smiled and nodded. Hee, that's the best. Chapter 298 Marcos Reminder. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. The two chatted for hours. In this not too long time, Yi Fei finally led him to Rosa. The blind swordsman promises to go to Rosa once his injury is fully healed. Meanwhile, Rosa. After a night of carousing. Many people don't wake up until noon. Worried about Papa Whitebeard, Marco decides to return to the Shinjuku Islands. Yi Fei, I came here in a hurry this time, now I'm going back to my father's side. Rosa, it's up to you. Marco said earnestly. Yi Fei was brought out by him bit by bit. He is very pleased to be able to grow today. Captain Marco, don't worry. With me here, Rosa can't mess up. Father, I hope you will take care of him more. Yi Fei replied. Although Papa Whitebeard is still strong, he is old after all. Yi Fei has always been concerned about his body. I know about this. I will take care of my father's business. Don't worry about it. Marco nodded. He knew that Yi Fei was a very friendly person. Advertisement. So, when Yi Fei left the Whitebeard pirates, he remained absolutely supportive. I can rest assured that. Yi Fei nodded. The matter of Kaido's subordinates can be regarded as making our Whitebeard pirates angry. This time you have made great contributions to the Whitebeard pirates. I guess the old man and the captains should praise you. Marco laughed. This time, 6 important subordinates were captured, and Kaido suffered heavy losses. This also happened to avenge Kaido's last sneak attack. This time, Yi Fei saved his father's face in front of those captains. Captain Marco, I am also a member of the Whitebeard pirates. At any time, I will defend the interests of the Whitebeard pirates. Yi Fei immediately expressed his position. Your character, I am very relieved. Ace's personality has changed a lot since he followed you. I believe you can manage this place well. However, I have to remind you of one thing. Marine is not to be messed with. When you give Quinn and the others to Marine, you have to be careful. Marco reminded. After the summit war ended, Marco had a very bad impression of Marine. Yi Fei was going to make a deal with them, and Marco felt it was necessary to remind him. I see. Advertisement. Yi Fei laughed. As for how to deal with Marine, Yi Fei has already made plans. Okay, I should go. Marco said, turned and left. Looking at the back of Marco leaving, Yi Fei felt a little bit reluctant. However, there is no permanent feast in the world. Leaving is only for a better reunion next time. Marco had just stepped onto the boat. Immediately, they reported to Whitebeard Edward Newgate that Yi Fei and his party captured Quinn Jack's group. What? Yi Fei caught them. Whitebeard couldn't believe it when he got the news. However, when he learned that it was Kaido's person who took the initiative to make trouble. Whitebeard laughed heartily. If you want to grab Laozi's territory, you deserve to be unlucky. Soon, the 43 captains of the pirates also got the news immediately. Like Whitebeard, their first reaction was disbelief. Then, I was happy. Yi Fei really didn't break his promise, he didn't lie to us, he really dealt with Kaido. Haha, it's so cool to catch so many people at once. Yi Fei has never let us down. Last time Kaido robbed so many things, this time, he finally let us out. Advertisement. As long as Yi Fei gives the order, we will immediately set out to fight Kaido. I'm going to find Yi Fei for a drink. For Yi Fei's move this time. Once again won many hearts of the Whitebeard pirates. After all, capturing so many of Kaido's minions gave them a break. At this moment, the image of Yi Fei in their hearts is almost the same as that of Whitebeard Edward Newgate. Meanwhile, the news that the blind swordsman is about to leave Marine to go to Rosa. He was immediately sensed by Yi Fei from Rosa. After eating the ability of the clone fruit, the main body and the avatar can share all the news at the first time. Captain Atmos, you are going to open an account for me at Casino Rosa. Immediately after sharing the news, Yi Fei notified Atmos to come over. Currently, Atmos is helping to manage all the casinos in Rosa. Ace, on the other hand, is responsible for recruiting the pirate crew for Yi Fei. Both have different divisions of labor. For this matter, it is natural to find Atmos. Hey, Captain Yi Fei, don't all the casinos in Derice Rosa belong to you? You want to gamble, but you still need to open an account. Atmos looked puzzled. He thought Yi Fei opened an account because he wanted to gamble. It's all their own, so why open an account? Hearing this, Yi Fei smiled and shook his head. Chapter 299 Opening an account in Yi Zai's name in advance. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. Of course, not for myself. Instead, it was opened for others. This matter, of course, must be prepared before the blind swordsman Yishao comes to Derice Rosa. Don't wait for him to come suddenly, but there is no such account here. Wouldn't it be messing with yourself? Other people. Atmos was curious. That's right, open an account in the name of a person named Yi Shi. Yi Fei replied flatly. In fact, that account is still my own. Yes, see. Atmos muttered the name. Suddenly, he seemed to remember something. Then he said loudly, Hey, Captain, you're not talking about the man who became Marine Admiral on the World Conscription recently, are you? That's Marine Admiral. Atmos was shocked. He didn't expect that Yi Fei would open an account for Marine's people. And it's the newly elected Marine Admiral. You know, they are enemies. When he was recruited in the world, he heard that Yi Shi was a member of Derice Rosa. Atmos was very surprised why that person did not join Yi Fei, but chose the World Conscription. Moreover, Yi Fei has to open a separate account for him. That's right, it's him. Advertisement. Yi Fei laughed. Go to the World Conscription by yourself. Atmos didn't know. Yi Fei just told Ace one person. In order to keep Yi Fei's secret, Ace did not reveal this matter to Atmos. Even Yi Fei didn't tell him when he came back this time. Yi Fei didn't intend to keep the double body from him deliberately, but the less people know about it, the better. Atmos, who didn't understand the reason, was dumbfounded again. Hey, Captain Atmos, can't you? Yi Fei asked with a smile. Captain, you want to open an account, of course there is no problem. I just wonder why the captain opened an account for him. Could it be that you want to let him join the gang? Atmos asked tentatively. Do not, he was mine. Yi Fei shook his head and replied calmly. Immediately, Atmos froze there again. Marine Admiral Yeshi, is that your guy? How can that be? But look at Yi Fei's serious expression. It didn't look like he was lying at all. But that's Marine Admiral, the strongest combat power selected by the Naval Headquarters World Conscription. Advertisement. Atmos still couldn't believe it. Don't ask why, just do what I said. Yi Fei replied, regarding his participation in the World Conscription and his two identities. Yi Fei didn't want to go into details. The purpose is only for my own plan. Yi Fei's words made Atmos react. Captain Yi Fei, what do you mean, open an account for Marine Admiral Yi Shi? Of course, for Yi Fei's decision. Atmos had no right to continue asking. Regarding his question, Yi Fei shook his head again. Not for Yi Shi, it's for a blind swordsman. You still remember the blind swordsman uncle who came to Derice Rosa last time. That account was prepared for him. On top of this, he didn't want to hide from Atmos. Because he will soon know that the blind swordsman will come. Captain Yi Fei, you said it was the blind man who almost smashed our casino last time. I know, that person also participated in the World Conscription. Open an account in the name of Marine Admiral Yaxi, just for the blind swordsman. Atmos is messy again. Why does this sound like such a mess? Yes, you know now. Do as I tell you. Once you see that blind swordsman uncle appearing in the casino, you must receive him with the highest etiquette. Advertisement. Once he proposes to use Yexi's account, you must do so immediately. Of course, you don't want to reveal it beforehand. Yi Fei ordered. Yes, Captain. How much money do we need to save in Yi Zai's account? Asked Atmos. 100 million berry. Yes. After Atmos left, Yi Fei found Ace. At the moment, Ace is connecting with the newly recruited crew members. A group of new crew members were in awe when they saw Yi Fei. Captain Yi Fei, please allow us to be your subordinates. These few days, Yi Fei came back, they have not seen Yi Fei. Seeing Yi Fei himself suddenly, everyone felt an indescribable excitement. They have volunteered to join the Whitebeard pirates. You know, Ace is just recruiting pirates for Yi Fei. The clapboard must go through Yi Fei. Welcome everyone to join the Whitebeard pirates. I'm sorry I haven't seen you all for a while. I'll fine you 3 drinks here. After drinking, we are all crew members of the Baituan. After finishing speaking, Yi Fei picked up the wine glass on the table. Under the cheers of the crowd, 3 cups were drank in a row. See Yi Fei heroic. Everyone raised their glasses again. Chapter 300 Ace's Mission. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. During the World Conscription, Ace recruited many new crew members for the Whitebeard pirates. After returning, Yi Fei has been dealing with Jack's affairs. Plus Quinn, Marco come over. Yi Fei has been very busy and has not had time to meet the newly recruited crew members. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Yi Fei decided to get drunk again. Before you get drunk, though, Yi Fei still has some things to attend to. Immediately, He pulled aside Ace, who was drinking. Yi Fei, be careful with my wine. Ace let out a cry. Worried about spilling the wine in your hand. The two entered a room alone. Ace, starting today, the pirates you recruited will be included in your team. Yi Fei said. Will Atmos not stay there? Ace felt a little strange. He has the original troops. Yi Fei replied. The personnel recruited by Ace are naturally the most suitable for him to lead. No problem, I plan to go further afield recently to see if I can recruit more crew members. Ace replied. Advertisement. Since Yi Fei participated in the world conscription, he never played de Rosa again. He decided to take advantage of the opportunity of coming back to recruit more members for the Baidwan to increase its strength. Recruitment of crew and so on. Stop for a while. We don't know the details of the newly recruited crew members. First of all, you have to find out if there is any Marine, or world government, or other four emperors people mixed in here. That's why I put them in your team. Just so you can master them. Once a spy is found, clear it out immediately. Yi Fei said. As the full head of the Whitebeard pirates in de Rosa, Yi Fei must be responsible for the entire white group. World government likes to engage in espionage. So, yesterday, Yi Fei didn't let those newly recruited crew members party with Marco and the others. That's what Yi Fei doesn't want to see. Your own secrets are controlled by others. During this time, Ace has recruited nearly 4,000 people for Yi Fei. Yi Fei can't guarantee that there will be no spies among them. It is precisely because the details of these crew members are not clear. Yi Fei is going to hand those people over to Ace for management. Yi Fei, if you find this kind of thing in my team, you don't need to tell me, I will do it naturally. Ace promised. As a pirate, he hates Marine. Advertisement. That's good, I may go out for a few days. The defense of de Rosa has to be handed over to you. Yi Fei nodded. Go out. Yi Fei, where are you going? Ace looked confused. It's only been a few days since you came back, and you have to go out again. De Rosa, how did it become about me and Atmos? When the hands-off shopkeeper? Why are you messier than me? Did you forget that Quinn Jack's gang is still in de Rosa? I'm going to give them to Marine. Yi Fei replied. In this matter, Yi Fei decided to escort the prisoner himself. Drink too much and almost forgot about them. No way, Yi Fei, you want to send them to Marine alone. Then I won't do it, I will go too. Ace's wine immediately sobered up more than half. This matter is so important that he absolutely does not agree to let Yi Fei go alone. Why don't you take me with you every time you take an adventure? Is there any sense of teamwork? Hey, Ace, have you forgotten your mission? Yi Fei felt helpless. Let me watch you take risks alone. Advertisement. Those are Kaido's felons, I don't feel relieved to let you go alone. Yi Fei, do you consider us as partners? Ace asked angrily. This time, Yi Fei faced Marine as a pirate. In case of any accident, it will be troublesome. It's not the same as hiding your identity last time. Yi Fei went in an above-board manner this time. Ace, don't you want to listen to me? Yi Fei asked coldly with a slightly angry face. Quote. Ace was speechless for a moment. I'm so obviously concerned about your safety, okay. Come on, you guy. That's how it was decided. Seeing that he didn't speak, Yi Fei gave the order directly. Over this matter, Yi Fei has no intention of taking Ace there. First of all, he still has assignments at de Rosa. Second, Yi Fei doesn't want him to meet Marine right now. After the Summit War ended, Marine still regarded Ace as an important enemy, and Roger's blood was always what Akainu wanted to get rid of. In addition, with Ace's character, Yi Fei is worried that he will conflict with Marine, which Yi Fei does not want to see at the moment. Under the current situation of the sea, Yi Fei hopes to maintain a confrontation with them temporarily. All right, Ace finally agrees. Immediately, he drank the wine in his hand.